the hideout. So if they have been killed, they've been laid out because the entire inventory is checked. Whatever is there are generally cash, drugs, rations, everything is checked and it is taken into account and seized. So for that, these photographs help out. See, there's another photograph. There is another photograph which has come. These are the grenades.
These are the artillery, of course, that can be.
Like AK has attachment of under
Yes,
barrel,
yes.
and these are the grenade that you. So they generally these guys also carry these. They are helpful in. So in that, this is the recovery I think that has been made from the hideout,
Yeah.
and it has been put to display because these photos are part of the seizure document and all that, and it is for everyone to also see that these terrorists don't come out. I mean, to imagine they just have small arms is a misconception. They carry explosives with them, grenades with them, these rifle launched grenades with them, so they are often heavily loaded.
Yes. So, just to focus on this image that we first captured, that actually shows the hideout itself. And it seems like this success has come at the hideout itself because this image shows the dead bodies as well. As I was saying earlier, it is clear that there are at least two dead bodies as far as this image is concerned. One here with the black clothing, and of course here as well. You can see clearly the contours of a human body here with legs, etc., being visible. So one here and one there. There seem to be two dead bodies in this picture, but we are told that at least three terrorists have been neutralized, and the weaponry has also been found. You can see all of the ration and other bits that they were carrying, and the small utensils to sustain themselves. And this is the kind of challenge that the Indian agencies are against, because imagine to have to go through acres and acres and acres of what are forested areas, very large green patches, completely cut off from human contact, and then look for these kind of hideouts. And it is done, of course, with the help of satellite oversight. If anything is any calls, any kind of contact is made by these terrorists who are hiding out. And lately, we've seen that they've become very sophisticated with the kind of weaponry they have, the tech that they have, and also the ration that they have to sustain themselves. So they can actually stay in these hideouts for many, many days altogether without having to come out and maintain some kind of contact with the local public as well. So while there is on-ground support, and of course that has come to light in Pahalgam case, but it isn't always required a lot. It is small bits of OGW support that can actually help these terrorists from time to time. My colleague Akash Sharma are keeping a very close watch on what the official sources are saying. Akash, a lot more information is coming out in terms of the recoveries made from the hideout. We can see the weapon, we can see the other arms and ammunition that they were carrying. And at least in the image that we've managed to capture, managed to access, two terrorist dead bodies are visible.
Oh, yes. In fact, the initial inputs were suggesting that at least two terrorists are down, but now Indian Army has confirmed that, all three have been killed. And, we have been discussing that how it is a big success. And you were talking about, the sophisticated weapons that they have been carrying and how they have become high tech. I want to mention it this very fact, Shivani, that they have been using things like ultra sets for past so many months. In fact, I remember several operations back in year 2023 and 2024 when Indian Army had got success and they had neutralized several, high-value terrorists. In fact, at that time, it was categorically mentioned that how they are communicating using ultra sets, and these are the, devices that have got GPS support, and the devices are also helping them to navigate from one area to other without leaving any sort of signature. And that's why it has become very typical and in fact difficult for Indian Army and the agencies to in fact keep an eye on things that are happening. Also, as far as this particular area is concerned, Shivani, so it is a typical area that has got dense forest, and it is very close to the area where the attack happened in
Yes.
April, Pahalgam. And we know that how, in fact, it is not very difficult for them to, cross the Pir Panjal range, because in several theories and the investigations, it has, come as a fact that how there is a group that is, in fact, going from
All
one
right.
direction to other, and
Akash,
in
just
fact,
stay
there
with
is
me.
a
I want to go across to my colleague Ishan Vani, who's joining us from the Dachigam forest, where this encounter is taking place. The operations are continuing. Encounter has taken place. 3 terrorists have been neutralized. Ishan, over to you.
Well, yes, let me give you an idea about how the area looks like. Bashir, if we can zoom in and show you these mountain areas, this is where the operation is going on at the moment. A difficult terrain right now, full of greenery and bushes because of the summer season right now. And this is where the encounter is taking place. If you go towards the right side, if Bashir can go towards the right side, you'll get an idea that how difficult it's to, cross these peaks and particularly go towards these peaks and carry out operations. Difficult terrain where they have been trying to sustain for a very long time, but there has been a change in the strategy from the army, that rather than waiting for the inputs to come and rather than staying down towards this mountain, they have tried to stay up, where on the top they are trying to move and keep their movement going, to ensure that whenever there is an input or whenever there is a contact that could be established with them, they're able to neutralize them well on time, and there is no waste of time. What used to happen is that forces would receive input about their presence, and it will take them 1 to 2 hours to reach there, and by that time they will move out of that area. But why are these chance encounters or intelligence based encounters getting frequent? Is because the army is there, the army is reoccupying those peaks, and particularly those areas that are interconnected. Now, if you look towards the right side, you will notice that these peaks are interconnected and they can go to Pahalgam, and hence a lot of people are questioning whether they are involved in Pahalgam attack or not. Once the identities will be confirmed by the forces and the intelligence agency, then only can the security forces give us an idea about the operation and those who were involved in this. And if you go towards the right side of the left side of this mountainous range, behind this you can also reach Swanmarg, where Gagangir attack took place, in which several workers were killed. And this is the sort of terrain that exists on the ground, and that is why these areas have become important, and Srinagar outskirts have become a prime target for the security forces to ensure that they are able to eliminate them well on time. Now, this is that sort of area where you might not get food and accessibility frequently, so they are relying on the local population, particularly those nomads who are there without any contact. There are no mobile towers, so there is no communication that they can do even if they see them. And sometimes they are threatened to not inform anybody, and they take food from them because they are nomads. They also carry with them sheep, several of them are shepherds, and they take sheep from them and survive for a very long time, because here you don't need any refrigeration even in the best of winters, and it's cold out there. And that's why not only the operation takes time, but also bringing the bodies down will take a lot of time. But the forces have been there. It's a para that specialized unit of the Indian Army which carried out this operation. If you look behind me, my video will also show you that there are nakas now being laid around this vicinity. The CRPF and J&K police are checking every vehicle which is coming down from this area, and they are ensuring that none of those who could possibly, or any suspects who's trying to get out of the area, is able to move out. It's a big operation and a big success for the security forces post Pahalgam, because they were not able to track, kill, or do any kind of operations here. And this will now become one of those moments when security forces were able to neutralize foreigners who are well trained, who know how to deal with the security forces. Look, there has been also talk about how the weapons is also helping them. There are night scopes that they carry with them in case security forces get close to them during the night time. They have those specialized rifle, including M4 post Afghanistan fell to Taliban. There were a lot of them came into the hands of these outfits, and they're highly trained to sustain in the mountainous area. But today, security forces ensure that they are able to kill all of them who were held there for a very long time, and they were sustaining somehow there, and could have possibly tried to carry out further encounters and inputs. From time to time, the forces were able to get hold of their satellite tracking movements, because they were using specialized apps to communicate, and they were not able to break through that communication. But it appears like that they might have been able to track it and break it down, and that's why you're seeing the operation like being taken place in the upper reaches of Dachigam. What we've been also given to understand is that the locals were also questioned there. There is no village, there is no buildings, there are no houses there. There are nomads which frequently go in these lush green forests to with their sheep and other cattle to sustain them during the peak summertime when they come from Jammu to this place. place. But because of no communication there, that's where they take advantage of, and they get free food from them, because at the gunpoint you can make them do anything. And that's where we have been told that yesterday the para also questioned some of the locals there once they received the input, and this input had become very important and central to it. What we have been also given to understand is the Northern Army commander was also present on the ground. He was looking after these operations from the ground, and he also took a review of this operation and the other operations that are taking place both in North Kashmir and also taking place in other parts of the Kashmir Valley as well. So this tells you the intensity of the operation, because forces were not able to achieve any success, a big success, but this is definitely a big success for the security forces and blow to the Lashkar-e-Toiba, who could have planned further attacks in Kashmir Valley.
So Ishan, they're giving us a lowdown of this entire area, the topography. We're talking about where this encounter really took place. We also have our colleagues Arunima and Akash with us. Akash, if I come to you, we're talking about how this encounter happened close to around 11 this morning. How difficult was it to neutralize these terrorists? What are you learning from the armed forces?
Right. So, Griha, you see, as far as difficulty is concerned, so first difficulty is, of course, the terrain, because, as Ishan is pointing out, this is an area with dense forest, and, terrain is are not very favorable for someone who is going from down to up, from from the base to the upper reaches. And that's the reason why when, in fact, we have been given to understand that when the input was there, and in fact, when domination party, in fact, first informed about the sort of presence, at that point in time, it was decided that, reinforcement will be sent. And, in fact, the inputs were there for last 2-3 days, we have been told. And, army was literally trying to neutralize, in fact, the terrorists. And in fact, there was an input that these individuals can be associated with Pahalgam terror attack. And that's the reason why, in fact, Northern Army Commander, as Ishan was pointing out, was keeping an eye on the operation. We have been told that around 11, the movement was, witnessed. And at that point in time, the operation was launched, Operation Mahadev. Initially, there was an input that 2 have been neutralized, but now there is a confirmation from Indian Army that how they have neutralized the 3 terrorists, and, their bodies are being brought down. Okay. Whether or not they were associated with Pahalgam terror attack, it is something that we'll wait for an official confirmation of. But right now, it is a major success for Indian Army, given the fact that, they were actually, working on the sort of inputs that they have been gathering. They had restructured their strategies, as Ishan was pointing out. There were extensive patrols, and they were, in fact, dominating the heights of this particular area, this particular region. But at this point in time, 3 terrorists have been neutralized, and their identity, in fact, identities will be ascertained in some time from now, and then we'll get an idea as to if at all they were, involved in the Pahalgam terror attack, or if they had some sort of, hand in that particular attack.
Right, Akash, do stay on with us. Let's get in a perspective from Arunima. Arunima, you've been to this place. You have kept an eye on the NIA investigation as well. The fact that Akash was mentioning how the Northern Army Commander was keeping a close watch on every development that was coming in from this operation that was launched early this morning around 11. What does it give you a sense of? That connection that one is making with Pahalgam, where these terrorists who were associated with the Pahalgam terror attack, how close are we to learning that?
See, we'll know 100% only once there is photographic evidence or there is scientific evidence available. For identification, bodies coming down will take some time. Already drones have been pressed into service. Drone-based photographs will then be taken to Parvez and Bashir. 2 harborers who have been arrested by NIA, they are in NIA custody at the moment. They will be shown the photograph and asked to identify if the 3 terrorists who had come to their house 2 days before Baisaran attack are the same people whose dead bodies can be seen. So that will be identification number 1. And only after that will we know 100%. But why is this suspicion?
Notices आए हैं, कई दिनों से नोटिसेस आए हैं, कई मुद्दे हैं, दोनों सदन के ओर से विपक्ष और पक्ष हर पार्टी से कुछ न कुछ मुद्दे के लिए नोटिस सर्व किए गए हैं। हम सरकार की तरफ से नियम और अध्यक्ष के परमिशन के बाद कोई भी चीज के लिए हम पीछे नहीं हटते हैं, लेकिन जब बीएससी में तय किया गया है कि पहले हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करेंगे, कोई और मुद्दा आते हैं तो उसको बीएससी में तय करेगा। तो मेरा अनुरोध है अपने विपक्ष के साथियों से, आज जैसे तय किया गया है 2 बार सदन स्थगित हो चुके हैं, आज चर्चा हम जैसे तय किया है ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर 16 घंटे का चर्चा करने के बाद कोई भी विषय जो बीएससी में आएगा और बीएससी में रूल के तहत परंपरा के तहत अध्यक्ष जी के परमिशन से जो भी अगर एक्सेप्ट करता है तो सरकार तैयार है। किसी विषय को लेकर के यहाँ कंडीशन लगा करके आज का इस डिबेट को महत्वपूर्ण ऑपरेशन सिंदूर डिबेट को डिस्टर्ब करने का कोशिश ना करे। मेरा ये आग्रह है आपसे सबसे। मैंने सब मुद्दे को कहा, हर मुद्दा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है।
प्लीज बैठिए। माननीय सदस्यगण, हम आज आइटम नंबर 14 पहलगांव में आतंकवादी हमले के जवाब में भारत के मजबूत, सफल एवं निर्णायक ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर विशेष चर्चा के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं। मेरा सभी माननीय सदस्यों से आग्रह है, ये विषय अत्यंत गंभीर एवं संवेदनशील है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से भारत की सेना द्वारा आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध निर्णायक कार्रवाई को पूरी दुनिया ने देखा है। हम सबको हमारी सेना के अदम्य साहस, शौर्य और पराक्रम पर गर्व है। ये सदन साक्षी रहा है, जब भी देश के अंदर गंभीर चुनौती हो, गंभीर मुद्दे हो, हमने राष्ट्रीय मुद्दों पर सदैव एकजुटता दिखाई है। आतंकवाद एक वैश्विक चुनौती है। मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि आज हम राष्ट्रहित और मानवता के भाव को सर्वोपरि रखते हुए हम इस प्रकार से सार्वगर्भित और मर्यादित चर्चा करें कि हमारी सेना और अन्य रक्षा बलों का गौरव बढ़े। भारत की संसद से दुनिया में आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध सामूहिक संघर्ष का एक मजबूत संदेश संसद से जाए। माननीय रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन के सभी दलों के, मैंने जितने भी हमारे सम्मानित सदस्य हैं उनके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की जो शानदार कामयाबी हासिल हुई है उस पर चर्चा करने के लिए आज सदन पूरी तरह से तैयार है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, सबसे पहले मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से मैं देश के उन वीर सपूतों को, उन बहादुर सैनिकों को नमन करता हूं जिन्होंने की राष्ट्र की सीमाओं की रक्षा के लिए आज जब भी आवश्यकता पड़ी है अपना बलिदान देने में वह पीछे नहीं रहे हैं। आज भी वह तैयार हैं और आज भी वह तत्पर हैं। साथ ही मैं उन सैनिकों की स्मृति को भी अध्यक्ष महोदय नमन करता हूं जिन्होंने की भारत की एकता और अखंडता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए अपना सर्वस्व बलिदान कर दिया। मैं पूरे देश की तरफ से सेनाओं के सभी जवानों के प्रति कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करता हूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज मैं आपकी अनुमति से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से जुड़े कुछ महत्वपूर्ण तथ्यों और विषयों को सदन के समक्ष रखने के लिए यहां खड़ा हूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, 6 और 7 मई 2025 को भारतीय सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के नाम से एक ऐतिहासिक सैन्य कार्रवाई को अंजाम दिया। यह केवल एक सैन्य कार्रवाई नहीं थी, बल्कि यह भारत की संप्रभुता, उसकी अस्मिता, देश के नागरिकों के प्रति हमारी जिम्मेदारी और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमारी नीति का एक इफेक्टिव और डिसाइसिव डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन था। अध्यक्ष महोदय, जैसा इस सदन को जानकारी है, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम क्षेत्र में एक अमानवीय और कायराना आतंकी हमला हुआ। इस हमले में हमारे 25 निर्दोष नागरिकों सहित एक नेपाली नागरिक की भी जान गई थी। उन निर्दोष लोगों की जान उनका धर्म पूछ कर लिया गया। यह अपने आप में अमानवीयता का सबसे कुत्सित और सबसे घृणित उदाहरण था। यह घटना भारत की सहन शक्ति की सीमा की भी मैं मानता हूं परीक्षा की, अध्यक्ष महोदय। इस हमले के तुरंत बाद हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने तीनों सेनाओं के प्रमुखों की एक उच्च स्तरीय बैठक की और उन्हें छूट दी गई कि वे अपने विवेक, स्ट्रेटेजिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग और रीजनल सिक्योरिटी सिचुएशन को ध्यान में रखते हुए वह निर्णायक कार्रवाई करें। इसके बाद हमारे सैन्य नेतृत्व ने न केवल अपनी मैच्योरिटी दिखाई बल्कि उस स्ट्रेटेजिक विजडम का भी परिचय दिया जिसकी उम्मीद भारत जैसी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल पावर से की जाती है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को अंजाम देने से पहले हमारी सेनाओं ने हर पहलू का बहुत ही गहराई के साथ अध्ययन किया। हमारे पास कई विकल्प थे, लेकिन हमने उस विकल्प को चुना जिसमें आतंकवादियों और उनके ठिकानों को अधिकतम नुकसान पहुंचे और जिसमें पाकिस्तान के आम नागरिक को कोई क्षति न होने पाए, इस बात की भी हम लोगों ने चिंता की। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारी सेनाओं द्वारा की गई वेल कोऑर्डिनेटेड स्ट्राइक्स ने 9 टेररिस्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर टारगेट्स को प्रिसीजन के साथ, सटीकता के साथ हिट किया और इस सैन्य कार्रवाई में एक अनुमान के अनुसार 100 से अधिक आतंकवादी, मैं बहुत संभल कर बोल रहा हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारी फिगर गलत ना होने पाए, फिगर इससे बहुत अधिक है, 100 से अधिक आतंकवादी, उनके ट्रेनर, उनके प्रशिक्षक, उनके हैंडलर, लश्कर-ए-तोयबा और हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन जैसे आतंकवादी संगठनों से संबंधित थे। ये वही आतंकी संगठन हैं जिन्होंने पाकिस्तान की सेना और ISI का जिन्हें खुला समर्थन प्राप्त है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, 7 मई 2025 को रात्रि 1:05 भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर प्रारंभ किया, जिसमें पाकिस्तान और पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर में भारत के खिलाफ आतंकी गतिविधियों से जुड़े 9 स्थानों को निशाना बनाया गया। इसमें POK के मुजफ्फराबाद में सवाई नाला और सैयदना बिलाल कैंप, कोटली में मस्जिद अब्बास व मसवर रहील शाहिद कैंप, कोटली में गुलपुर कैंप, भिम्बर में बरनाला कैंप, कोटली में अब्बास कैंप और पाकिस्तान के पंजाब प्रांत में बहावलपुर, मुहिदके और सरजाल और मेहमुना जोया शामिल थे। इनमें से 7 आतंकी शिविरों को भारतीय सेना ने पूरी तरह से नष्ट कर दिया, जबकि भारतीय वायुसेना ने मुरीदके और बहावलपुर को नेस्त नाबूद किया, जो लश्कर-ए-तोयबा और जैसे मोहम्मद के केंद्र हैं। पूरा ऑपरेशन मात्र, अध्यक्ष महोदय, जानकर पूरे सदन को प्रसन्नता होगी कि विदिन 22 मिनट्स पूरा ऑपरेशन समाप्त हो गया और हमने आतंकवादियों को उनके घर में घुसकर मारा। सशस्त्र बलों ने हमारी माताओं और बहनों के सिंदूर का बदला लिया और प्रत्येक भारतीय इस भावना से ओत-प्रोत हो गया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं चाहूंगा कि पूरा सदन एक बार हमारे सेना के बहादुर जवानों के शौर्य और पराक्रम का। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यह सिंदूर की लाली शौर्य की कहानी है। यह सिंदूर की लाली शौर्य की कहानी है, भारत के मस्तक पर वीरता की निशानी है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, सेनाओं ने अंधेरी रात होने के बावजूद हमले की सफलता के स्पष्ट एविडेंस भी जुटाए हैं, साक्ष्य है हमारे पास। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमले के कुछ ही घंटों के भीतर एक प्रेस रिलीज और मीडिया ब्रीफिंग के माध्यम से इन्हें जनता की जानकारी के लिए जारी कर दिया गया था। मुझे यह पुष्टि करते हुए गौरव की अनुभूति हो रही है कि सशस्त्र बल अपने सभी मिशन ऑब्जेक्टिव्स को पूरा करने में पूरी तरह से सक्षम रहे और साथ ही कामयाब रहे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, 7 मई 2025 को हमले माने 1:35 के तुरंत बाद भारतीय DGMO ने हॉटलाइन संदेश के माध्यम से पाकिस्तान के DGMO यानी डायरेक्टर जनरल मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन से संपर्क किया और टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के खिलाफ हमारे हमले के रेशनल और मेथोडोलॉजी के बारे में पूरी जानकारी दी और यह तथ्य भी बताया ये हमले एस्केलेटरी नेचर वाले नहीं थे, माने इसको हम आगे नहीं बढ़ाना चाहते। जिन मुहि मारा तीन मुहि मारे, अध्यक्ष। जिस प्रकार प्रभु हनुमान ने लंका में अपनी रणनीति बनाई थी, उसी प्रकार हमने भी उन्हीं को निशाना बनाया जिन्होंने हमें नुकसान पहुंचाया था। हालांकि पाकिस्तान ने इस रेशनल को समझने से इनकार कर दिया और अगले कुछ दिनों तक सिविलियन और सैन्य ठिकानों पर गोलीबारी करके बड़े पैमाने पर सीज फायर वायलेशन करके स्थिति को एस्केलेट करने की उसने कोशिश की। अध्यक्ष महोदय, 7-8 मई 2025 की रात को क्लियरली आइडेंटिफाइड आतंकवाद संबंधी ठिकानों पर हमारे सफल ऑपरेशन के बाद, सफल हमले के बाद पाकिस्तान ने स्थिति को एस्केलेट कर दिया और अनमैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम और अन्य साधनों का उपयोग करके भारतीय वायुसेना के बेसेस, भारतीय वायुसेना के सेंसर और सेना के फॉर्मेशन हेडक्वार्टर से लेकर ब्रिगेडों तक पर भी उसने हमला कर दिया। हालांकि हमारी इंटीग्रेटेड एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड और काउंटर यूएस ग्रिड ने इन हमलों को सफलतापूर्वक विफल कर दिया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यस-400 यमारसैन आकाश मिसाइल सिस्टम और एयर डिफेंस गन्स बहुत प्रभावी साबित हुई हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस एस्केलेशन पर हमारा जवाबी हमला स्विफ्ट, प्रोपोर्शनेट और नबातुला था। अध्यक्ष महोदय, जिसमें 8 मई 2025 को केवल चुनिंदा पाकिस्तानी एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम और सेंसर नेटवर्क को प्रिसीजन गाइडेड मिशन द्वारा म्यूनिशंस द्वारा जो है टारगेट किया गया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारी कार्रवाई पूरी तरह से सेल्फ डिफेंस में थी, न तो वह प्रोवोकेटिव थी और न तो एक्सपेंशनिस्ट थी। पाक द्वारा ये हमले 7 मई 25 से लगातार चले और 10 मई 2025 को रात लगभग 1:30 पर पाकिस्तान ने बड़े पैमाने पर भारत के ऊपर मिसाइल, ड्रोन, रॉकेट और अन्य लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स का इस्तेमाल किया। इसके साथ साथ उन्होंने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वारफेयर से जुड़ी टेक्नोलॉजीज का भी सहारा लिया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, उनके निशाने पर हमारे भारतीय वायुसेना के अड्डे, थल सेना के एम्यूनिशन डिपोज, हवाई अड्डे और मिलिट्री कैंट थे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यह कहते हुए मुझे गौरव की अनुभूति हो रही है कि हमारे एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, काउंटर ड्रोन सिस्टम और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इक्विपमेंट्स ने पाकिस्तान के इस हमले को पूरी तरह से नाकाम कर दिया। पाकिस्तान हमारे किसी भी टारगेट को हिट नहीं कर पाया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, और हमारे किसी भी इंपॉर्टेंट एसेट को नुकसान नहीं हुआ है। हमारी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था, अध्यक्ष महोदय, चाक चौबंद थी और हर हमले को हम लोग रोका गया। मैं इसके लिए भारतीय सेना के बहादुर सैनिकों की जमकर सराहना करता हूं, जिन्होंने दुश्मन के हर मंसूबे पर पानी फेर दिया। और अपने प्रतिपक्ष के मित्रों से भी कहना चाहता हूं, एक बार फिर से भारत के सेना के जवानों का कम से कम मेज थपथपाकर उनका अभिनंदन करती है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बहुत पाकिस्तान के इस हमले के जवाब में हमारी कार्रवाई साहसिक थी, ठोस थी और प्रभावी थी। भारतीय वायुसेना ने वेस्टर्न फ्रंट पर पाकिस्तान के हवाई अड्डों, कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सिस्टम्स, मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स और एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम को निशाना बनाया और इस मिशन को हमारी सेनाओं ने सफलतापूर्वक अंजाम देने में कामयाबी हासिल की। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारी सेनाओं ने चकलाला, सरगोधा, रफीकी, रहीम यार खान, जैकबाबाद, सुक्कुर और भोलारी जैसे बड़े एयरबेस पर प्रहार किया और पूरी दुनिया ने भारतीय वायुसेना के शौर्य और पराक्रम की तस्वीर देखी। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ट्राई सर्विसेज कोऑर्डिनेशन का एक बेमिसाल उदाहरण था। जब भारतीय वायुसेना ने आसमान से हमले किए, हमारी थल सेना ने जमीन पर मोर्चा संभाल लिया। हमारे जवान नियंत्रण रेखा पर पूरी ताकत से डटे रहे और पाकिस्तान की हर हरकत का करारा जवाब दिया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारतीय नौसेना ने, लोग पूछते हैं भारतीय नौसेना का क्या रोल था, भारतीय नौसेना ने भी उत्तरी अरब सागर में अपनी तैनाती मजबूत कर दी। भारतीय नौसैनिकों ने पाकिस्तान को यह साफ संदेश दिया कि हम समुद्र से लेकर जमीन तक पाकिस्तान के हर महत्वपूर्ण ठिकानों पर प्रहार करने में न केवल सक्षम हैं बल्कि हम तैयार हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस ऑपरेशन का मकसद टेररिस्ट कैंप्स और उनके सपोर्टर्स को टारगेट करना, उन्हें नेस्त नाबूद करना था और ये साफ संदेश देना था कि भारत आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध जीरो टॉलरेंस रखता है। भारत ने कार्रवाई इसलिए रोकी क्योंकि कॉन्फ्लिक्ट के पहले और उसके दौरान जो भी पॉलिटिकल और मिलिट्री ऑब्जेक्टिव्स तय किए गए थे उसे हम पूरी तरह से हासिल कर चुके थे। इसलिए यह कहना, यह मानना कि यह ऑपरेशन किसी दबाव में रोका गया था, यह बेबुनियाद है और सरासर गलत है। मैं सदन को फिर से आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं, अपने राजनीतिक जीवन में अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं, अपने राजनीतिक जीवन में जानबूझकर कभी भी असत्य न बोलूं, इसकी भरपूर कोशिश की है मैंने, चाहे सदन हो अथवा सदन के बाहर। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन को यह भी अवगत कराना चाहता हूं,
प्लीज बैठिए। आप क्यों खड़े?
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन को यह भी अवगत कराना चाहूंगा कि सीमा पार करना या वहां की टेरिटरी कैप्चर करना इस ऑपरेशन का उद्देश्य नहीं था। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर प्रारंभ करने का मकसद था अध्यक्ष महोदय, उन टेरर नर्सरीज को खत्म कर देना जिन्हें पाकिस्तान ने बरसों से पाला पोसा था। और यह ऑपरेशन उन मासूम परिवारों को न्याय दिलाने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था जिन्होंने पाक स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिस्ट अटैक्स में अपने प्रियजनों को खोया था। हमारी सेनाओं ने सिर्फ उनको टारगेट किया जो इन आतंकियों को सपोर्ट करते हुए भारत पर हमला करने की कोशिश में लगातार शामिल थे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का ओवरऑल पॉलिटिको मिलिट्री ऑब्जेक्टिव यह था कि आतंकवाद के रूप में प्रॉक्सी वार लड़ रहे पाकिस्तान को सजा दी जाए और इसी वजह से आर्म फोर्सेस को पूरी आजादी दी गई थी कि वो अपने टारगेट खुद चुने और करारा जवाब दें। और इस ऑपरेशन का उद्देश्य कोई भी युद्ध छेड़ना नहीं था, बल्कि फोर्स के डिमॉन्स्ट्रेटिव यूज से एडवर्सरी को झुकने के लिए मजबूर करना था। 10 मई की सुबह जब भारतीय वायुसेना ने पाकिस्तान की मल्टीपल एयरफील्ड पर करारा प्रहार किया तो पाकिस्तान ने हार मान ली है अध्यक्ष महोदय, और हॉस्टिलिटी रोकने की कोशिश की। अब रोक दीजिए महाराज। उन्होंने एक कोशिश की, हमारे डीएमओ से बात की, महाराज अब रोक दीजिए, बहुत हो गया। यह पेशकश इस कैबिनेट के साथ स्वीकार की गई थी। सुने, रुकिए तो रुकिए, बता दूंगा।
आपको मौका मिलेगा।
यह क्यों रुका, इसका पहले ही मैं पूरी तरह से वर्णन कर चुका है अध्यक्ष महोदय। मैं नेता प्रतिपक्ष को बहुत सम्मान के साथ कहना चाहता हूं कि कृपया एक बार मेरा पूरा भाषण पूछ लें। आपको प्रश्न पूछने की पूरी आजादी है, आप पूछ सकते हैं, मैं उसका उत्तर दूंगा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, 10 मई की सुबह जब भारतीय वायुसेना ने पाकिस्तान की मल्टीपल एयरफील्ड पर करारा प्रहार किया तो पाकिस्तान ने हार मानी और हॉस्टिलिटी रोकने की उन्होंने पेशकश की। यह पेशकश इस कैविएट के साथ स्वीकार की गई हम लोगों के द्वारा कि यह ऑपरेशन केवल पाज किया गया है, स्थगित किया गया है, यह ऑपरेशन समाप्त नहीं हुआ है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, अगर पाकिस्तान की ओर से भविष्य में कोई भी मिस एडवेंचर हुआ तो यह ऑपरेशन, अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं, दोबारा प्रारंभ हो। अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारतीय वायुसेना के जबरदस्त हमलों, नियंत्रण रेखा पर थल सेना की मजबूत जवाबी कार्रवाई और नौसेना के हमलों के डर ने पाकिस्तान को झुकने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, और पाकिस्तान की हार उनकी एक सामान्य विफलता नहीं थी, बल्कि यह उसके सैन्य बल और मनोबल या दोनों की एक हार थी। 10 मई को पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ ने भारत के डीजीएमओ से संपर्क किया और सैन्य कार्रवाइयों को रोकने की अपील की। मैं सदन में यह बात फिर से दोहराना चाहूंगा कि पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ ने भारत के डीजीएमओ से संपर्क किया और सैन्य कार्रवाइयों को रोकने की अपील की। 12 मई को दोनों देशों के डीजीएमओ के बीच औपचारिक संवाद हुआ और दोनों पक्षों ने सैन्य कार्रवाइयों पर विराम लगाने का निर्णय लिया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारे सैनिकों का जो मनोबल, मातृभूमि की रक्षा करने का जो उनका समर्पण है, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान उसका दर्शन 140 करोड़ से अधिक भारतवासियों ने देखा। मुझे खुद भी और प्रधानमंत्री जी को सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों में जाकर हमारे जवानों से मुलाकात का अवसर मिला है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, श्रीनगर के मिलिट्री बेस पर, भुज के एयरबेस पर, उधमपुर के कमांड सेंटर पर, हर जगह प्रत्यक्ष मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखा कि हमारे सैनिकों का मनोबल अपनी पूरी बुलंदी पर था। उनकी आंखों में विश्वास है और उनका संकल्प अडिग है। वे न केवल भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा कर रहे हैं, बल्कि हमारे राष्ट्रीय स्वाभिमान की भी, अध्यक्ष महोदय, रक्षा कर रहे हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, किसी भी देश में जनता सत्ता पक्ष को और विपक्ष को अलग अलग दायित्व सौंपती है, दोनों को अलग अलग दायित्व, और हेल्दी डेमोक्रेसी में तो स्वाभाविक है। सत्ता पक्ष का काम होता है जनता के हितों को ध्यान में रखते हुए कार्य करना, और विपक्ष का काम होता है सरकार से जनता के मुद्दों से संबंधित जरूरी प्रश्न पूछना। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर क्यों शुरू किया गया, इसकी जानकारी पहले भी दी गई है और आज भी मैंने सदन को दी है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, कभी कभी हमारे प्रतिपक्ष के लोग ये पूछते रहे हैं कि हमारे कितने विमान गिरे। मुझे लगता है उनका यह प्रश्न हमारी राष्ट्रीय जनभावनाओं का सही से प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं कर रहा है। मुझे लगता है उन्होंने एक बार भी हमसे यह नहीं पूछा कि हमारी सेनाओं ने दुश्मन के कितने विमान मार गिराए। यदि उन्हें प्रश्न पूछना ही है अध्यक्ष महोदय, तो उनका प्रश्न यह होना चाहिए, क्या भारत ने आतंकवादी ठिकानों को तबाह किया? तो उसका उत्तर है हाँ। मैं विपक्ष के सम्मानित साथियों से कहना चाहता हूं कि आपको प्रश्न पूछना है तो यह प्रश्न पूछिए, क्या ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सफल रहा? तो उसका उत्तर है हाँ। आपको प्रश्न पूछना है तो यह प्रश्न पूछिए कि जिन आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों, हमारी बेटियों का सिंदूर मिटाया, क्या हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में उन आतंकियों के आकाओं को मिटाया? तो इसका उत्तर है हाँ। और आपको प्रश्न पूछना है तो यह पूछिए कि इस ऑपरेशन में क्या हमारे जाबाज सैनिकों को कोई क्षति हुई है, तो उसका उत्तर है नहीं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, लक्ष्य जब बड़े हो, अध्यक्ष महोदय लक्ष्य जब बड़े हो तो अपेक्षाकृत छोटे मुद्दों पर हमारा ध्यान नहीं जाना चाहिए। लक्ष्य बड़े हो तो छोटे मुद्दों पर, अपेक्षाकृत जो छोटे मुद्दे होते हैं कंपैरेटिवली, उन पर ध्यान नहीं जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि छोटे मुद्दों पर ही ध्यान देते रहने से देश की सुरक्षा और सैनिकों के सम्मान और उत्साह जैसे बड़े मुद्दों से ध्यान हट सकता है, जैसा कि विपक्ष के हमारे कुछ साथियों के साथ हो रहा है। अब चूंकि विपक्ष के मित्र ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लेकर उचित प्रश्न नहीं पूछ पा रहे हैं, तो उन्हें मैं क्या बताऊं अध्यक्ष महोदय। मैं लगभग 4 डिकेड से 4 डिकेड से अधिक समय से राजनीति में, सत्ता पक्ष हो या विपक्ष हो, अपनी पार्टी हो या दूसरी पार्टी हो, कभी भी किसी के साथ दलगत राजनीति को मैंने शत्रुतापूर्ण तरीके से जिंदगी में नहीं देखा है मैंने अध्यक्ष महोदय। इसलिए आज अगर विपक्ष प्रश्न पूछने में असफल है, मैं विपक्ष को उनके इस काम में थोड़ी सी मदद करना चाहता हूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं विपक्ष के अपने सम्मानित साथियों से कहना चाहता हूं कि यदि आज हम लोग सत्ता पक्ष में हैं, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि हम हमेशा सत्ता पक्ष में ही रहेंगे। ये आवश्यक नहीं है, किसी के लिए आवश्यक नहीं। एक लंबा समय हमने विपक्ष का काम किया है, एक लंबा समय हमने सरकारों से सवाल पूछने में लगाया है। जनता ने जब हमें विपक्ष में रहने का दायित्व सौंपा था, तो हमने विपक्ष में रहकर विपक्ष की भूमिका को बड़े ही सकारात्मक तरीके से निभाया भी। अध्यक्ष महोदय, विपक्ष में रहकर हमने कैसे प्रश्न पूछे, इसके कुछ उदाहरण मैं यहां रखना चाहता हूं। 1962 में अध्यक्ष महोदय, चीन के साथ हुए युद्ध में जब दुखद परिणाम आया, तो हमने उस समय की सरकार से यह पूछे थे, लेकिन वह प्रश्न यह था कि हमारे देश की धरती पर दूसरे देश का कब्जा कैसे हुआ। हमने यह प्रश्न पूछा था कि हमारी सेना और हमारी जनता अपमानित क्यों हुई। हमने यह प्रश्न पूछा था कि बड़ी संख्या में हमारे सैनिक हताहत कैसे हुए। हमने यह प्रश्न नहीं पूछा कि हमारे टैंक, हमारी मशीनें, हमारी बंदूकें क्यों ध्वस्त हो गई। यह प्रश्न हम लोगों ने नहीं पूछा। मशीनों और तोपों की चिंता न करके, मशीनों और तोपों की चिंता न करके अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमने देश की टेरिटरी की चिंता की, हमने देश के सैनिकों की। इसी तरह 71 के युद्ध में, 71 के युद्ध में जब हमने पाकिस्तान को सबक सिखाया, मैं उस समय की सरकार को मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं। हमने अपने राजनीतिक और सैन्य नेतृत्व की प्रशंसा की। हमने ये नहीं देखा कि किस दल की सरकार है, किस विचारधारा की सरकार है, इसकी चिंता नहीं की कभी। हमारे नेता अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने संसद में खड़े होकर उस समय के नेतृत्व की प्रशंसा की थी। हमने इस बात की खुशी जाहिर कि हमने अपने शत्रु को सबक सिखाया। हमने उस दौरान यह प्रश्न नहीं पूछा कि सबक सिखाने के दौरान में भारत के कितने प्लेन्स गिरे, भारत के कितने इक्विपमेंट्स बर्बाद हुए। यह प्रश्न अध्यक्ष महोदय उस समय भी हम लोगों ने नहीं पूछा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यदि मैं इसे और भी प्रैक्टिकल तरीके से समझाऊं, तो किसी भी परीक्षा के परिणाम में रिजल्ट मैटर करता है। यदि किसी परीक्षा में कोई बच्चा अच्छे मार्क्स लेकर आ रहा है, तो हमारे लिए उसके मार्क्स मैटर करने चाहिए। हमें इस बात का ध्यान नहीं रखना चाहिए कि एग्जाम के दौरान उसकी पेंसिल टूट गई थी या उसकी पेन खो गई। अध्यक्ष महोदय, अल्टीमेटली रिजल्ट मैटर करता है, और रिजल्ट यह है अध्यक्ष महोदय, अल्टीमेटली रिजल्ट मैटर करता है, और रिजल्ट यह है अध्यक्ष महोदय कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान हमारी सेनाओं ने जो लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया था, उन लक्ष्यों को पूर्ण रूप से प्राप्त करने में हमने कामयाबी हासिल की। अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारत हमेशा से पाकिस्तान सहित अपने पड़ोसी देशों से मित्रता और सहयोगपूर्ण संबंध का सदैव इच्छुक रहा है। इसके लिए भारत की सभी सरकारों ने ईमानदारी से प्रयास भी किए हैं। वह चाहे आदरणीय लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी हों, या अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी हों, या हमारे स्वर्गीय मनमोहन सिंह जी हों, या प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, सभी ने हमेशा चाहा है कि इस इलाके में शांति और समृद्धि बनी रहे। सभी ने यह चाहा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यह बात हमारी सिविलाइजेशनल वैल्यूज के साथ मेल खाती है, इसलिए ऐसा हुआ। अध्यक्ष महोदय, पूरा विश्व जानता है कि पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री से अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने शांति का संदेश लेकर 1999 में लाहौर बस यात्रा की थी। वह सिर्फ एक यात्रा नहीं थी, वह यात्रा भारत की संस्कृति और शांति की प्रतीक थी। यह हमारे भारत की प्रकृति थी। लाहौर पहुंचकर अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने मीनारे पाकिस्तान पर विजिटर्स रूप में जो लिखा था, जिसका जिक्र लोग आज भी करते हैं, और उन्होंने लिखा था, उसकी मैं चर्चा करता हूं। उन्होंने लिखा था कि मीनारे पाकिस्तान से मैं पाकिस्तान की जनता को यह विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि भारत अस्थायी शांति और मित्रता का आकांक्षी है। मैंने पहले भी कहा है और फिर भी कहता हूं, एक स्थिर और समृद्ध पाकिस्तान भारत के हित में है, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं होना चाहिए। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यह हमारी सोच थी, यह हमारी शांति की पहल थी। यह पहल हमारी हजारों साल पुरानी सांस्कृतिक चेतना, हमारी नैतिक शक्ति और हमारी सभ्यता के उन मूल्यों से निकली थी जो शांति को शक्ति मानती है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, लेकिन हमारे शांति के प्रयास को हमारी नाइविटी, उदारता या सरलता समझ लिया गया। जब हम शांति के लिए कदम बढ़ा रहे थे, उसी वक्त पाकिस्तान कारगिल में घुसपैठ की साजिश रच रहा था। हम दोस्ती के राह पर थे तो वो षड्यंत्र की राह पर था। जब हम मामला खुलकर सामने आया तो हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने इस घुसपैठ के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करना प्रारंभ किया, और जब भारत की जीत सामने दिखाई दे रही थी तो पाकिस्तान ने परमाणु युद्ध की धमकी दे डाली। अध्यक्ष महोदय, तब हमारे प्रधानमंत्री, तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने कहा था, पाक सेना के परमाणु हमले से भारत का तो कुछ नहीं बिगड़ेगा, लेकिन पाकिस्तान दूसरे दिन का सूरज नहीं देख पाएगा। यानी अटल जी जो शांति का पैगाम लेकर गए, वही अटल जी शक्ति का भी परिचय देने में तनिक भी नहीं हिचके। यही है भारत। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यह सामर्थ्य का उद्घोष था। यह एक स्पष्ट संदेश था कि भारत शांति चाहता है, लेकिन अगर कोई हमारी संप्रभुता को चुनौती देगा तो उसका जवाब भी उतनी ही दृढ़ता से दिया जाएगा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, 2015 में जब हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने लाहौर जाकर नवाज शरीफ से मुलाकात की, तो भारत ने फिर से दोस्ती का हाथ बढ़ाया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम वाकई में शांति की राह पर चलना चाहते थे, क्योंकि हमारी मूल प्रकृति बुद्ध की है, युद्ध की नहीं है। हमारी सरकार ने भी पाकिस्तान के साथ शांति स्थापित करने के अनेक प्रयत्न किए, लेकिन बाद में हमने 2016 में सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक से, 2019 में बालाकोट में एयर स्ट्राइक से और 2025 के ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से हमने शांति स्थापित करने का दूसरा रास्ता अपनाया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, अब हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और हमारी सरकार का स्टैंड बिल्कुल क्लियर है कि टेररिज्म और टॉक्स ये दोनों साथ नहीं चल सकते, क्योंकि सभ्य मुल्कों के बीच बातचीत होती है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, लोकतांत्रिक देशों में बातचीत होती है, पर एक ऐसा देश जिसके वजूद में लोकतंत्र का एक कतरा भी न हो और सिर्फ रिलीजियस फैनेटिसिज्म, टेररिज्म और हेट्रेड अगेंस्ट इंडिया हो, उसके साथ संवाद किसी भी सूरत में नहीं किया जा सकता, क्योंकि टेररिज्म की भाषा जो अध्यक्ष महोदय होती है, वह खून, डर और नफरत है, संवाद नहीं। गोलियों की आवाज में संवाद की आवाज दब जाती है। जहां खून बहता है वहां बातचीत की गुंजाइश अध्यक्ष महोदय नहीं बचती। अध्यक्ष महोदय, पाकिस्तान की वर्तमान स्थिति अब जग जाहिर है। जिस देश ने आतंक को अपनी विदेश नीति का औजार बना लिया, वह अंततः अपने ही जाल में फंस जाता है। पाकिस्तान की नीति और चरित्र को लेकर कोई भ्रम नहीं रहना चाहिए। यह एक ऐसा देश है जो वैश्विक आतंकवाद की नर्सरी है और उन्होंने इसको अपनी स्टेट पॉलिसी का भी एक आधार बनाया हुआ है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान पूरी दुनिया ने देखा है कि पाकिस्तान में सरकार आतंकवादियों के लिए स्टेट फ्यूनरल का इंतजाम कर रही है और सैन्य अधिकारी भी आतंकवादियों के जनाजे में भाग लेते हैं। यह वही देश है जो सीमा पर सैनिकों से लड़ने का साहस नहीं जुटा पाता, इसलिए निर्दोष नागरिकों, बच्चों और तीर्थ यात्रियों को आतंकवाद का निशाना बनाता है। पाकिस्तान की सेना और आईएसआई आतंकवाद को एक प्रॉक्सी वार के रूप में अध्यक्ष महोदय इस्तेमाल करती हैं और उसके सहारे वे भारत को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का सपना देखती है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में खड़े होकर यह बात कह रहा हूं कि भारत को 1000 कट्स देने का सपना पालने वालों को नींद से जग जाना चाहिए। यह मोदी जी के नेतृत्व वाला नया भारत है जो आतंकवाद के खिलाफ किसी हद तक जाता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आप भारत का इतिहास जानते हैं। देखिए, हमने कभी भी किसी की 1 इंच जमीन पर आज तक कभी कब्जा नहीं किया है। हम यह भी जानते हैं कि युद्ध अपनी बराबरी वालों से करना चाहिए। ऐसा गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी ने लिखा है और गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी कहते हैं कि नीति ऐसी ही होनी चाहिए। प्रीति और बैर बराबरी वाले से ही करनी चाहिए। शेर यदि मेढकों को मारे तो उसका बहुत अच्छा संदेश नहीं आता है अध्यक्ष महोदय। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारे देश की सेना शेर है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, पाकिस्तान जैसा देश जो साइज, सामर्थ्य, शक्ति और समृद्धि में हमारे आसपास भी नहीं है, उस मुल्क से कैसा मुकाबला? जो मुल्क अपने अस्तित्व के लिए दूसरों पर आश्रित हो, उसके मुकाबले का मतलब है अपना स्तर कम करना। हमारी नीति है आतंकवाद के खिलाफ प्रभावी कार्रवाई करना। हमारा पाकिस्तान विरोध उनकी आतंकवाद की नीति के कारण है, इसलिए पाकिस्तान से हमारा विरोध है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम अगर शांति की आशा के लिए हाथ बढ़ाना जानते हैं तो अशांति फैलाने वाले हाथों को उखाड़ना भी जानते हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, अगर शांति के प्रयास करना हम जानते हैं तो दुष्टों को जो भाषा समझ में आए उसी भाषा में समझाना भी जानते हैं। सठे साक्ष्यम समाचरे, अर्थात दुष्ट के साथ दुष्टता का ही व्यवहार करना पड़ता है कभी कभी। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमने भगवान कृष्ण से सीखा है कि शिशुपाल की 100 गलतियां माफ की जा सकती हैं, पर अंत में धर्म की रक्षा के लिए सुदर्शन चक्र उठाना ही पड़ता है। हमने पार्लियामेंट का अटैक सहा है अध्यक्ष महोदय, 2001 का मुंबई अटैक सहा है, झेला है, लेकिन अब हमने कह दिया है इनफ इज इनफ। अब हमने सुदर्शन चक्र उठा लिया है अध्यक्ष महोदय। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारी प्रवृत्ति भगवान राम और भगवान कृष्ण से प्रेरित है, जो हमें शौर्य भी सिखाती है और धैर्य भी सिखाती है। इस सीख का अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस सीख का हम प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी विदेश और अपनी रक्षा नीति में सीधा प्रयोग कर रहे हैं। आज भारत पहले दोस्ती का हाथ बढ़ाता है, लेकिन अगर कोई देश धोखा दे तो उसकी कलाई भी मरोड़ना जानता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारी नीति स्पष्ट है कि हमने एक समय लाहौर बस यात्रा की भाषा में बात की थी, तो पाकिस्तान ने हमारी उस भाषा को नहीं समझा, तो अब हम उन्हें बालाकोट स्ट्राइक की भाषा में जवाब देंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारत के लिए शांति हमारी प्रायोरिटी है, हमारी प्राथमिकता है और हमारी शक्ति उसका आधार है। भारत के लिए शांति प्राथमिकता है और हमारी शक्ति उसका आधार है। यह शक्ति हमारे सामर्थ्य से पैदा हुई, अध्यक्ष महोदय, और यह सामर्थ्य पिछले 11 साल में कई गुना बढ़ गया। मैं ये नहीं कहता हूं पहले नहीं था, पहले था, लेकिन अब कई गुना बढ़ गया। आज भारत विश्व की चौथी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था है और अभी आई मॉर्गन स्टैनली के रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक 2028 तक विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने की ओर भारत चल रहा है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आर्थिक उन्नति के साथ साथ भारत के रक्षा क्षेत्र में 2014 से उल्लेखनीय परिवर्तन, रिमार्केबल चेंज आया है। आज का भारत डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भरता, सेल्फ रिलायंस और स्वदेशी उत्पादन की दिशा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज हम हर दृष्टि से समर्थ भी हैं और सक्षम भी हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं सदन को यह भी जानकारी देना चाहता हूं, उसके बाद जब प्रश्न पूछा गया हमारे सारे चीफ से, सीडीएफ से, डिफेंस सेक्रेटरी से, क्या ऑपरेशन के लिए तैयार हैं, क्षण भर की देर नहीं लगाई, सबने बोला यस सर। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हमारे सामर्थ्य का ही प्रतीक था, जिसमें हमने दिखा दिया कि अगर कोई हमारे नागरिकों को मारेगा तो भारत चुप नहीं बैठेगा। भारत की आत्मरक्षा के लिए हमारा राजनीतिक तंत्र और नेतृत्व बिना किसी दबाव के काम करेगा। हमारी मिसाइल फिजिकल सीमाएं लांघेंगी अध्यक्ष महोदय, और हमारे वीर सैनिक दुश्मन की कमर तोड़ेंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम आतंकवाद को उसके हर रूप और स्वरूप में पूरी तरह समाप्त करने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं। और इस संदर्भ में हमें एक महत्वपूर्ण बात समझनी होगी। पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म इज नॉट रैंडम मैडनेस, देयर इज ए मेथड इन दिस मैडनेस। यह एक सुनियोजित रणनीति है, यह एक फंडामेंटल रेज है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, प्रसिद्ध लेखक वी.एस. नायपाल ने सही कहा था, पाकिस्तान में होना एक ऐसी अल्टरनेट और कंट्रास्टिंग रियलिटी है, वेयर वार इज पीस, फ्रीडम इज स्लेवरी, इग्नोरेंस इज स्ट्रेंथ। यानी यहां युद्ध ही शांति है, गुलामी ही स्वतंत्रता है और जिहालत यानी अज्ञानता ही ताकत है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इसलिए पाकिस्तान द्वारा प्रायोजित आतंकवाद कोई पागलपन नहीं है। पाकिस्तान द्वारा प्रायोजित आतंकवाद कोई पागलपन नहीं है, यह एक सोची समझी साजिश का हिस्सा है। यह एक ऐसी प्रक्रिया है जो आतंक को एक पॉलिटिकल टूल की तरह इस्तेमाल करती है। यह सिर्फ आतंकवाद नहीं, यह एक टूल किट है, एक ऐसा टूल किट जिसे पाकिस्तान की सेना और उसकी एजेंसियां एक नीति के तहत अपनाए हुए हैं। दिस टूल किट is in opposition to civilized code of conduct that the rest of the world prefers to abide by. यानी यह टूल किट उस सिविलाइज्ड कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट के खिलाफ है जिसे दुनिया का हर जिम्मेदार देश मानता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यह एक ऐसी कट्टरपंथी सोच की उपज है जिसमें सहिष्णुता के लिए कोई जगह नहीं। हमारा पाकिस्तान के साथ कोई सीमा का संघर्ष नहीं अध्यक्ष महोदय, बल्कि यह सभ्यता बनाम बर्बरता का संघर्ष है। सभ्यता बनाम बर्बरता का संघर्ष। पाकिस्तान के हुक्मरान जानते हैं कि उनके सैनिक युद्ध के मैदान में भारत से नहीं जीत सकते, इसलिए वे आतंक को पालते हैं, पालते ही नहीं उन्हें प्रशिक्षण देते हैं और फिर दुनिया के सामने खड़े होकर निर्दोष बनने की कोशिश करते हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, पाकिस्तान दोहरे मापदंड और झूठ की बुनियाद पर खड़ा हुआ एक ऐसा देश है जो अब फेल्ड स्टेट के तौर पर देखा जा रहा है। भारत ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के जरिए पूरी दुनिया को दिखा दिया है कि हम इस आतंकवाद के गंदे खेल को जड़ से समाप्त करने का संकल्प ले चुके हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, जब अटल जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तब पाकिस्तान के साथ कंपोजिट डायलॉग के लिए भारत की शर्त थी कि पाकिस्तान अपनी जमीन का प्रयोग भारत के खिलाफ टेररिज्म फैलाने के लिए नहीं करेगा। एक कंपोजिट डायलॉग के लिए भारत की शर्त, जिसे पाकिस्तान ने भी मान लिया था उसमें। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से 2009 में शर्म एल शेख में तत्कालीन सरकार ने एक बड़ी भूल की, जब कंपोजिट डायलॉग प्रोसेस से पाकिस्तान प्रायोजित आतंकवाद को डीलिंक कर दिया गया। यानी बातचीत जारी रखने के लिए पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपनी जमीन को आतंकवाद के लिए प्रयोग न करने की शर्त को ही डाइल्यूट कर दिया गया। मैं मानता हूं यह भारत की स्ट्रेटेजिक पोजीशनिंग को कमजोर करने वाला एक कदम था। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ऐसी ही एक और गंभीर चूक तत्कालीन सरकार ने 2006 में हमारा में भी हुई थी, जब पाकिस्तान को आतंकवाद का विक्टिम माना गया और एक ज्वाइंट एंटी टेरर मैकेनिज्म बनाने पर सहमति भी हुई थी। 2006 की बात कर रहा हूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यह सोचने वाली बात है कि जो देश आतंक को पैदा करता है, उसे पालता है, उस देश को ही आतंक से पीड़ित मान लेना कितना बड़ा स्ट्रेटेजिक ब्लंडर है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमारी लड़ाई अब केवल सीमा पर नहीं है, बल्कि वैचारिक मोर्चों पर भी लड़ी जा रही है। इसी उद्देश्य से प्रधानमंत्री जी कई हाई लेवल डेलीगेशंस का गठन भी उन्होंने किया था, जिसमें हमारे लगभग अधिकांश दलों के सम्मानित सदस्य उसमें शामिल थे। उसमें विभिन्न राजनीतिक दलों के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव शामिल हैं और सचमुच इस समिति ने वैश्विक मंचों पर जाकर भारत की बात बहुत ही प्रभावी तरीके से रखी और आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध वैश्विक समर्थन को उन्होंने मजबूत किया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं उन सभी डेलीगेशन के सम्मानित सदस्यों के प्रति शीश झुकाकर आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने भारत का आतंकवाद के खिलाफ स्टैंड तथा जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में दुनिया के देशों को सही तरीके से अवगत कराया, प्रभावी तरीके से अवगत कराया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लेकर सर्वदलीय बैठक भी हुई। I am very happy to tell the House that during Operation Sindoor, all the political parties of the country kept aside all ideologies and differences and showed solidarity with the nation, with the soldiers and with the government. फिर इसके लिए आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मुझे लगता है यही इस देश के लोकतंत्र की खूबसूरती है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, जैसा कि हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने भी कहा है कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी रुका है, समाप्त नहीं हुआ है। यदि आवश्यकता पड़ी, यदि पाकिस्तान फिर किसी नापाक हरकत की कोशिश करता है, तो हम और भी कठोर और निर्णायक कार्रवाई करने के लिए तैयार हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से पाकिस्तान के मन में भारत को लेकर जो बहुत बड़ी गलतफहमी थी, वह हमने दूर कर दी है। और मेरी दूर थोड़ी बहुत बची है भी होगी तो उसको भी दूर कर देंगे। अध्यक्ष, मुझे महाकवि राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह जी दिनकर की कुछ पंक्तियां याद आती हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, क्षमाशील हो रिपु समक्ष तुम हुए विनत जितना ही, दुष्ट कौरवों ने तुमको कायर समझा उतना ही। अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारत ने न केवल अपनी सैन्य क्षमता का प्रदर्शन किया, बल्कि अपनी राष्ट्रीय दृढ़ता, नैतिकता और राजनीतिक कुशलता का भी परिचय दिया है। भारत अब किसी भी आतंकी हमले का निर्णायक और स्पष्ट उत्तर देगा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमने एक नई लक्ष्मण रेखा खींच ली है। अब आतंकवाद को आश्रय और समर्थन देने वालों को कोई शरण नहीं मिलेगी। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारत किसी भी तरह के न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेलिंग या दबावों के आगे अब झुकने वाला नहीं है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से जो हमने किया और उससे पहले सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक के जरिए जो संदेश दिया गया, वह बहुत पहले ही हो जाना चाहिए, लेकिन जो होता है समय पर ही होता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारी सरकार ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति को दुनिया के हर मंच पर पूरी तरह से स्पष्ट कर दिया है और हम उस पर कोई समझौता किसी भी सूरत में नहीं करने वाले। अभी कुछ सप्ताह पहले मुझे संघाई कोऑपरेशन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की डिफेंस मिनिस्टर्स मीटिंग में जाने का अवसर मिला। वहां जो डिक्लेरेशन तैयार किया जा रहा था उसमें आतंकवाद पर भारत का स्टैंड डाइल्यूट हो रहा था। हमने साफ कह दिया कि जब तक आतंकवाद के मुद्दे पर भारत का स्टैंड रखा नहीं जाएगा, हम किसी ज्वाइंट स्टेटमेंट पर साइन नहीं करेंगे, और इसकी वजह से वहां कोई ज्वाइंट स्टेटमेंट नहीं आया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इसका परिणाम क्या? अब देखिए, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ब्रिक्स की बैठक में ब्राजील गए, करिश्मा किया है हमारे प्रधानमंत्री। तो चीन की मौजूदगी में जो ज्वाइंट डिक्लेरेशन आया उसमें जम्मू व कश्मीर में हुए आतंकी हमले को कंडेम भी किया गया। यह प्रधानमंत्री ने करिश्मा करके दिखाया। यानी भारत की बात अंततः मानी गई, और यह ब्रिक्स सम्मेलन के इतिहास में पहली बार हुआ जब जम्मू एवं कश्मीर में हुए किसी आतंकी घटना को खुलकर कंडेम किया गया। मैं इस सदन को याद दिलाना चाहता हूं, 2008 में मुंबई में इतनी बड़ी आतंकी घटना हुई, मगर उस समय की सरकार को जो प्रभावी कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए थी वो नहीं हो पाई। लेकिन उसमें सबसे दुखद और आश्चर्य की बात है, कई वर्ल्ड फोरम, इंटरनेशनल फोरम पर जो उसका कंडेमनेशन होना चाहिए, जो उसकी निंदा की जानी चाहिए, वो भी जितना होना चाहिए नहीं हो पाया। अध्यक्ष, यदि आप उस घटना के बाद हुए ब्रिक्स सम्मेलन के डॉक्यूमेंट्स उठाकर देख लीजिए, मुंबई आतंकी हमले का कहीं जिक्र भी नहीं है। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, जब केंद्र में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनी, तब जाकर कहीं के हालात कुछ बदलने शुरू हुए, और साल 2017 में हुए ब्रिक्स सम्मेलन में पहली बार 2017 में हुए ब्रिक्स सम्मेलन में पहली बार आतंकवाद से लश्कर और जैश जैसे आतंकवादी संगठनों को जोड़ा गया। यह भी अपने में करिश्माई काम था। यह परिस्थिति इसलिए बनी क्योंकि इसके ठीक एक साल पहले उरी की घटना के भारत की सेनाओं ने सीमा पर जाकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की थी। हमने दुनिया को बताया कि आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सरहद के इस पार भी मारेंगे, और जरूरत पड़ी तो आतंकियों के घर में घुसकर भी मारेंगे। यह बदलाव प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यह वही नीति है जो पहले की सरकारों को भी अपनानी चाहिए थी। उन सरकारों को जिनके शासनकाल में भारत ने सबसे भीषण आतंकी हमलों का सामना किया, जिनमें 2008 का मुंबई हमला आज भी हर हिंदुस्तानी के जहन में बैठा हुआ है, जिंदा है, एक न भूलने वाली त्रासदी के रूप में जिंदा है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं श्री प्रणब मुखर्जी जी ने अपनी किताब द कोलिशन ईयर्स में लिखा है, मेरे पास है भी, कोलिशन ईयर्स में लिखा है कि जब मुंबई अटैक हुआ था, प्रणब ने लिखा है, जब मुंबई अटैक हुआ था, इंडिया हैड एविडेंस दैट द टेररिस्ट केम फ्रॉम कराची पोर्ट। पाकिस्तान के नॉन स्टेट एक्टर्स के बहाने पूरी दुनिया में को पूरी दुनिया में कोई मान नहीं रहा था। उन्होंने लिखा है प्रणब ने, एंड आई कोट, amid heated debates within the cabinet, there was a demand for military intervention which I rejected. या उन्होंने लिखा, मैंने नहीं लिखा, अनकोट। अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारतीय विदेश सेवा के एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारी ने भी अपनी किताब में इस बात की पुष्टि की है, जिनका नाम है अजय विसारिया, और वो शायद फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी थे, कि मुंबई हमले के तुरंत बाद एक उच्च स्तरीय बैठक हुई थी जिसमें तत्कालीन विदेश मंत्री प्रणब ने पूछा व्हाट शुड बी डन। तो विदेश सचिव शिवशंकर मेनन जी ने सुझाव दिया कि भारत मोरदके में लश्कर ए तोयबा के मुख्यालय पर क्रूज मिसाइल से हमला कर सकता है। यह सुनकर प्रणब ने चश्मा उतारकर साफ किया और सभी अधिकारियों को धन्यवाद देकर बैठक समाप्त कर दी। अध्यक्ष महोदय, उस समय की सरकार ने जो सही समझा वो किया, पर मैं मानता हूं कि अगर तब की सरकार ने भी 2016 सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक, 2019 एयर स्ट्राइक जैसे निर्णायक और कठोर कदम उठाए होते तो पाकिस्तान की स्ट्रेटेजिक कैलकुलस बदल सकती थी। एक पावरफुल और डिसाइसिव एक्शन पाकिस्तान और उनकी सेना के द्वारा इस 500 टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के लिए बड़ा डिसइंसेंटिव साबित हो सकती है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, 2008 में मुंबई हमलों के बाद उस समय की सरकार ने सिर्फ बातचीत का मार्ग चुना था। मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, यह कोई आलोचना नहीं है अध्यक्ष महोदय, न उस सरकार की, न उस समय के प्रधानमंत्री की, और न ही उन नेताओं की। उस समय की लीडरशिप को जो सही लगा उन्होंने वह निर्णय लिया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, बस मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि आज का भारत अलग सोचता है और अलग तरीके से काम करता है। हमारा मानना है यह आपका प्रतिद्वंदी आतंक को रणनीति बना चुका हो और बातचीत की भाषा नहीं समझता हो तो स्टैंडिंग फर्म एंड बीइंग डिसाइसिव के अलावा कोई विकल्प नहीं बचता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत वह देश नहीं रहा जो पहले था। Two-day doziers have been replaced by decisive action. Two-day doziers have been replaced by decisive action. आज भारत सहता नहीं है, भारत जवाब देता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज भारत आतंक की जड़ तक जाता है और उसे उखाड़ फेंकने का सामर्थ्य रखता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस सदन को और देश की जनता को यह विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सरकार, हमारी सेनाएं और हमारी लोकतांत्रिक संस्थाएं सब मिलकर, हम और ये सारे लोग सभी मिलकर देश की एकता, अखंडता और सुरक्षा के लिए जो भी कदम उठाना आवश्यक होगा वह कदम उठाएंगे और उसके प्रति हम पूरी तरह से कमिटेड हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, अंत में मैं केवल इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं, यह समय एकजुट होकर अपनी सुरक्षा, संप्रभुता और आत्मसम्मान की रक्षा के संकल्प को और अधिक मजबूत करने का है। हमें यह याद रखना होगा कि हमारी सामाजिक और राजनीतिक एकता ही यह हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आतंकवाद को समर्थन देने वालों को यह स्पष्ट संदेश चला गया है कि भारत अपनी मातृभूमि की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह से संकल्पबद्ध है। आइए हम सभी दलगत भाव से ऊपर उठकर संगरध्वम के मंत्र से प्रेरणा लेकर एक साथ खड़े हो जाएं और हम इस राष्ट्रीय संकल्प को मजबूत करें। यही हम सबका राष्ट्रीय दायित्व है। और इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपने मुझे विचार रखने का अवसर दिया, आपके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करते हुए और अपने सभी सम्मानित सदस्यों के प्रति धन्यवाद व्यक्त करते हुए अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं। सबने शांति पूर्वक।
श्री गौरव गोगोई।
Stirring speech there by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, but call it coincidence, quirk of fate, viewers. But this is for those who lost their loved ones at Pahalgam. The killer, the person who led those terrorists on ground, has been neutralized. Lashkar-e-Taiba's foreign terrorist Suleiman Musa or Hashim Musa, where the forces have been searching for him for the last 3 months. A month-long operation trying to track him down. They have now not just identified the hideout atop the Mount Mahadev peak, just short of Srinagar in the Dachigam region in Lidwas. That's it. 3 of those terrorists have been neutralized, and there is now confirmation that the main killer at Pahalgam, the foreign terrorist, the Pak-backed proxy who came here to kill those innocent people by identifying them as Hindus, has been neutralized by the armed forces along with 2 other FTs. So 3 foreign terrorists have been neutralized. All 3 Lashkar, the Lashkar hand, the responsibility of the Pakistanis, now there in front of the whole world. And those who are asking, what happened to the Bisaran attackers at Pahalgam? Where are they? Well, this is what the armed forces have said. Just as the debate on Operation Sindoor gets underway in the lower house in Lok Sabha, here is the news that comes that the forces under Operation Mahadev, after intense and fierce gunfight, have neutralized the terrorists in their hideout, and they have held them to account. So those who fired the Pak-sponsored bullets at the innocents at Pahalgam in the Bisaran Valley have now been accounted for, especially their lead, Hashim Musa, the person who has also masterminded some of the other attacks, including the ones on the Yatris and also at the Zedmore tunnel. He is the one who has now been accounted for. He's been aware, he has been killed. The forces now avenging Pahalgam. And for those who lost their loved ones at Pahalgam, if there was that lingering question, what about those who fired the bullets at our loved ones? The main mastermind, the terror infrastructure has been done away with, and that infrastructure destroyed. But what about those who were sent here on Indian soil to execute? Well, those pawns have also now been accounted for. These are the pictures, these are the recoveries. AK rifles have been recovered, and we will try and pictures. The faces have been masked, although because the way they have been accounted for has been such that it's quite gory, viewers. So we have to exercise discretion, although all of Bharat should see those faces who have been brought, and how they have been left there inside this hideout after they tried to resist. The forces giving them no chance, pinning them. And it's very evident in the hideout itself that they had nowhere to go. They were stopped here inside this hideout, and right at the top. And this is the person who's been accounted for. The person who's been accounted for here, this is Suleiman Musa or Hashim Musa. He has grown a beard. These are pictures from a little ago, but this is the official picture that has been used to identify one of the three terrorists as Hashim Musa. He was seen to have grown a beard, and he is among the three pictures. It was very easy to look at the pictures and say, oh, that looks like Musa, and that is that Musa. And that's exactly what the forces have done. They have reconfirmed from the Mount Mahadev peak. The three bodies were brought down, and after they were brought down, they have been identified, and it is this man, Suleiman or Hashim Musa, the Lashkar foreign terrorist who has been responsible for a slew of attacks in the run-up to Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir. And he was seen as the commander or the person who was masterminding these attacks. Arunima now joining us. Arunima, the forces took their time to confirm because they wanted to be doubly sure, but they have been in hot pursuit for more than a month. The technical trackers also pointed that these could be the same who had made their way from Pahalgam, from Bisaran, and they were in those ranges it connected. But it took some time, but finally, these killers have also been neutralized. 3 FTs, including Suleiman Musa.
Yes, Hashim Musa alias Suleiman, who was a trained commando in Pakistan. He was allegedly loaned to Lashkar-e-Toiba. He was militarily trained. Allegedly, he has been active in Jammu and Kashmir for at least a year, if not more. He was the primary suspect in the Sonmarg Zedmore tunnel attack as well. His accomplice Junaid was gunned down. On Junaid's phone, Hashim Musa's photograph was found. NIA subsequently arrested 2 harborers, and they are key evidence in this particular case because they are the only ones who had seen Hashim Musa and his accomplices allegedly who went to Baisaran to carry out the attack. Hashim Musa and his aides allegedly paid money, 500 rupee notes, at least 2,500 rupees for food to these two, Parvez and Bashir. So these two will be shown the photographs and perhaps the body as well to identify if they can. And there will be other scientific tests carried out as well before officially the Indian Army or government of the day, since Parliament is in session, Prime Minister is slated to brief the House. Perhaps it will be left to the top leadership of the country to take the House into confidence. That official word will take some time. But what we are being told is that all indication seems to be that Hashim Musa alias Suleiman has been brought to justice. And very quickly, how is it that this massive breakthrough was achieved?
Yes.
There was a Hawaii phone that had gone silent immediately after Baisaran attack. This particular phone was allegedly used by the terrorists in Baisaran, perhaps to tell their akas across the border about what they had done. Subsequently, even while this phone was being put on scanner, it had gone completely silent. 2 days ago in the Dachigam forest, suddenly a suspicious communication from this phone happened, and that is when finally a crucial breakthrough was achieved. So the security grid, which was relentless in its pursuit, has finally got that breakthrough, it seems. But officially, they will apprise the Parliament only once they're absolutely sure.
Well, there is also the possibility that the other 2 terrorists could also be ones which are wanted, because in that attack which happened in December 2024 in this Dachigam region itself. Now, why is this Dachigam region so important? We'll try and connect with Akash and Ishan Wani also to understand. Ishan Wani is with us. Arunima, please stay on. Ishan, can you tell our viewers why is this Dachigam region considered to be perhaps a hotbed for these Lashkar hideouts and FTs who are seen in this area?
Well, Anand, it's centric to everything that's happening in Kashmir. I am saying this because I'll give you an idea. Let's straight to the visuals. You will notice over there these mountain peaks. These are interconnected. From one side, you can reach to central Kashmir, Sonmarg, where the Gagangir attack took place. And on the other side, if you keep trekking, you will reach towards Pahalgam and parts of South Kashmir. So this has become a hotbed just because Kashmir, particularly Srinagar, was silent. And all these years, there was peace. And that's why they tried to cave in their hideouts, particularly in these mountain areas, so that they could stay there for a very long time. But because of the operational capabilities that the forces have now, particularly in the upper reaches, as I was speaking to a top army commander just a couple of days back, he told me that, what we are doing is that we are, rather than stationing ourselves at the bottom, we have gone up and we are stationed there wherever we receive inputs. And we are trying to ensure that the maximum number of encounters take place, maximum number of contacts take place. That didn't happen earlier. Because what used to happen is that they used to receive input and then they used to act on the input. And by the time they used to act on the input, it would take them a couple of hours to trek there. So that's what was happening. But now with what we have seen is that the forces are stationing themselves up there. The para forces are there. Every kind of security force person is up in the mountains, and they're trying to ensure that while they're stationed there, they maximize their contact and they're able to eliminate anyone who is who's troubling them and particularly trying to carry out attacks at the security forces. These are the mountain ranges as you see behind me. There's also a tight security bandobast around this particular place. Massive security arrangements have been made to ensure that they don't escape from the location. Last night, you will see still the teams of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir police are stationed in numbers, and they are trying to ensure that they are dealing with this operation with a swift hand. Because of the fact that this operation is going on in a mountainous area, so this is the last more traveled road, and from where you don't have access to any other location. And this is why, security forces are from here onwards not allowing any media personnel to go because the operation is still under progress. But you will notice that the Indian Army teams and other forces are stationed in numbers to ensure that if there are any further leads that they could develop, they are able to basically carry out this operation swiftly.
Yeah, Ishan, two things I want to ask you if you can hear me. One is, have the three bodies been brought down? And is it possible that along with Suleiman, there could also be Gibran among the three neutralized? This is the Dachigam, the guy who escaped, the terrorist who escaped when Junaid was neutralized in December 2024. Well, we'll try and get Ishan Wani back because viewers, there could be more than two wanted terrorists among these three FTs who've been neutralized. One is Suleiman, the other one is Gibran, who had escaped in December 2024 when another terrorist, Junaid, had been neutralized. All of them FTs, when that means foreign terrorists. Let's go back to Ishan. Ishan, have these three bodies been brought down? These three, the terrorists, have their bodies been brought down from Mount Mahadev, from the peak? And is it possible that even Gibran could be one of the three who's been neutralized?
Anand, I'll give you about how the area is. It's extremely tiring, difficult. It's sunny, it's hot. It won't be easy to bring them down. It will take them a couple of hours before they bring any bodies down. It was not an individual operation. It was an operation which was well thought about. It was an operation where every tactic and move was on display from the Indian Army to ensure that they don't run away from this area. Both technical input and human input were generated. Technical input that their communication device was picked up, and also human input that there are some nomads who live in these areas, generally travel from Jammu to Kashmir in the winters of Kashmir, during the summer period of Kashmir, and they were also questioned whether they have seen any movement. 3 people were seen moving in the area, and that was a confirmation. But the army is still checking that there could be 2 more who could have escaped from the vicinity, and that's why they are searching through the area, with all their might and force, because they don't want to leave this operation with any chances or anyone move out of this area. This is the first major operation in Kashmir post Pahalgam, and if Vijay can show you that, look at that mighty and giant peak, and behind that is Mahadev Peak. Mahadev Peak is a mountain peak from where a lot of trekkers generally go for trekking, but they've also taken precautions since police has already issued advisories to them, and that is where what they're trying to do. their modus operandi is to ensure they sustain for a very long time without staying in touch with the local contact. Even the nomads cannot give precise.
Ishan, I'm going to request you to please stay on with us. We've got Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey with us on the phone line. He's a former GOC 15 Corps, well versed with the area. He's also part of the Special Ops team. So, General Pandey, Jayan, thank you for your time. There are three aspects. One is about Suleiman Musa. The other one, that out of the three who've been neutralized, one could also be Gibran. What have you been able to understand, sir? I'm sure you're in touch with the team on ground, even now.
Yeah, okay. So firstly, one clarification. I'm not in touch with the team on the ground, but yes, I'm quite sanguine that there is a very high possibility of what I think everybody wanted for so long may have been achieved. And there's a high possibility that Suleiman is out, and so are one or two more members of the team. So till the time the verification doesn't come exactly on official sources, possibly it will be premature to speak about it. But yes, I can assure you that in case in this jungle operations, in case Chinar Corps has put a noose, then for anybody to get away is very, very difficult. But the forest which we are talking of, right, this is actually when you see, you have been to BB Cant, it is right behind BB Cant as you keep on climbing up. Behind is a very famous forest called Dachigam Forest, is a forest reserve. A very densely populated area, densely forested area with hardly much of a civilian movement which takes place into these jungles. But the proximity of this location in terms of access to the civilian area, when you come down right to the foothills, you are able to access ration stores and stuff like that. And therefore, it becomes a very sane place to hide. And it is very interesting, very interesting note how they would have developed this operation. Possibly, what is also coming to light is there's a possibility of a opening of a set in which certain information would have been received about this location. And thereafter this operation would have been sprung into place. But I'm told that it's been very, very precise surgical operation in which these people were, these terrorists were surrounded and they have been eliminated in a good operation. And my compliments to Chinar Corps. I'm truly very proud of the soldiers whom I have commanded some time back.
General Saab, if I may ask you, Arunima also confirmed that there was a Huawei set, the phone number that had gone silent and that got activated in that region 2 days back, and that allowed the forces to pinpoint this location of these three terrorists. There are, I'm not sure if you've seen the pictures that have been released by the army. We've actually sanitized those pictures because they're quite gory. But if you were to look at the sketch of Suleiman Musa with the beard, one of the pictures matches that and is close to that. The other picture is also of another person, Gibran, who had escaped. This is the picture which looks like of that of Gibran. There are two pictures. Now, this Gibran was somebody, who escaped in December 2024 when a Junaid was, another FT, Junaid was neutralized in this Dachigam region itself.
Yeah. So, Anand, there is a, firstly, look, we have to look at this facet that for us, the most important guy to be taken out was Suleiman, right? So that is done and dusted. I think what my intel also tells is that, my information says is that this is a highly trained, possibly an soldier from, especially trained operative from Pakistan who had been in uniform and thereafter been operating here for quite some time. And he's participating in a number of operations. And so is the second guy. But till the time these all confirmations don't come about, I think it will be slightly premature to talk about it. But yes, three are confirmed. I think that's the good news. And if the contact is still on, if I'm told, contact in the sense that the search is still on, operation is still on. They have not closed this operation as of now while they have released the pictures and all, because there's a huge pressure from the environment to find out actually, because if you see last 2-3 days, there have been a lot of questions have been coming about to the government as well, asking that where are these terrorists hiding. I think it couldn't have come at much more an appropriate time than it's come today.
But General Saab, what is the procedure now? Can we expect a press conference? Ishan was telling us that there could be one or two who may have escaped this entire cordoning while 3 were neutralized. So is the search because those 2, if there are anybody who have escaped, to neutralize them too? And will there be a proper briefing that we can expect?
Correct. So I'm sure it will be happening anytime. Maybe the moment they have full details down, because everything will be happening on radio status of law due to distances involved. Look, 2 things I can tell you with the forest cover which is there, the dense forest and the nalas, and a chap who's a terrorist who's fighting for his life will be willing to do anything to jump even a cliff. So it'll be much more prudent for them to carry out the search in complete sense, because if they have an input of 3, they would have possibly closed down an operation in that manner, in that sense. But yet they will continue to search for an element which may have come in from the time information was received and the operation was launched. So, it is always better to carry out a cleansing and sanitization of the area before you wind up. Otherwise, you will find that somebody was hiding close by, would have escaped. So there will be a briefing, and I'm sure it should be taking place somewhere in the lower areas. Once either the bodies are brought out and the stuff is brought out, or else maybe based on the directions which are given to them, they will come out with a press briefing per se on the subject.
General Pandey, one more question. Why are these peaks preferred by these FTs as their hideouts? Is there a reason why? Before we go back to Arunima and Ishan, could you please explain the lay of the land for us?
The couple of things, Firstly, there are a large number of rock cuts which are there, which allows a safe exit and hide in case, even if you flying by a chopper or by a drone, you're carrying out search of these areas, you have to just very quickly shut down the stuff and move inside these cliffs and cliffs, and therefore you can't be observed. The second is that within a couple of hours you can go down, you can take stuff as an anonymous person, or allow a local person to come out and deliver at some point of some location which is identified. Stores in which thereafter they can stay there for a particular period of time. So, once you have got the replenishment done, you can say, very safely say that you don't have to touch a population base for about 5 to 6 days, a week, maybe 10 days, depending upon the installment which has come. And these are the areas which are away from normal foot trails, tracks, or even the places where the shepherds go, right? So therefore, a belief of certain degree of sanctity of that place remains, in which somebody is not like to just stumble upon this area by fault, and they will not be discovered. So these couple of things are kept in mind when these hides are made nearly about 6 to 8 hours to 10 hours away from the nearest population base. And this is a place where nearest village will be about minimum 5 to 6 hours of a very tough walk upwards to Dachigam, from the village of Dachigam and above.
General Pandey, thank you very much. We look forward to you joining us on the broadcast as we stay on the Operation Sindoor debate in Parliament, but also the big development with respect to Operation Mahadev. Going back to Arunima and Ishan Wani. Ishan, before I come to you, Arunima, Ishan, quickly on ground, have there been any confirmations about Zakir Musa and also, beg your pardon, Hashim Musa? Zakir Musa was eliminated in May 2019, but Hashim Musa or Ibrahim, Suleiman, Hashim Musa or Suleiman, and also Gibran. So 2 of these terrorists out of the 3, is there any identity possible? Yes.
Anand, what the forces want to do, they want to recheck, double check and cross check. Though there are leads and confirmations that they might be killed in this particular operation, but now because of the importance of this case, particularly the Pahalgam incident, the security forces want to be double check this particular information. What the information that the security forces had, that they knew that there is a possibility of Musa being trapped there in the upper reaches, because they had picked up a chatter and the communication that they had done done with their handlers. And what that led is that the forces swung into action. They launched a massive operation. This is not for the first time that Dachigam has come under such action. In the last couple of months, it has been under a tight surveillance from the security agencies and the security forces to ensure that they are able to have a tight grip on this. They wanted to cut off any contacts towards the south part of Kashmir and towards the central part of Kashmir, because both the places witnessed an attack, and then forces were able to sit down, collaborate, details, data that they have, and the sort of topography that this area possesses. And what they have really changed in their operation methodology is that they are no longer staying down. They are going up there, stationing themselves for several days in the possible trekking area. That's why you're seeing frequently in Kishtwar, Poonch, Rajouri, that the encounters and gunfights are picking up. This is precisely happening because there's a change in the strategy by the security forces. Why they have picked up Dachigam is because it's central to everything. It's Srinagar is close by. South Kashmir, you keep trekking if you receive any confirmation from your handlers across to carry out any attack. If you go to a central Kashmir, you have the yatra also going on with both the places, so you can possibly move to different places. And they want to increase the vulnerability and make sure that there's a fatigue in the forces in terms of trying to deployments and all of it. But forces have overcome it, particularly the para, the Indian Army, the stationing themselves in.
Yeah, Ishan, just hold on. Arunima, Akash, and Ishan, please wait on with me. We've just got Syed Adil Shah, brother of Pahalgam terror attack victim Syed Adil Shah. He's with us right now. So we've got Syed Naushad. Syed Naushad is a brother of Pahalgam terror attack victim Syed Adil Shah joining us now. नौशाद नमस्ते, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
जी नमस्ते सर, आ रही है आवाज, आ रही है।
अच्छा, ये अभी खबर आई है कि 3 FTs को न्यूट्रलाइज किया गया है, 3 दहशतगर्दों को यहाँ महादेव पीक पे, उसमें से एक जिसने पहलगाम में भी गोलियां चलाई थी वो भी उसमें शामिल है। ये खबर आ रही है सुलेमान, उसको मार दिया गया है। आप क्या कहेंगे?
जी, हम शुक्रगुजार हैं हमारी सरकार के और खासकर हमारी सेना के, जिन्होंने ये काम जो है अंजाम दिया है। ये मैंने भी सुना था कि 3 जो आतंकवादियों को जो मारा है, इसमें इन्होंने जो है पहलगाम में जो वहाँ पे निहत्थे लोगों का कत्ल किया था, वो यही लोग थे। तो मैं अपनी सरकार का और खासकर अपनी सेना का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। उनका हम शुक्रगुजार हूँ मैं कि उन्होंने इस काम को अंजाम दिया, उन्होंने इनको मार गिराया।
आप कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये वही दहशतगर्द थे, वही आतंकवादी थे जिन्होंने आपके भाई पर भी गोली चलाई जब वो लोगों की जान बचाने की कोशिश कर रहा था वहां पर। अब इनको भी
ये तो हमारी सेना पे जो है फ़ख्र वाली बात है। उन्होंने मतलब इस काम को अंजाम दिया है और कहीं न कहीं ये जो 26 निहत्थे लोग वहाँ पे निहत्थे लोगों को मारा था, उनकी फैमिलीज़ के साथ जो है इंसाफ़ हुआ है, कहीं न कहीं पे इंसाफ़ मिला है, तो ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। हम शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ मैं इनका, हम शुक्रगुज़ार हैं हमारी सेना के।
कहीं आपके मन में या जो वहां पर टूरिस्ट आते हैं, लोग हैं कि देखिए जिन्होंने पहले गोली चलाई वो 3 महीने से छुपे बैठे थे, कहीं और भी स्ट्राइक कर सकते थे, अब इनको न्यूट्रलाइज कर दिया, तो क्या लोगों के मन में भी थोड़ा सा होगा कि जो दहशतगर्द जो कर रहे थे कार्रवाई, उन पर ही कार्रवाई हो गई है?
हाँ, ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात है सर। देखिए इसमें मतलब एक तो 26 लोगों को जो इन्होंने मारा था, एक तो वो है, दूसरा मतलब पूरे जो है दहशत इसमें पूरे कश्मीर में, ये एक तरफ से मैं ये बोलूँगा कि ये पूरी कश्मीर का या पूरे हिंदुस्तान का हमारा नुकसान जो हुआ था, तो इसमें जो है पूरे लोग मेरे हिसाब से खुश होंगे। हम भी खुश हैं, मतलब कहीं न कहीं जाके इंसाफ मिला है, इन लोगों को मतलब मार गिराया है, ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात है। हम यही चाहते थे कि जो पहलगाम में जिन्होंने ये दहशताना, दरिंदाना हरकत की है, उनको जो है ढूँढ के निकाला जाए और उनको मौत के घाट उतार देना चाहिए। तो आज ये हुआ है, ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात है। हम बहुत खुश हैं सर इससे।
नौशाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। गौरव गोगोई स्पीकिंग इन द लोक सभा, we'll go to that, but a quick word from Akash if we can, if we have the time. Akash, okay, let's go to Lok Sabha first.
डेवलपमेंट बैंक से 800 मिलियन का आर्थिक सहायता जो मिलेगा पाकिस्तान को, आज भारत उस पे क्या रवाई है? वर्ल्ड बैंक का जो $40 मिलियन आ रहा है, और ये पैसा किसको जाएगा सर? पाकिस्तान की नेतृत्व उनकी जनता या उनकी चुनी हुई सरकार नहीं, पाकिस्तान की सरकार का जो रिमोट कंट्रोल है वो पाकिस्तान की सेना के पास। तो ये सारा पैसा वहीं जाएगा जहां पर हमने मिसाइल गिराई। तो क्या इतना भी हम नहीं कर पाए? क्या इतना भी ताकत नहीं? क्या इतना भी विश्व गुरु में लोगों का विश्वास नहीं, देश अंतर्राष्ट्रीय नेताओं का विश्वास नहीं कि IMF का एड ना जाए पाकिस्तान के पास, वर्ल्ड बैंक का एड ना जाए पाकिस्तान के पास, ADB का एड ना जाए पाकिस्तान के पास। आप में इतना भी ताकत नहीं कि एक देश ने पाकिस्तान को टेरर स्टेट का दर्जा नहीं दिया। एक देश ने आज FATF फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स में, जिससे बहुत नियंत्रण पाकिस्तान पे पड़ती थी, आज उससे वो 2022 में निकल आई ग्रे लिस्ट में। क्या वो डालेंगे? तो इसीलिए आज हम ये मांग करते हैं कि सरकार अब डरिए मत, सच्चाई से डरिए मत। उस दिन भी देश सरकार के साथ दहशतगर्दी के खिलाफ खड़ा था, विपक्षी दल सरकार के साथ खड़े हैं, और आज भी दहशतगर्दी के खिलाफ सच्चाई के पक्ष में देश और विपक्ष आज सरकार के साथ। आप हमें अपना दुश्मन ना समझे, हम सरकार के दुश्मन नहीं, हम अपने देश के पक्ष में बोल रहे हैं, जवानों के पक्ष में बोल रहे हैं, पर आप हमें कृपया सच्चाई देने का हमें वो सम्मान दीजिए। सच्चाई सुनने का अधिकार हमारा है, और जितने बार आप झूठ और भ्रम फैलाएंगे, हम उतनी बार आपको पूछते जाएंगे कि आपने क्या किया। और इसीलिए आज मैं खड़ा हूं। अपेक्षा बहुत की थी कि पहलगाम का उजागर होगा, आदरणीय गृह मंत्री नैतिक जिम्मेवारी लेंगे, राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार नैतिक जिम्मेवारी लेंगे, और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी कहेंगे क्यों उन्होंने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जो अंतिम अंजाम था, हमें तो मीडिया में सुनते हुए ऐसा लगा कि हम कराची में उठेंगे। मीडिया में हमारे भारत की मीडिया जो जिनको सूचना आपसे ही मिलती है, उनका सुनने में लगा कि आज तो हम फतह करके ही रहेंगे, लेकिन पता चला कि नहीं, कहीं ना कहीं हमारे पैर डगमगा गए, और जो अंतिम परिणाम था उससे पीछे हम हट गए। हमें पीछे नहीं हटना, हमें आगे बढ़ना है, सच्चाई के साथ, लोकतंत्र के पक्ष में। इन्हीं बातों के साथ मैं अपना पक्ष समाप्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
श्री रमाशंकर राजभर।
रुकिए आ जाएगा। चलिए बोलिए।
आभारी हूँ अध्यक्ष जी। और देश और उत्तर प्रदेश में
And that is the pitch coming in from the opposition camp, questioning the government over Operation Sindoor. The charge coming in from Gaurav Gogoi, who is the deputy leader of the opposition, is that why did Operation Sindoor stop right in its tracks? Why wasn't further action taken against the terror state of Pakistan? But this is the big news that's coming in, ladies and gentlemen. We've been reporting on it for the past 1 hour, over 1 hour now, that Hashim Musa, aka Musa Suleiman, has been neutralized by the security forces. That's what top sources are telling CNN News 18 in Operation Mahadev on the outskirts of Srinagar. One of the key attackers of the Pahalgam attack, which led to the deaths of 26 civilians on 22nd April. Hashim Musa has been neutralized by the security forces. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll continue to track all the developments coming in, both on the security front and the ones from Parliament. For now, a quick break.
This is News 18 Net. Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
Motorola Razr 60, dangerously cool.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Motorola Razr 16, dangerously cool.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 16, dangerously cool.
Hello, Moto.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, never bending, dripping in, dripping like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 16, dangerously cool.
Hello, Moto.
A tragic incident unfolded at the ancient Ausaneshwar Mahadev temple in Hyderabad during Savan Somvar Darshan when a live electric wire snapped and fell on a tin shed. The current spread through the structure, triggering panic among the crowd and causing a stampede-like situation. At least 18 devotees were injured, 5 critically hurt, were referred to the district hospital. Tragically, 2 people later died during treatment. According to District Magistrate Shashank Tripathi, the wire had been damaged by monkeys leading to the electric shock. Rescue and medical efforts are ongoing, with injured persons being treated at Hyderabad and Trivediganj CHCs. Officials are on the scene to manage the situation and assess the safety concerns at the temple premises. So, very tragic incident which has been reported in Barabanki of Uttar Pradesh. Reportedly, 18 devotees were injured in this. 5 people are very critically injured. Let's listen in a reaction on this.
श्रद्धालु दर्शन के लिए आए थे सोमवार और इसमें एक बिजली की तार है जिसपे कुछ बंदर यहाँ पर बरगद के पेड़ उससे कूद गए और बिजली की तार टूटने की वजह से वो शेड पर गया। शेड में कुछ करंट आ गया जिसकी वजह से करीब 19 लोगों को इलेक्ट्रिक शॉक लगा जो कि CHC हैदरगढ़ और CHC त्रिवेदीगंज में ले जाए गए। 2 की स्थिति गंभीर है जिनको जिला अस्पताल रेफर किया गया। बाकी सभी लोगों की स्थिति सामान्य, हम लोग मैं और पठान साहब देख तो उनको धीरे धीरे जैसे जैसे ठीक होने डिस्चार्ज किया जाए और यहाँ पर कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति सामान्य है और श्रद्धालु दर्शन किया। श्रद्धालु ज़्यादा संख्या में आ गए हैं। श्रद्धालु हर साल यहाँ पर रहते हैं, संख्या में रहते हैं, इसी प्रकार से व्यवस्था भी रहती है।
CNN News 18 with me, Ashman Singh John. Well, big breaking news coming in on Operation Mahadev, where one of the Pahalgam attackers, Hashim Musa, aka Musa Suleiman, has been neutralized by the security forces. As per top J&K police sources, is what we are learning. A huge development on the security front and avenging the Pahalgam attack of April 22nd, where 26 people were neutralized by these terrorists. One of the attackers, Hashim Musa, aka Musa Suleiman, the man on your screen, has been eliminated by the security forces, including a terrorist named Gibran, who was involved in the Gandabar attack in October last year. The mastermind of that attack, Junaid Ahmed Butt, was neutralized in December last year. But this is a huge development coming in when it comes to Operation Mahadev on the outskirts of Srinagar, where 3 Lashkar terrorists have been neutralized, including Hashim Musa, aka Musa Suleiman, one of the Pahalgam attackers. Now, as per the sources, the entire operation was executed by para-surveillance, and it was conducted using a quadcopter to identify the terrorists, revealing the 3 terrorists inside those hideouts, which were heavily stocked with arms and ammunition, including AK-47 rifles as well as grenades. Subsequently, an operation was launched by the security forces and the terrorists were eliminated. 3 Lashkar terrorists have been eliminated, including Hashim Musa, aka Musa Suleiman, one of the Pahalgam attackers. To get more details, I'm joined by my colleague Akash Sharma on the broadcast. Akash, over to you. A huge development coming in, a big win for the security forces who have avenged the Pahalgam terror attack.
Oh, yes, it is a big operation indeed, where we are learning that Musa is possibly the one terrorist who has been eliminated in the entire episode incident where this operation was launched by Para-SF of Indian Army. You know, they had inputs. In fact, one communication was intercepted back in the early days of July, and we have been told that 11th July was the day when this communication was established. And since then, these agencies were trying to zero in as far as these individuals are concerned. And we have been told that around 11 today, one para team and Rashtriya Rifles team went in that particular area where using quadcopter, a surveillance was carried out, and then they got a confirmation that possibly 2 to 3 terrorists are hiding in one temporary hideout where they had several sort of sophisticated weapons, in fact the ration with them. And that's when this operation Mahadev was launched. We are given to understand that in fact all these 3 terrorists are killed in this operation. That is a successful operation as far as identities are concerned. So we have been told that Musa is believed to be the one terrorist who has been eliminated, and remember, he is believed to be the mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attack that, remember, happened in April month, and in response to which Operation Sindoor was in fact launched in month of May. Right now, we are waiting for some sort of official confirmation as far as agencies are concerned, because we are in fact asking the Indian Army and in fact Jammu Kashmir Police as to what are the latest inputs, because we have been told that this is a big success, not because these 3 terrorists have been eliminated, but also because these terrorists are believed to be someone who had direct links with the sort of attack that we saw in Pahalgam. Right now, we have been given to understand that Para-SF had a major role to play in the entire operation, and Indian Army was actually working on several sort of inputs that they got from technical surveillance, that they got from their sources on ground, and that they got from the several sort of activities that were in fact intercepted by the means of drones that they have been using, the technical surveillance that they have been carrying out, and the systems that they have been using. Also, we have been told that right now bodies are being brought down, and Ishan has been reporting on ground. And, in some time from now, we are waiting, Ayushman, that Indian Army or the Jammu Kashmir Police will come out with an official confirmation as to if or not Musa has been eliminated, and along with him, Abu Hamza and Yasir are the 2 terrorists, who are believed to be connected with the TRF, that is an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Toiba, who are also, who were in fact also, a part of several sort of attacks that have happened in the region. Right now, we are waiting for some sort of official confirmation, but yes, a big success for Indian Army and Jammu Kashmir Police.
Absolutely, and that security briefing likely to take place at 5 p.m. today. We'll have to wait and see what are the details given to us by the security forces, but a huge victory for the security forces in avenging the Pahalgam terror attack. As per sources, Hashim Musa, aka Musa Suleiman, has been neutralized in Operation Mahadev. Remember, one cannot ignore the Pakistani footprint, because Hashim Musa was a former Special Forces para-commando in the Pakistani army. So that's something that no one can ignore when it comes to Pakistan's footprint, when it comes to the terror infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir. This operation taking place on the outskirts of Srinagar. We will continue to track all the developments coming in. For now, quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
This is News 18.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Mr. Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they are hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
Can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught. as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this operation Mahadev was launched. And right now, while they are not confirming the number as to how many terrorists are down, but sources are telling us that all three are likely, killed in this particular operation. We'll wait for some more details as to when these bodies are recovered. Only then the officers can confirm. But right now, it is one big success for India.
Major Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they are hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
Can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this operation Mahadev was launched. And right now, while they are not confirming the number as to how many terrorists are down, but sources are telling us that all three are likely, killed in this particular operation.
And breaking news coming in when it comes to Operation Mahadev and the big success for the security forces with the elimination of 3 Lashkar terrorists, including Hashim Musa, aka Musa Suleiman, one of the Pahalgam attackers. Getting in more details in connection to the operation when it comes to the cache of arms and ammunition that has been recovered by the security forces. What we are learning is that 2 AK pattern rifles have been recovered. 1 M4 rifle has been recovered along with rounds of the AK rifles as well as the M4. Underbarrel grenades, 17 of them have been recovered by the security forces, including ration, utensils, and warm clothing as well as blankets. That is the big piece of news that's coming in. It seems they had holed in that hideout with a lot of food as well as warm clothing, blankets, and enough ammunition to cause a lot of damage in the area. That is the big piece of news that's coming in, as the security forces have eliminated 3 Lashkar terrorists, including Hashim Musa, aka Musa Suleiman, one of the Pahalgam attackers who was responsible for the death of 26 civilians on the 22nd of April in Pahalgam. And we're getting details of the hideout and what all has been recovered by the security forces. What we are learning is that 2 AK pattern rifles, 1 M4 rifle, the ammunition for both the AK and the M4 rifles, underbarrel grenades, 17 underbarrel grenades, as well as ration, utensils, warm clothing, and blankets. So it seems they were primed and ready to carry out more terror attacks in the area. They had all the food as well as ammunition to cause more damage in the area. Remember, this operation took place on the outskirts of Srinagar. So this is the big news that's coming in. Hashim Musa, aka Musa Suleiman, has been neutralized by the security forces, one of the key attackers of the Pahalgam terror attack, which led to the death of 26 civilians. Also, what we are learning, one of the neutralized Lashkar terrorists include Gibran, who was also involved in the Ganderbal attack in October last year. And remember, Junaid Ahmed Bhatt, the mastermind of that attack, was neutralized by the security forces in December last year. I'm joined by my colleague Akash on the broadcast. So Akash, one thing that comes to light beyond Pakistan's terror footprint in the area is the active nature of the OGW network that is supporting these foreign terrorists.
And one cannot deny the fact that, there are individuals, local individuals who have been supporting these terrorists still. Though we have seen a significant change in the recent years when, people from the area or from the region are somewhere, supporting the sort of initiatives that have been taken by the government of India or the sort of steps that have been taken to maintain the peace in the region. But right now also, in fact, we are somewhere assuming and we are concluding from the sort of activities that have happened, specifically the Pahalgam terror attack, that there was a sort of support that was in fact received by these individuals, after which they carried out this sort of attack in Pahalgam. Right now, while we are waiting for this official briefing that is all set to happen in some time from now, what we can, tell our viewers is, one, the successful operation that has been carried out by Indian Army. Second, yes, there was a possible link to, the Pahalgam terror attack as far as these individuals are concerned. And one name that is coming out of the attack is Suleiman, Suleiman Aka, Musa, who is believed to be the mastermind behind not just Pahalgam terror attack, but several other terror incidents in Jammu and Kashmir. Also, Aishman, we have been discussing that how surveillance was conducted using a quadcopter, and we have been seeing the sort of video. In fact, Ishan has shared that video where we can see the sophisticated weapons, the grenades, and in fact the ration that was kept by these terrorists in that particular hideout. Remember, this operation was carried out by the Para-SF, Para-Special Forces of Indian Army, along with Rashtriya Rifles, where, in the morning today at around 11, a contact was established, and the operation was named as Operation Mahadev. And since then, we have been, seeing the developments where we were told that all three terrorists have been neutralized. Their bodies, are being brought down, and in fact, in some time from now, we are expecting that some sort of official confirmation will be given as far as identities are concerned. But yes, a major success for Indian Army, a major success for our armed forces, given the fact that they were looking for the, terrorists who were behind a Pahalgam terror attack. Remember, after Pahalgam terror attack, only Operation Sindoor was launched to avenge the particular attack, where Indian armed forces launched offensives and in fact carried out operations where 9 terror camps in Pakistan, were in fact destroyed, and then subsequently after the aggression from Pakistan, several air bases of Pakistan were in fact, we saw the sort of damage in fact that was carried out by the Indian armed forces. Right now, the eye is on the sort of development that are happening, where we have been given to understand that the official briefing will take place in some time from now, and in fact, we'll get some sort of details as far as operation is concerned. The operational detail as to when this operation was launched, as far as communication is concerned, the sort of
Akash, we're getting some more information where the army briefing on Operation Mahadev will now take place at 5 p.m. today to understand the entire operational modalities that has led to this huge victory and the elimination of 3 Lashkar terrorists, including Hashim Musa, aka Musa Suleiman, one of the key attackers of the Pahalgam terror attack. On that piece of news, I'm joined by my colleague Ishan Vani on the broadcast. Ishan, you've been getting us all the details from ground zero. One thing we cannot ignore with the information of the cache of arms, ammunition, as well as ration that has been recovered is the active nature of the OGW network. Sources are also indicating that families in the local area are also being called in to identify the bodies because they could have potentially given shelter to these terrorists.
Well, absolutely right. But not shelter, but because there are nomads living in the area. So, at possible, they could have taken stuff from them. And it has happened in the past as well, both in Jammu and as well in Kashmir, where the pattern has been seen that they try to take ration or any other stuff that they have so that they can go forward with it. The problem is that human intelligence is not there just because there is no network connectivity and it's a far off area. Even my BJ will show you these are the mountain peaks behind which the operation is still underway. You see over there mountain ranges where the operation went on for several hours. It was several days since the operation was underway. They were trying to track them. M4 rifle, AK-47 rifle, and grenade launchers, particularly those which are attached to the AK pattern rifles, have been recovered from them. There is also some dry ration which has been recovered. Apart from that, there are other equipments also being recovered from their position. We are waiting for at 5 p.m. when the briefing will be done by the security forces. But all in all, it's a big operation for the security forces that they've tasted success after a very, very long time. Ever since Pahalgam happened, they were not able to basically carry out such big operation, and because of the fact that the strategies have been changed, that's why you are seeing today a massive operation and a big success for them.
Absolutely. Ishan there reporting from the Dachigam forest. Ishan, clearly also this is very difficult terrain to carry out these operations because there's a massive cave network as well as dense forests in these areas where these terrorists are able to hide. So coordination of not just the different wings of the security forces, but also the use of technology has really led to this massive breakthrough. Ishan, can you hear me?
Network.
Right. I think we've lost Ishan over there, but those are the details coming in where the army briefing will take place on Operation Mahadev at 5 p.m. today. At the same time, the water birds also continuing in the Lok Sabha, ladies and gentlemen. But that is the huge victory for the security forces, where as per sources, one of the key terrorists involved in the Pahalgam terror attack on 22nd April, which led to the deaths of 26 civilians who were gunned down after they were questioned about their faith. Hashim Musa, aka Musa Suleiman, has been gunned down by the security forces, who have eliminated 3 Lashkar terrorists in the Dachigam forest area on the outskirts of Srinagar. This is Operation Mahadev, conducted by the security forces, and the army briefing on the operational details will take place at 5 p.m. Let's cut to the Lok Sabha, where the debate on Operation Sindoor is currently underway.
যদি আমি কই হই স্বজন হারানো শ্মশানে তোদের চিতা আমি তুলবই, এই স্পিরিট থাকা উচিত ছিল আপনাদের, এই স্পিরিট থাকা উচিত ছিল। কিন্তু আপনি সকলের মনের ইচ্ছেকে স্তব্ধ করে দিলেন। ইতিহাস আপনাকে ক্ষমা করবে না কোনোদিন। কণ্ঠ আমার রুদ্ধ আজিকে বাসি সঙ্গীত হারা অবস্যার কারা, লুপ্ত করেছো আমার ভুবন দুঃস্বপনের তলে, তাই তো তোমায় সুদাই অস্ত্র জলে যাহারা তোমার।
This is News 18.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never been dripping in, like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Morbid Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on, the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they're hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
Can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this Operation Mahadev was launched. And right now, while they are not confirming the number as to how many terrorists are down, but sources are telling us that all 3 are likely, killed in this particular operation. We'll wait for some more details as to when these bodies are recovered. Only then the officers can confirm. But right now, it is one big success for Indian Army. Also, Shivani, as far as connection is concerned, so we'll wait for some sort of official input on that, because right now, while there are indications that these individuals were some.
Morbid Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they're hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
Can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this operation.
The mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attack has been eliminated in Srinagar, and that's our top focus this hour. Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Let's begin with the headlines at 4 p.m. After unending ruckus and 3 adjournments, 16-hour Operation Sindoor debate now underway in the Lok Sabha. Defense Minister sets the record straight, says no assets were damaged, debunks external pressure claim. There's a rift in the Congress party as opposition gets ready to corner government. High Command asks Shashi Tharoor to maintain party line. It's a big win for forces in Jammu and Kashmir. 3 foreign Lashkar terrorists gunned down in an encounter. Forces have avenged the Pahalgam terror attack as Pahalgam's Musa Suleiman has been gunned down by the forces. P. Chidambaram gives clean sheet to Pakistan, says don't blame Pakistan for Pahalgam, then attempts a U-turn with video edited defense. A big controversy is now brewing as India will face Pakistan at the Asia Cup. Ganguly bats and TMC says engagement is only on battlefield. As Parliament initiates impeachment process, Supreme Court hears Justice Verma's plea. Next hearing to happen on 30th of July. The Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance amid rise in dog attacks, calls it highly disturbing. Right, getting in some breaking inputs as what we are learning is that Divya Deshmukh has beaten Koneru Humpy in tie breaks to become FIDE Women's World Cup Champion 2025 and has become, in fact, India's 88th Grand Master. Divya Deshmukh becoming the 88th Grand Master is the big breaking input that we are bringing to you. And remember, she has, in fact, gone on to defeat Koneru Humpy in a tie break to become FIDE Women's World Champion 2025. Vineet joins us with more inputs. Vineet, huge shot in the arm for India. Take us to how significant is this victory?
It is hugely significant for the 19-year-old Divya Deshmukh, as you rightly mentioned. She was up against the veteran Koneru Humpy. She was the first ever Indian Grandmaster, and Divya Deshmukh with this victory wins, becomes only the fourth women's Grandmaster winning this championship here. And it was a fantastic run for her throughout. She's beaten higher-ranked opponents all through the competition itself. She was only the World Junior Champion last year in June. So to take up the World Championship title, World Cup title here within an year of winning the World Junior is a great uptick for her. It was a historic moment even before the final began with two Indians competing for the World Cup title for the first time ever. So it's just a great uptick, great shot in the arm for somebody like Divya Deshmukh, and it also tells you the strength of the Indian chess community now. I mean, you talk about R. Pragnananda, D. Gukesh being the face of Indian chess. It's high time you add Divya Deshmukh to that list as well now.
Well, absolutely. This is indeed a huge shot in the arm for Indian chess players, in fact, and Shivani is joining me live. In fact, let me quickly go back to Vineet, who continues to stay with us. Vineet, take us through the entire strategy of this game. In fact, Shivani is now also tuned in. Shivani, a very interesting point being made by Vineet over there, that after Pragnananda and Gukesh, now you have Deshmukh joining in. It's indeed heartwarming to have a woman chess player also join this league.
Yes, actually, this is a massive achievement from Divya Deshmukh, because she was not even in the top 10 seeds as far as the World Cup is concerned. It's a little bit similar to how 2 years ago Pragyananda had stormed into the final of the World Cup only to lose in the final to Magnus Carlsen a couple of years ago. And then that is when he had shot, to the elite of world chess, and how everybody had stood up and taken notice of him. Similarly, Divya Deshmukh, she's still a teenager, and for her to beat someone who's actually twice her age, veteran Koneru Humpy, it has of course taken all of the ties that were required, because they played the two classical games over the last 2 days, and then obviously played the tiebreakers today. For her to actually not only make the final, making the final in itself was a big deal, but to make the final and actually now win the World Cup is absolutely massive. Not many had tipped her as someone to watch out for. She wasn't even in the top 10 seeds, and then to make it an all-India final, and now, of course, we were assured of the World Cup title for India, but to have Divya Deshmukh, who's the junior of the two, and actually a greenhorn of sorts to actually do this is absolutely amazing. She has actually gone one step further. Pragyananda had made the final a couple of years ago against Magnus Carlsen, but she has actually gone on to be in the final and also win that title.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely amazing what she's managed to do. They drew the two games that they played over Saturday and Sunday, and of course today was to be the tiebreaker, leading to had they gone further, rapid tie breaks as well. But this is absolutely amazing, and this just goes on to show the pedigree of Indian players that are coming up. I was speaking to one elite chess coach, RB Ramesh, on Friday when this title clash had been set up, and he was talking to me about how Divya is extremely confident. She's a very self-confident player, and that clearly is showing because given the stature of the stage and the just the occasion, that can sometimes overwhelm you. You also come through a very tough draw. By the time you reach the final, you're very tired, you're mentally quite spent, and then to go up against your compatriot who's your senior for a couple of days, and then into the rapid tie breaks, all of that takes a lot.
Important to also highlight that you're looking at a 19-year-old Divya, in fact, defeating Koneru Humpy, who's 38-year-old. And as you rightly highlighted, Shivani, she happens to be a veteran. So take us through how this entire game actually shaped up. Many are lauding her strong defense tactics because initially what we're also learning is that Humpy also had some opening advantages which she overtook with her own defense.
Yes, so see, obviously there were a lot of moves that have helped Divya kind of get into the final as well and in the final as well. She had both of these players had beaten Chinese compatriots to make it to the final to kind of show that India is right up there because the Chinese female players kind of dominate the game. And then for both Divya and Koneru Hampudi, the semi-finals were very tough. Koneru actually came back after almost being down and out. So yes, there were these ups and downs that they have all witnessed. And of course, as I said, two draws that the players played out over the last 2 days. And of course, now in the rapid tie breaks, she has pulled out. We are being told that Humpy has made some final minute errors that Divya has capitalized on. And this is what it can do when the stages keep going on and the tiebreakers kick in as well. The time period gets very, very short in which these tiebreakers are played. And then, of course, the mental exhaustion also kicks in. So apparently a final minute blunder by Humpy has given the Divya the window to advance her pawn to potentially be promoted, putting the veteran in a world of trouble. And that is how Humpy then came back to fight, but she couldn't keep herself alive in the game as Divya Deshmukh forced the veteran to retire on move 75. And with that, Divya became the world champion.
Stay with me, Shivani. I also want to bring in Vineet on that note. Vineet, would you agree that it was the mental fatigue of Koneru Humpy that also added an advantage for Divya Deshmukh?
Very well, so mental fatigue, and you have to remember Divya Deshmukh was the player with the momentum here. As Shivani mentioned, Koneru Humpy did have to fight quite a tough battle through her way to the final. On the other hand, Divya Deshmukh, even though she had higher ranked opponents to beat, she was pretty much on the advantage throughout. And even in the final, there were moments where Divya had the advantage. There was a few blunders from Koneru Humpy, very uncharacteristic, so to speak. And it was very important for Divya to close out the game in the rapids itself because Koneru Humpy's favored format is the blitz. And if this had gone to a draw as well after the first rapid, which was a draw, Humpy would have had the advantage heading into the blitz. So it was important for Deshmukh to close out the game in the second rapid. And she did that. She put the pressure on Humpy. At one point in time on the clock, Humpy only had 30 seconds. On the other hand, Divya had over 3 minutes. So clearly, Deshmukh put the pressure on Humpy, and Humpy had she blundered, and the final minute blunder really took the game away from her, and Deshmukh got that momentum and got the historic win now.
What were those moves that got her there, Vineet? Because many are talking about how the 19th move was extremely crucial and critical that time. So tell us all those moves that were played, because apparently there was an exchanging of the rooks, which Divya correctly did, that also gave her an advantage. Shivani is back with us. Shivani.
Yes, I also want to very quickly go across to former champion Vishwanathan Anand now joining us on the broadcast. Anand, it was Pragyananda who had kind of shot into fame 2 years ago, making into the World Cup final. And now Divya has gone one step further, just 19. Just making into the final was such a big deal. But what do you have to say about her victory?
Fantastic result for India, though in a sense, India was going to win the title no matter what.
Yes.
I think this is a triumph for youth. The nice thing for India was both youth and experience is being represented here. Humphrey showing amazing resilience at her age to compete with all these youngsters, but at the same time, we have Divya on the other end of the scale. And in this particular contest, youth won. And for Divya herself, fantastic development because she wins the Grandmaster title, she wins the World Cup, and qualifies for the candidates next year
as well.
And suddenly, she's pole vaulted ahead. So, in fact, I would say that people have been waiting for those results because everybody recognizes her talent and have been waiting for those results since the Olympiad last year.
Yes.
But it's been a while in coming, but here it is and in all its glory.
Yes, I believe that, even till very recently, when she won one of her last few titles, she was like, I'm going to see, whether chess is for me or whether it's going to be something else. A lot of things interest me in life. But I think after this, maybe her path is decided. A World Cup champion at 19.
You'll have to ask her about that, but I would think she's pretty happy about this. Let's put it that way.
What would you say were her strengths as far as this tournament is concerned, and overall, what you've seen of her?
I think mainly the composure she showed under all this excitement. I mean, playing for these huge stakes, you see that it produces lots and lots of mistakes.
Yes.
But, keeping your nerve, not overreacting to any mistake, it happens. You get over it, you start to make the next move, and that's what she did very well in this tournament. There were many moments where it looked like this should be snatched away from her. But she took it in her stride, took a deep breath, and came back and played great chess. And in the end, that proved decisive. I mean, really, with Humpy, it came down to two moves.
Yes.
Humpy fell apart on two different occasions in this game. And Divya didn't. And that makes the difference. That makes all the difference.
Yeah, what does it say about the kind of talent that India is producing, Anand? I mean, you've been a leader of the pack as far as chess is concerned, but you would be very happy to note that, not just in the men's category, but also in the women's category, Indian players are making the world sit up and take notice.
Exactly. We have been spoiled with what the youngsters are doing in the men's side of the equation, but I'm happy that Divya was able to equal Vaishali's performance from last time.
Yeah.
Vaishali qualified for the candidates.
Candidates, yes.
2 years ago, along with Humpy again. And this time it's Divya qualifying for the candidates along with Humpy. And that's very important. The fact is she becomes a grandmaster. It's a huge step for her. And I hope this will inspire lots of girls to pay attention and maybe learn the game of chess and take part in it.
Yes.
This is what we've been waiting for a long time, and it's really important for me that the men's success is being replicated by the women.
Yes. I mean, Kuneru is actually that player who has been holding up the Indian flag, flying high in the women's category, isn't it? It's also actually quite poignant that Divya, who's now the breakthrough, player of the women's category, was facing somebody like Kuneru, who's been a veteran in the game for 25 years.
Yes, Kuneru has stayed surprisingly resilient. She has managed to update herself. She has quite a fresh style of play, which means she has managed to learn a lot of things in the last couple of years and stay current with all the developments. Still, I think for every Indian woman, proving her strength against Humpy is the important part of getting the confidence to go on.
Yes. Can I just ask you, I mean, the world would be looking at India and wondering, okay, what is it that India is doing that produces so many chess champions from this country, younger and younger as we go forward? What would Vishwanathan Anand say? What is it that India is doing so right that this is, becoming almost an yearly occasion for us where some player is, making the entire world sit up and take notice? What are we doing right?
I think the main thing is everyone is doing their work. We are getting better at organizing tournaments. We're going to have the Men's World Cup in India later this year. We are organizing the best tournaments. we are able to get more and more youngsters to take play. The ecosystem is getting involved, and as always, we depend on the Indian parents who support the youngsters all the way. We saw Divya's mother there. This is very, very representative. And I hope we do a lot more.
Right. Vishwanathan Anand, I do thank you for joining us as the country celebrates Divya Deshmukh's title. For the meantime, I do toss back across to my colleague Akansha.
Indeed, a moment of pride. Divya Deshmukh, the fourth Indian to have earned the title of the Grandmaster. But with that, let's shift focus over to another top story we've been tracking this hour, as a heated debate is currently taking place in the Lok Sabha, as the lower house is now discussing Operation Sindoor. But most importantly, it is
Well, I'm joined by IGP Kashmir, Mr. V.K. Birdi Sahab. Kya hai? What is the update now? Operation is over.
अभी ऑपरेशन इज स्टिल कंटिन्यू, ठीक है ना. इट वाज एन ऑपरेशन व्हिच इज क्वाइट प्रोलॉन्ग्ड फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, ठीक है ना. दैट इज स्टिल कंटिन्यूइंग, बट इन व्हिच जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस, पैरामिलिट्री एंड आर्मी, they have an exchange of fire in the higher reaches. So as per the interior reports, 3 bodies have been observed and seems to be neutralized. So this is all, but still it is operation, so I would not like to divulge much at this moment. We will share details with you at an opportune time, because it takes some time to get
And
more.
Mr. Birdi, they said they all were, 2 of them were involved in Pahalgam terror attack, Yasir and Sulaiman.
As I said, it will take us some time for identification and all that. Still parties are inside and all that. It is, I would like to say...
A bit of background, not the information. How long you were actually preparing for this, chasing them?
I'll let you know we will let you know at the opportune time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
P.K. Bedi, the IGP of Kashmir, over there giving a soundbite to the reporters where he's maintained a very cautious silence and calm. He's saying that when the moment is opportune, that's when they will be sharing more information. Ishan's been tracking the story since morning for us. Ishan, as Mr. Bedi highlighted, that the identification process is currently on. If you could give us a sense of understanding or an insight into how this identification process is taking place, because we are also being told that the Gujjar communities are also being brought in, because remember, these terrorists were also seeking refuge with the nomadic tribes there.
Yes, the IGP with a word of caution, because they need to check whether they really were part of the Pahalgam carnage or not. For that, they'll try to see their digital data. They'll try to identify them through the pictures or the data that they have recollected and collected again, because the NI is also involved in this operation, given the fact that the NI is handling the case, and there are a lot of eyewitnesses who they can, whatever they have portrayed to the agencies and the police in the past, that will be corroborated, and then things will be pretty clear. Because there has been movement of not just Pahalgam group, but also of multiple groups in the valley, particularly in these forest areas. That's why it's not clear for them whether they were the attackers. And plus, because this is a multi-agency operation where police, intelligence, army, and CRPF and the paramilitary forces were involved. So that's why it will take time for them to confirm it. But the operation is also still going on. There are inputs that they're trying to chase more of them in this particular forest area behind me. They're trying to ensure that if there are further more of them who could be trapped in the vicinity, they are also taken care of. And that's why the operation is continuing. But for now, IGP Kashmir has told CNN News 18, when we asked him whether these attackers were directly linked to Pahalgam, he said that we can't divulge details right now, and because it's an ongoing operation, at an appropriate time, we'll tell you that if this group was the same which carried out Pahalgam attack or not. But certain sources are indicating that one of them could be directly linked to Pahalgam attack. One has to wait that what kind of details do pour in. But the IGP Kashmir said the operation is on, and the peaks that you're able to see behind me is where the operation is still underway.
All right, stay with me, Ishan. Arunima also joining in. Arunima, what are you learning from your sources? Because Mr. Bedi has confirmed that 3 terrorists have been gunned down. Should that also be taken as a confirmation with regards to gunning down of Hashim Musa?
See, officially you will hear only once they are 200% sure in terms of their scientific evidence matching. Like Ishan is also reporting, it's a dense forest area. Pictures that we have put out shows that there's no human habitation around it. So in that densely forested area, it will take time
to bring down the body, carry out the scientific test that is required, and once it is ready, 100%, 200% sure, they'll come out officially. But off record, it is being confirmed by multiple sources in Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Home Affairs, also in the security grid based in Jammu and Kashmir. The three people who have been killed, prima facie, it looks like the three people are Hashim Musa, alias Suleiman, Abu Hamza, and Yasir. As far as Abu Hamza and Yasir are concerned, I haven't managed to get any confirmation so far on whether they had any previous criminal record. However, 2 weeks ago, we did report that the security grid and the investigation agencies believe that Suleiman and two other fresh recruits from Pakistan had been sent to carry out Biceran. So where these two fresh recruits with no previous criminal history, we will know only once they officially confirm. But like I said, source-based, Suleiman alias Hashim Musa being killed and his involvement in the Biceran attack is being confirmed by officials.
Absolutely. And let me quickly go back to Ishan as well. Ishan, if the killing of Hashim Musa is confirmed, why is this now going to be extremely significant for India, especially given the direct linkages with Pakistan? And how will this now aid India in calling out Pak-sponsored terrorism, especially at global institutions, not just at the UN, but primarily the FATF?
Well, first, we already know that the eyewitnesses have already given their account, and they have confirmed the sketches were confirmed through the identification done by the loved ones of those who lost their lives. Now, India's case will be built because the resident is not from Jammu and Kashmir or India. He is from Pakistan. He has entered through the line of control, and he has stayed in Kashmir. He was carrying his weapon with him, and that is where the main lead for the agencies will come from. There will be possibly digital devices that are attached to them. We have been told that communication devices have also been seized from them. And particularly this is true because for the first time when these attackers were seen together was from a phone of one of those attackers who had gone to Sunmarg tunnel to carry out attack. Is a local called Junaid. His phone was recovered from the outskirts of Srinagar, just few kilometers away from this location, again Dachigam forest range, where the picture shows the same group which was instrumental in Poonch Rajouri and then had come towards the Kashmir Valley. And there are all the investigating matters, and right now investigating agencies will also be in pursuit of trying to see whether any of them is linked directly to Pahalgam, and what kind of one case is that it will provide a much weighted relief for the civilians, for those people who lost their loved ones. On the other hand, it will build up India's case at the global level that look, these are the people who we have identified. They are not residents of India. Where did they come from? They've entered through line of control. They're from Pakistan. They were the ones who were carried out attack because there are bullet casings, and then there will be forensics done on their weapons, which have already been, because we have been told that there were some bullet casings were also recovered from Pahalgam. So it's easy for them to scientifically prove that the same weapon was used to carry out Pahalgam attack. They will try to prove it scientifically because FSL does this job, where they try to see the cartridge which has been recovered from Pahalgam will be matched with the same weapon that they were carrying. If that possibly is true, if the same weapon has been used, that means they're directly linked to Pahalgam attack.
Okay.
And in some cases where the cases are crucial and big, the agencies try to do this bit and they try to build a case.
Arunima, all those recoveries that have been made today, including the arms and ammunition, these three terrorists who have been gunned down, given the timing of this, of course, is a total victory for India's security forces. But having said that, the timing of this is so critical. At a time you've seen the army chief in Pakistan, even the deputy prime minister, the foreign minister Ishaq Dar also galvanizing support at the global level, particularly with United States. What could this mean for India?
That question about Hashim Musa alias Suleiman, who is he? He's somebody who was trained as a Pakistani army commando. What was a former commando doing with Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists? Question number one for Pakistan to answer. What was he doing in India? Question number two. So when India, NIA is the agency concerned, National Investigation Agency will put together its charge sheet. And in the past cases also, we have seen that this charge sheet has been used as evidence at international forums by India. So in this particular case as well, India is going to put some tough questions to Pakistan. Why was a trained Pakistani commando with Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists here identified by at least two eyewitnesses, two harborers arrested by NIA? And a crucial piece of evidence, One, Huawei, which is a Chinese company, made mobile set, which was reportedly used in Baisaran. Perhaps Suleiman, alias Hashim Musa, and others utilized that satellite phone to call their akas, their masters across the border and tell them what they have achieved in Baisaran. And then that phone went silent. Suddenly, 2 days ago, this phone was under scanner all through. Suddenly, 2 days ago, a suspicious communication was noticed from this very phone. That is what we are told by sources raised the first eyebrow in the security establishment. We are told, source based, that a quadcopter was sent into the Dachigam jungles to figure out if the location of the signal showed any human habitation. You see the pictures that we have put out. There's a tarpaulin sheet like protection, I think, for rain. There are steel plates lying around. There are plastic bottles, and there are also food packets, etc., lying. So perhaps the quadcopter also captured that image, giving enough indication to our para commandos about human presence. This, coupled with the mobile satellite phone signal, was enough input for them to carry out this operation. And now we are told that they managed to successfully eliminate Hashim Musa. So that phone presence in Baisaran, presence in Dachigam is also a crucial piece of evidence for NIA.
Oh, absolutely. Many thanks to you, Arunima and Ishan, as both have been maintaining that 3 terrorists have been gunned down in Dachigam. We are, in fact, awaiting a formal confirmation, an official one, to come. As you heard what the IGP of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. V.K. Biddy, had to say, that it would be fairly nascent to comment right now, given that the identification process is still on. We will keep bringing to you all those latest inputs as they trickle in. With that, we're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we return with the latest.
Dangerous.
This
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never been, dripping like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moderator Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they are hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
Can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this operation Mahadev was launched. And right now, while they are not confirming the number as to how many terrorists are down, but sources are telling us that all 3 are likely, killed in this particular operation. We'll wait for some more details as to when these bodies are recovered. Only then the officers can confirm. But right now, it is one big success for Indian Army. Also, Shivani, as far as connection is concerned, so we'll wait for some sort of official input on that, because right now, while there are indications that these individuals were some.
Moderator Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they are hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
Can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this operation Mahadev was launched. And right now, while they are not confirming the number as to how many terrorists are down, but sources are telling us that all three are likely, killed in this particular operation. We'll wait for some more details as to when these bodies are recovered. Only then the officers can confirm. But right now, it is one big success for Indian Army. Also, Shivani, as far as connection is concerned. So we'll wait for some sort of official input on that,
Yes.
because right now, while there are indications that these individuals were somewhere connected to the Pahalgam attack, officers are not confirmed, because they will have to ascertain the identities for the sort of they have from other agencies. So it will whether or not these individuals were somewhere connected to Pahalgam. But right now we are learning that all these three terrorists are killed in this particular operation, a major success for an army.
Yes, Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, a major operation certainly seems to be a major one, and also already successes for the Indian Army, where all three terrorists that are suspected to be holed up there have been neutralized. They're expected to be foreign terrorists. I'm told that this they were sighted only a few hours ago. So quick success is there as far as this operation is concerned.
Definitely, my compliments to the special forces for killing three of these foreign terrorists, because post Pahalgam, this combing operations will be on in various forests to locate. But yet we can't be sure as to which Tanzim or where they are, maybe Lashkar or whatever that be. But these combing operations are now paying results. And that's one of the ways of ensuring that no way we are going to with zero tolerance for terrorism. And that zero tolerance for terrorism leads to all this, because until and unless we knock them off, for us.
ये गौरव गोगोई जी कह रहे थे, सॉरी गौरव गोगोई जी कह रहे थे कि चुनाव प्रचार में गए थे। चुनाव प्रचार में नहीं गए थे, अपने को करेक्ट किया कीजिए, बोलिए भी तो करेक्ट करिए। पंचायती राज दिवस था, और पंचायती राज दिवस में हर साल प्रधानमंत्री जी पंचायती राज दिवस में किसी न किसी राज्य में जाकर पंचायत प्रतिनिधियों को संबोधित करते हैं। और 24 अप्रैल को भी प्रधानमंत्री जी बिहार के मधुबनी में पंचायती राज दिवस के दिन गए, लेकिन वहां जाके उन्होंने जो कहा, पहली बार पहलगाम की घटना पर एक शब्द उन्होंने कहा कि घटना से मर्माहत हूं, और इसका जवाब कल्पना से परे पाकिस्तान को मिलेगा, कल्पना से परे पाकिस्तान को मिलेगा। यह एक लाइन में उनकी संकल्प शक्ति का दृष्टिगोचर हो रहा था कि उनके दिमाग में क्या है। और मधुबनी में जो आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ने का उनका संकल्प था, उसमें उन्होंने पहली बार मैंने देखा आज तक 14 से लेके आज तक में कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अंग्रेजी में भाषण दिया कुछ देर, और इसलिए दिया कि उन्होंने पूरे दुनिया को विश्व को संदेश दिया कि हम आतंकवाद के आगे झुकने वाले नहीं हैं, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम निर्णायक लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। और विश्व को अपनी दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का संदेश उन्होंने इसके माध्यम से लिया, और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई का उन्होंने संकल्प लिया। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अभी, रक्षा मंत्री जी ने विस्तार से बताया, वो सब बात तो आपके दिमाग में घुसा नहीं होगा, तो ऊपर से निकल गया होगा। तो इसलिए अभी रक्षा मंत्री जी ने बताया कि वहां से आने के बाद लगातार वो अपने तीनों सेना और चीफ ऑफ डिफेंस स्टाफ के साथ बैठक करते रहे, और सबों के साथ उन्होंने पूरी बात चर्चा सुनी, और एक बात उन्होंने स्पष्ट तौर पर पूरे देश को बताया कि मैंने अपनी सेना को पूरी छूट दी है, उसको डेट तय करने का, समय तय करने का और क्या एक्ट करना है यह तय करने का हमने सेना को पूरा छूट दिया। और 7 मई को 6 और 7 मई की मध्यरात्रि में हमारे सैनिकों ने 9 आतंकवादी ठिकानों को ध्वस्त कर देने का काम किया और सैकड़ों आतंकवादी उसमें मारे गए, शहीद हुए। आप सबने देखा होगा टीवी पर, बहुत से लोग जो आका थे आतंकवादियों को रो रहे थे। मसूद अजहर साहब, हाफिज शहीद, ये रो रहे थे कि मेरा सारा परिवार मर गया, काश मैं भी मर जाता। सारे आतंकवादियों को ध्वस्त करके उन्होंने संदेश दिया कि अब इस देश में और पाकिस्तान की धरती पर आतंकवाद को हम बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे, और यह संकल्प उन्होंने पूरा करने का काम किया। 100 से ज्यादा आतंकवादी मारे गए। पूरे पाकिस्तान के जो जितने थे सेना प्रमुख से लेकर सब आतंकवादियों के जनाजा में गए, आतंकवादियों के जनाजा में गए। आपने पाकिस्तान का तो एक बार भी आलोचना नहीं की। पाकिस्तान को कंडेम तो आपने, गोगोई जी, एक बार भी आपने नहीं किया कि पाकिस्तान के जो सेना प्रमुख थे वो गए, तो इसलिए आप तो नहीं किए। आप नहीं करिएगा, वो मालूम है आप वोट के लिए राजनीति करते हैं और मोदी जी देश के लिए राजनीति करते हैं, अंतर यहाँ है। लेकिन जो 6 और 7 मई को जो घटना हुई ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का, पाकिस्तान हक्का बक्का रहा। पाकिस्तान को यह उम्मीद नहीं थी, और सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि थी कि जो 9 प्रशिक्षण शिविर ध्वस्त किए गए, एक भी नागरिक को खरोच तक नहीं आया, एक भी नागरिक को खरोच तक नहीं आया। पाकिस्तान के किसी नागरिक को खरोच तक नहीं आया। हम लोगों ने देखा जो सैटेलाइट इमेज पर कि जो ध्वस्त प्रशिक्षण शिविर है, उसके बाहर पाकिस्तान के लोग वीडियो बना रहे हैं, उसका पूरा वीडियो बना रहे थे और मजे ले रहे थे। ये मोदी जी का कमाल था। एक भी सेना के किसी भी पाकिस्तानी सेना के किसी भी जगह पर उन्होंने हमला नहीं किया, हमारे सैनिकों ने हमला नहीं किया। हमारा संकल्प था, मोदी जी का संकल्प था आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ने का, और आतंकवादी प्रशिक्षण शिविर को उन्होंने टारगेट बनाने का काम। उसके बाद जवाब में क्या हुआ? उसके जवाब में रिटेलिएशन में पाकिस्तान ने हमारे सैन्य ठिकानों पर, हमारे एयरबेस पर, हमारे नागरिक जगहों पर, नागरिक स्थलों पर, हमारे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के यूनिवर्सिटीज पर हमला करने का प्रयास किया, गुरुद्वारे पर हमला करने का प्रयास किया, धार्मिक स्थलों पर हमला करने का प्रयास किया। हमारे देश में निर्मित रक्षा प्रणाली ने, उनके जितने मिसाइल थे, हम सब लोगों ने, पूरे देश ने टीवी पर देखा। आप कितनों भाषण दे दीजिए, आपका कोई असर नहीं होने वाला है। पूरे देश ने देखा। सभापति महोदय, हम लोग दिवाली में बोतल में रॉकेट बम डालते हैं और रॉकेट बम में नीचे से आग लगाते थे, और ऊपर जाके वो फटता था तो वो फुलझड़ी की तरह सब गिरता था। उसी तरह पाकिस्तान के जितने मिसाइल थे, हवा में फुलझड़ी की तरह ध्वस्त हो गए। ये पूरे देश ने देखने का काम किया। आपको नहीं दिखता है, हम क्या करें? चश्मा लगा लीजिए, चश्मा बदल लीजिए, चश्मा लगा लीजिए, चश्मा बदल लीजिए। लेकिन आपको दिखा नहीं, पूरे देश ने देखा। पूरे देश में तब वाहवाही हो रही थी, तो आपको नहीं दिखता है। फुलझड़ी की तरह उड़ गया, कहीं कुछ नहीं, कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ। पूछ रहे थे गृह रक्षा मंत्री, अरे रक्षा मंत्री जी का पूरा भाषण आप अगर ध्यान से सुनते तो रक्षा मंत्री जी ने बताया कि हमारा कोई हानि नहीं हुआ, हमारा कोई जहाज नहीं गिरा। आप फिर पूछ रहे कितना जहाज गिरा था, कितना जहाज गिरा था, कितना जहाज गिरा था। अरे भाई, तो इसलिए सारे उनके मिसाइल को ध्वस्त कर दिया, हवा में ध्वस्त कर देने का काम किया उन्होंने। और उसके बाद जब भारत ने जवाब देना शुरू किया, तो पाकिस्तान की पूरी रडार सिस्टम और रक्षा प्रणाली पर हमला करके उसको लाहौर और गुजरांवाला में सारे सिस्टम को हमारे देश की सेनाओं ने ध्वस्त कर दिया। पाकिस्तान का पूरा रडार और रक्षा प्रणाली ध्वस्त हो गया। उनके कमांड और कंट्रोल को ध्वस्त कर देने का काम किया। और 11 एयरबेस को हमारे वायुसेना ने 11 एयरबेस को ध्वस्त कर देने का काम किया। यह हमारी उपलब्धि थी। आपको दिखा नहीं ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की उपलब्धि, आपको दिखेगा भी नहीं। लेकिन पाकिस्तान भी चालाकी कर रहा था। पाकिस्तान ने, आपने देखा होगा, पूरे देश ने देखा कि जब पूरा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का चल रहा था तो पाकिस्तान अपने नागरिक विमान का भी परिचालन कर रहा था। और नागरिक विमान का परिचालन इसलिए कर रहा था कि अगर कहीं इंडिया ने एक भी नागरिक विमान को ध्वस्त किया तो उसमें विदेशी नागरिक भी होंगे, पैसेंजर। तो पूरे देश में, इस देश की, हमारे देश की सेना ने और हमारे नेतृत्व ने उनकी इस चालाकी को समझा और एक भी नागरिक विमान पर खरोच नहीं आया। फिर भी हमने कमांड और कंट्रोल को समाप्त किया, उनके एयरबेस को समाप्त करने का काम हम लोगों ने किया। यह हमारी उपलब्धि थी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की, यह हमारी उपलब्धि थी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की। और आप बात कर रहे हैं, क्यों रोक दिया, क्यों रोक दिया, क्यों रोक दिया? पहले ही बता दिया प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कि हमको युद्ध नहीं करना चाहते हैं, हम युद्ध नहीं करना चाहते। हमारी लड़ाई आतंकवाद के खिलाफ है और आतंकवादियों को और आतंकवाद का अगर प्रश्रय पाकिस्तान की धरती पर मिलेगा तो हम घुस के हमला करेंगे और आतंकवाद को समाप्त करेंगे। प्रधानमंत्री का नहीं था। इसलिए डायरेक्टर जनरल मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन और दोनों देश के डायरेक्टर जनरल मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन ने बैठ के यह तय किया और बैठ के ये तय करके कहा कि भाई हमको युद्ध रोकना है, युद्ध रोक दीजिए। पाकिस्तान घुटने के बल बैठ गया, सारा उनका एयरबेस ध्वस्त हो गया, रडार सिस्टम ध्वस्त हो गया, रक्षा प्रणाली ध्वस्त हो गया। उनको तो कुछ दिखाई ही नहीं पड़ रहा था कि कौन देश, भारत से कौन जहाज किधर से आ रहा है और कहां हमला करके चला जा रहा है। तो अब उनके पास चारा क्या था? उन्होंने घुटना टेक दिया और घुटना टेकने के बाद सीज फायर होने के बाद इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने राष्ट्र के नाम संबोधन में ये कहा कि हम आतंकवाद को कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। हमारा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर बंद नहीं हुआ है, स्थगित हुआ। फिर हमारे जब भी हमारे देश की तरफ आंख उठा के देखोगे, हम घुस के मारेंगे और आतंकवादियों को समाप्त करेंगे। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमारी लड़ाई है, हमारी कोई किसी देश के खिलाफ लड़ाई नहीं है। तो इसलिए ये सारा काम हुआ, लेकिन गोई जी को नहीं दिखा। अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता, प्रधानमंत्री के कुशल नेतृत्व की क्षमता, सैनिकों के पराक्रम, वीरता, अदम्य साहस, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के तहत निर्मित रक्षा प्रणाली का परिणाम पूरे दुनिया ने देखा। पूरे दुनिया ने देखा और सिर्फ देखा ही नहीं, उसको सराहा भी। और पूरे दुनिया ने हमारे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को सराहा और समर्थन करने का काम किया। विश्व ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने पूरे विश्व के सामने एक संदेश दिया, पूरे विश्व के सामने एक संदेश दिया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने कि भारत एक सशक्त देश है जो अपनी रक्षा करने में सक्षम है और अपनी देश की रक्षा करने के लिए वो पूरी तरह स्वतंत्र है। पूरे दुनिया ने भारत की ताकत को ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में देखा। आपने नहीं देखा, आप नहीं देखना चाहते हैं तो मत देखिए। पूरे देश ने देखा है, पूरे दुनिया ने देखा है, पूरे दुनिया ने उसको सराहने का काम किया है। तो इसलिए अब आप बार बार कहते हैं कि भाई अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति की बात, तो ये माननीय विदेश मंत्री जी यहाँ बैठे हुए, इन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बता दिया, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बता दिया, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कह दिया कि कोई नहीं हुआ। पूरे देश ने देखा कि ब्रिक्स सम्मेलन में जब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कनाडा गए थे, उन्होंने अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति से जब बात की, उसको उन्होंने क्लेरिफाई कर दिया। यह भी पूरे देश में छपा, उसके बाद भी आपको नहीं है तो आपका तो दूसरा है। पूरे देश ने जो देखा, लेकिन आप दुर्भाग्य है इस देश का, इस देश की विपक्षी पार्टियों को प्रधानमंत्री और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता दिखाई नहीं पड़ती है, जिसको पूरे दुनिया ने देखा और विश्व में देखने का काम किया। आप बार बार कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी बोलते नहीं है, प्रधानमंत्री जी बोलते नहीं है, प्रधानमंत्री जी को बोलना चाहिए। अरे प्रधानमंत्री जी बोलते नहीं हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी बोलते नहीं हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी एक्ट करते हैं और एक्ट करके अपनी ताकत दिखाते हैं। और ये एक्ट करके उन्होंने, चाहे वो सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हो, एयर स्ट्राइक हो और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो, एक्ट करके उन्होंने पूरी दुनिया को दिखाया कि हम एक्ट करते हैं, बोलते नहीं है। ये आपका काम है, आपका काम है। इसलिए सभापति महोदय जी कि इनके जो विपक्षी पार्टियां हैं और खास करके जो मुख्य विपक्षी पार्टी है उसका आदर्श गॉवेल्स।
All right, Rajiv Ranjan Singh, alias Lalan Singh, Panchayati Raj Minister over there, making that address in the Lok Sabha. But let's also play out how the day has shaped up so far in the Lok Sabha. We saw that Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh opened the debate on Operation Sindoor, and following him was the voice from the opposition, that of Congress's Gaurav Gogoi. Let's listen in.
हमारे यहाँ डिफेंस सिस्टम, काउंटर ड्रोन सिस्टम और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इक्विपमेंट्स ने पाकिस्तान के इस हमले को पूरी तरह से नाकाम कर दिया। पाकिस्तान हमारे किसी भी टारगेट को हिट नहीं कर पाया अध्यक्ष महोदय, और हमारे किसी भी इंपॉर्टेंट एसेट को नुकसान नहीं हुआ है। जो भी पॉलिटिकल और मिलिट्री ऑब्जेक्टिव्स तय किए गए थे उसे हम पूरी तरह से हासिल कर चुके थे। इसलिए यह कहना, यह मानना कि यह ऑपरेशन किसी दबाव में रोका गया था, यह बेबुनियाद है और सरासर गलत है। कभी कभी हमारे प्रतिपक्ष के लोग ये पूछते रहे हैं कि हमारे कितने विमान गिरे। मुझे लगता है उनका यह प्रश्न हमारी राष्ट्रीय जनभावनाओं का सही से प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं कर रहा है। मुझे लगता है उन्होंने एक बार भी हमसे यह नहीं पूछा कि हमारी सेनाओं ने दुश्मन के कितने विमान मार गिराए।
देश ये भी जानना चाहता है, वे 26 लोग जो जिनके परिवारों में आज कोई गुजर गया, वे ये भी जानना चाहता है कि 100 दिन गुजर गए और वे 5 दहशतगर्दियों को ये सरकार पकड़ नहीं पाई। देश के वो लोग ये भी जानना चाहते हैं कि ये जो 5 दहशतगर्दी जो आए टेररिस्ट, निश्चय इनको किसी ने पनाह दी, निश्चय इनको किसी ने जानकारी दी, निश्चय ये पूरा जो 1 घंटा का जो उन्होंने गोला बारूदी की, उसके बाद ये फरार हो गए। उनको फरार होने में भी किसी ने उनकी मदद की, और आज भी ये 100 दिन हो गए और सरकार के पास कोई जवाब नहीं। और ये अब भी कह रहे हैं कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ, अधूरा है, क्योंकि कल को जाके दोबारा पाकिस्तान कर सकता है। ये खुद कह रहे हैं, ये खुद कह रहे हैं कि इसके पश्चात भी पाकिस्तान कल को जाके कर सकता है। तो ये कैसा, ये जो सफल कैसे हुआ, क्या सफल हुआ? आज ये खुद कह रहे हैं कि हमारा मकसद युद्ध का नहीं था। हम पूछना चाहते क्यों नहीं था, होना चाहिए था। आज उन्होंने खुद कहा कि हमारा मकसद जमीन लेने का नहीं था, क्यों नहीं था? पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर अगर आज नहीं लेंगे तो कब लेंगे?
Okay, 16 hours over there allotted to the Lok Sabha and 16 hours allotted to the Rajya Sabha for a debate on Operation Sindoor. For now, let's quickly cut back to, in fact, let's listen in to what Omar Abdullah
उस दिन से आज तक हमारे फोर्सेस जो हैं, चाहे पुलिस हो, चाहे पैरामिलिट्री हो, चाहे आर्मी हो, इनके पीछे हम लगे रहे। अगर आज इनमें से एक भी जो है एनकाउंटर में मारा गया तो अच्छी बात है।
सर, अभी रिपोर्ट्स आ रही है कि स्पेशल सेशन होगा स्टेट फूड को लेके असेंबली।
किसने कहा था?
सर, कांग्रेस ने ये कहा है कि हम भूख हड़ताल 9 तारीख से शुरू करने वाले हैं स्टेट फूड के लिए। पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में भूख हड़ताल शुरू होगा, आप उनका समर्थन करें?
ये पार्लियामेंट का सेशन निकल जाने दीजिए। हम तो उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि इस पार्लियामेंट सेशन में हमें कुछ मिलेगा, नहीं मिलेगा तो उसके बाद हम बात करेंगे। पार्लियामेंट सेशन के चलते चलते तो मैं कम से कम अभी फिलहाल हड़ताल नहीं करूंगा। पार्लियामेंट सेशन हमारा, अगर मेरी जानकारी सही है तो 21 तक है या 22 तक। 21-22 तक अगर हमें स्टेटहुड का कोई भी मतलब पार्लियामेंट के अंदर या पार्लियामेंट के बाहर किसी तरह का मतलब हम प्रोग्रेस नहीं देखते, फिर हम इस पे बात करेंगे ना, लेकिन अभी मैं 9 तारीख की तो बात नहीं करूंगा।
Right, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah over there confirming that they will not be holding any strike as long as the monsoon session in the parliament is not over. This over the issue of statehood for Jammu and Kashmir. We will keep bringing you all the latest inputs from the valley, and the parliament for now is stepping into a quick break. Stay tuned.
रास्ता है
Morbid Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they are hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
Can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this operation Mahadev was launched. And right now, while they are not confirming the number as to how many terrorists are down, but sources are telling us that all three are likely, killed in this particular operation. We'll wait for some more details as to when these bodies are recovered. Only then the officers can confirm. But right now, it is one big success for Indian Army. Also, Shivani, as far as connection is concerned, so we'll wait for some sort of official input on that, because right now, while there are indications that these individuals were somewhere connected to the Pahalgam attack, officers are not confirmed because they will have to ascertain the identities for the sort of they have from other agencies. So it will.
Morbid Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they are hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
Can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this operation Mahadev was launched. And right now, while they are not confirming the number as to how many terrorists are down, but sources are telling us that all three are likely, killed in this particular operation. We'll wait for some more details as to when these bodies are recovered. Only then the officers can confirm. But right now, it is one big success for Indian Army.
Welcome back. We're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, we are learning that the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Changur Baba, and the ED has received 5 days of custody of Changur Baba. The ED is currently investigating the money laundering angle in the matter. Now, what's important to highlight is, remember that the ED had also raided premises in Uttar Pradesh and Mumbai. To be precise, 14 premises in total. Anshul joins us with more inputs. Anshul, what will be the line of investigation now that Changur is in the ED custody?
Well, the Enforcement Directorate has already gone ahead and identified at least 40 accounts that were being controlled by Changur Baba. And in all these accounts, at least 5 accounts were being operated out of the Middle East and specifically from UAE as well. So the exact details is something that the Enforcement Directorate will try to look into. They have already gone ahead and identified the manner in which this entire nexus was running and how money was actually being transferred from the Middle East to the account of Changur Baba, and then from the account of Changur Baba eventually was being dispersed to other accounts, so that massive conversion racket could be underway. Now, the Enforcement Directorate wants to figure out as to what was the exact source of money, who was funding Changur Baba, from where was this money coming, and what were the exact accounts on which this money was transferred. So definitely a big success for the Enforcement Directorate, as they have successfully been able to get this 5-day custody, although they had demanded a 7-day custody, but a 5-day custody has been granted by the court, and over the next few days, the entire interrogation would happen with Changur Baba along with Enforcement Directorate officials.
All right, many thanks to you, Anshul, for bringing us all those latest inputs. With that, it's a quick wrap from my end. Thank you so much for watching. Up next is Nation at 5 with Poonam.
Dangerous.
This is
Major Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they are hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
Can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this operation Mahadev was launched. And right now, while they are not confirming the number as to how many terrorists are down, but sources are telling us that all 3 are likely, killed in this particular operation. We'll wait for some more details as to when these bodies are recovered. Only then the officers can confirm. But right now, it is one big success for Indian Army. Also, Shivani, as far as connection is concerned, so we'll wait for some sort of official input on that, because right now, while there are indications that these individuals were somewhere connected to the Pahalgam attack, officers are not confirmed, because they are also will have to ascertain the identities for the sort of they have from other agencies. So it will.
Major Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they are hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
Can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this operation Mahadev was launched. And right now, while they are not confirming the number as to how many terrorists are down, but sources are telling us that all 3 are likely, killed in this particular operation. We'll wait for some more details as to when these bodies are recovered. Only then the officers can confirm. But right now, it is one big success for Indian Army. Also, Shivani, as far as connection is concerned, so we'll wait for some sort of official input on that.
Yes.
Because right now, while there are indications that these individuals were somewhere connected to the Pahalgam attack, officers are not confirmed, because they will have to ascertain the identities for the sort of they have from other agencies. So it will whether or not these individuals were somewhere connected to Pahalgam. But right now we are learning that all these 3 terrorists are killed in this particular operation, a major success for an army.
Yes, Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, a major operation certainly seems to be a major one, and also already successes for the Indian Army, where all 3 terrorists that are suspected to be holed up there have been neutralized. They're expected to be foreign terrorists. I'm told that this, they were sighted only a few hours ago. So quick success is there as far as this operation is concerned.
Definitely, my compliments to the special forces for killing 3 of these foreign terrorists, because post Pahalgam, this combing operations will be on in various forests to locate. But yet we can't be sure as to which Tanzim or where they are, maybe Lashkar or whatever that be. But these combing operations are now paying results. And that's one of the ways of ensuring that no way we are going to with zero tolerance for terrorism. And that zero tolerance for terrorism leads to all this, because until and unless we knock them off, for us.
Good evening. You're watching CNN News 18. This is Nation at 5 with me, Poonam Burde. There's lots lined up for you on this edition. Of course, the top focus remains what's transpiring in the Lok Sabha, in the Parliament, which is the 16-hour marathon debate that we are going to be seeing on Operation Sindoor. It was kick-started earlier today. We'll get you glimpses of that from the Parliament. But first up, the headlines. After unending ruckus and 3 adjournments, the Operation Sindoor debate begins in Lok Sabha. Rajnath Singh lays the ground. Defense Minister sets the record straight, says no Indian assets were damaged, debunks external pressure claim. Despite Raksha Mantri's emphatic declaration of no major losses during Operation Sindoor, Congress remains unconvinced, continues to ask whether India lost any rafales. It's a big win for forces in Jammu and Kashmir. 3 foreign Lashkar terrorists gunned down in an encounter. As Parliament initiates impeachment process, Supreme Court hears Justice Verma's plea, comes down heavily on Justice Verma's counsel. Next hearing on 30th of July. Supreme Court takes so motor cognizance amid rise in dog attacks, calls the menace of stray dogs highly disturbing. A 19-year-old Divya Deshmukh scripts history, beats compatriot Koneru Hampi in the All India final to clinch the FIDE Women's World Chess Championship title in a thrilling tiebreaker. The Lok Sabha today saw a fierce face-off between the centre and the opposition. That marathon discussion on Operation Sindoor has begun. Terror bases in Pakistan were struck in response to the Pahalgam terror attack. It was not provocative in nature. It was in self-defense. It was a clear message that Rajnath Singh sent. In fact, the Raksha Mantri initiated these discussions, hailing the bravery of our armed forces. Responding to persistent questions from the opposition, Rajnath Singh firmly stated that operation has not been halted under any external pressure. If there is misadventure coming in from Pakistan's side, then Operation Sindoor will resume. He also dismissed any claims that have been made by US President Donald Trump, the ones that the opposition has been clinging on to raise questions against the government. Gogoi, who opened up for the opposition, accused the Raksha Mantri of dodging core issues. He demanded clarity on whether India had lost any Rafale jets during that operation.
हमारे यह डिफेंस सिस्टम, काउंटर ड्रोन सिस्टम और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इक्विपमेंट्स ने पाकिस्तान के इस हमले को पूरी तरह से नाकाम कर दिया। पाकिस्तान हमारे किसी भी टारगेट को हिट नहीं कर पाया अध्यक्ष महोदय, और हमारे किसी भी इंपॉर्टेंट एसेट को नुकसान नहीं हुआ है। जो भी पॉलिटिकल और मिलिट्री ऑब्जेक्टिव्स तय किए गए थे, उसे हम पूरी तरह से हासिल कर चुके थे। इसलिए यह कहना, यह मानना कि यह ऑपरेशन किसी दबाव में रोका गया था, यह बेबुनियाद है और सरासर गलत है अध्यक्ष। कभी कभी हमारे प्रतिपक्ष के लोग ये पूछते रहे हैं कि हमारे कितने बीमार गिरे। मुझे लगता है उनका यह प्रश्न हमारी राष्ट्रीय जनभावनाओं का सही से प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं कर रहा है। मुझे लगता है उन्होंने एक बार भी हमसे यह नहीं पूछा कि हमारी सेनाओं ने दुश्मन के कितने विमान मारे गिराए।
ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर ले लिया, हम आपकी सराहना करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं। और इसलिए सभापति महोदय इतना ही कहता हूं कि ये सब ये घुस के मारेंगे वाली बात है ना, घुस के मारेंगे, घुस के मारना है ना, वो सब मीम लादेन को कैसे मारा वैसे घुस के मारा।
श्री अमर काले
वो
जी,
सब एक मिनट सर, खत्म कर रहा हूँ, एक वाक्य में खत्म करता हूँ। ओसामा बिन लादेन को कैसे मारा उसे कहते हैं घुस के मारा। और आखिर में एक ही विनती करता हूं, ऐसे पाकिस्तान के साथ क्रिकेट खेलने का बंद करो। जो पाकिस्तान आपके साथ इस तरह से बर्ताव करता है, उस पाकिस्तान के साथ आप क्रिकेट खेलने जा रहे हो, मैं विनती करता हूं उस पाकिस्तान से क्रिकेट खेलो और जो आपको मन में है उसके लिए जवानों को ताकत देने के काम करिए। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय
अमर काले जी,
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। एका अतिशय महत्वाच्या चर्चेवर या ठिकाणी आपण मला बोलण्याची संधी दिली त्याबद्दल आपला मनापासून आभार मानतो।
Opposition MPs there leading the charge against the government, unconvinced with the answers that came to the fore from Raksha Mantri earlier this morning. My colleagues Arunima and Payal join us, getting us more inputs on this as well. Arunima, as far as the operation is concerned, Raksha Mantri made it clear that no Indian assets were hit, that this wasn't provocative in nature, it was in self-defense. But unfortunately, those questions from the opposition benches continue. Gaurav Gogoi had several questions to ask about what our losses were, whether we lost any Rafale jets, and why we bowed down to external pressure, despite the Rajnath Singh making it clear that we didn't.
Yes, that was a question from Arvind Sawant as well. He just finished speaking, and he also asked that if you were in a position of strength, then, and if Pakistan was indeed begging you to reach a ceasefire agreement, why did you not impose any condition? Why is it that you allowed Pakistan to negotiate as an equal partner rather than put some conditions on them? So this is one question that the opposition is asking again and again, that why was the ceasefire really agreed upon if there was no external pressure? On the question of India's air assets getting damaged, Raksha Mantri made it very clear that we have not suffered any damage, and he also used an analogy to say that ultimately it is in an exam the marks matters. It does not matter how many pencils were broken or how many pens ran out of ink. I think the analogy to those who have been following Operation Sindoor and what Donald Trump said, he spoke about jets getting down between the India-Pakistan war, and a number of opposition leaders too have been asking if we had lost any jets. So Raksha Mantri spoke on that and also said the wrong question is being asked by the opposition. They should have indeed asked how many air assets of Pakistan or how many defense assets of Pakistan have we damaged. So Raksha Mantri has set the tone, but I think the maximum firepower on behalf of the government will come from the Prime Minister himself. And that question that opposition is asking again and again, where are the Viceroy terrorists? I think Prime Minister perhaps could have an answer to that as well after the operation at Dachigam today.
And speaking of the Prime Minister, Payal, do we know when we could see Prime Minister's intervention? Are we expecting Union Home Minister to speak as well today?
We do not expect the Home Minister to speak today, but Poonam, you're going to have another top, one of the top 4 ministers speak as well. Remember, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party have constantly been attacking him, calling him all kind of names as well. But today, that big response around prime time can be expected from Dr. Jaishankar. Remember, he has been under the attack a long time from the opposition, saying what really happened, why did Donald Trump score that point against us? So he's expected to speak this evening. We're given to understand that tomorrow the Home Minister is expected to, take the centristic and take charge, and only sometime day after tomorrow we're expecting the Prime Minister to really reply. So the government has in fact scheduled the intervention of these ministers also very, very carefully to keep the pot boiling and to keep the opposition on the tenterhooks, given the fact that they've been asking questions which actually the government feels are in a way empowering Pakistan. The government of the day will obviously make mention of multiple things, the way Congress party has dealt itself on issues like the terrorism or protecting our borders. Of course, I'm sure in a veiled manner, attack will also be put out on P. Chidambaram for actually even questioning our forces as to whether these terrorists who were caught, on the large, whether they are from Pakistan or not. So obviously you can expect a lot of ammunition to come in from the government. And of course, the debate will move on to the Lok Sabha, from the Lok Sabha also to the Rajya Sabha tomorrow. So plenty of ammunition that the government wants to keep ready in its armor to contact the opposition.
Right, Payal and Adama, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We'll, of course, keep getting you glimpses of what's transpiring in the Lok Sabha, but that discussion continues even as we speak. But to get perspective of what exactly opposition's claims are and are they valid or not, what exactly has Operation Sindoor achieved? Joining me on this broadcast are Major Manik Jolly, strategic expert, political analyst, Kailash Adhikari is with us as well, and Congress leader Nikul Patel is with me. But let me begin by asking Major Manik Jolly, the question that the opposition is asking, but many within the country also asked after Operation Sindoor, is that if we were at a position of strength, why did we agree to a ceasefire? Do you think that question is not a valid one to ask?
No, it's a pretty valid question to ask. But here's the thing, that if you are asking a question and you're asking somebody who in authority has taken a decision, you have to accept their response. You can criticize it, all right. You cannot say, no, this did not happen. We have some else in other information. Or you validate that information and that counter with some proof. But to not accept what the other person is trying to tell is actually makes no sense in a normal conversational manner also. If they ask, why did you stop? The government is telling them, this is the reason we stopped. Pakistan DGMO reached out to us. They said, we need a ceasefire because we've had enough. We had put them in our place. And the most important thing, the targets that were set for Op Sindoor had been achieved. And India wanted to do this in a very limited escalatory manner, that it does not go beyond what we don't need in South Asia. So if the government is justifying it, I think the opposition should accept it. And if you want to continue the war, that's a totally different debate. You cannot question the reasoning that the government is having to why they did not escalate ahead.
Nikul Patel, why is it then the opposition keeps asking that question? You ask the question, the government answers it, and you keep repeating that same question. The answer is not going to change.
See, firstly, when Operation Sindoor was going to start, government had taken everyone into confidence and Congress has supported in the entire way, whatever it was. And then when the question arises, the question was arise before DGMO really announced that there is a ceasefire, but who announced on the social media? That is Donald Trump tried to put a tweet, and still date he is putting so many times that I have made this war to end. So that is a question always opposition wants to know, and that is government is not answering that anyway, anywhere. Wherever, whatever.
The MEA has answered. The External Affairs Minister himself has answered. Several others within the BJP have answered. There was no external pressure. Rajnath Singh himself today answered that.
No, see, there was no external pressure, but they have not quoted that the statement given by the president of USA is not correct or it is correct. That was not being answered anywhere.
They have said that this was resolved bilaterally and that there was no intervention from the United States. Pakistan's DGMO called our DGMO on the hotline, and that's how it was resolved.
By putting a general statement, that doesn't mean that the name of a particular person who claimed that I have put this war to a ceasefire has been addressed. Secondly, Rajnath Singh is letting us know that why we are not asking questions related to what has been attacked and what damage has been made. Definitely everything is in the open public, what damage has been made by our Indian armed forces, and we are happy with it. But the things which are not clear, which are not in the public domain, which are really what is the security reason, what was the failure in it, where the terrorists have came from, who were the terrorists. These are all questions that need to be answered, and that is what people of the country had also given the mandate to us, and we are on the floor of the parliament. We have due right to ask all this question. If the government is feeling heat on it, then it is their problem, it is not our problem.
The government is not feeling the heat. They are responding to every question that's been put up. But Kailash Adhikari, what's wrong if the opposition asks questions? Isn't that what democracy is meant for? That is what the opposition says, that we have to ask questions of the government of the day because we need answers. We are representatives of the people, and the people want to know.
No one is denying the fact that they are representatives of the people, but being the representatives of the people, they are not asking the right kind of questions that the people's representatives should ask, or what the people actually think. When the treacherous attack of the terrorist attack happened in Pahalgam, the entire country was in shock. And the way that our nation has retaliated through Operation Sindoor, each and every one, and even in the global footprint, everyone has seen. even after the success of Operation Sindoor, we were so precise in only targeting those sites wherein the backbone of the terrorists have actually been, it has been broken, and it has come on record as well. And our entire sets of members of parliament were sent to various countries where they have talked about and they have convinced the other nations about the success of Operation Sindoor. And here, where the entire world is applauding our efforts, barring one or two nations, they are applauding our efforts, the way India handled this, very precisely, without letting any of the strikes by Pakistan to let affect any civilian area in the country. It is a major achievement. And as an opposition, it is the role of an opposition to become a constructive opposition rather than pointing fingers on the government and asking a report from the government which is actually against the national sentiment.
Nikul Patel, it is against national sentiment. And it hasn't paid dividends to the opposition, especially to the Congress, because this is the kind of sentiment that the BJP politically seems to have found dividends on.
So now I would like to ask Bharatiya Janata Party government to submit questions to the opposition, and we must ask questions according to their wish and will.
Nobody's
and
asking.
that will be only
Nobody's saying
considered
you
as
can't
a
ask questions.
democratic process.
Nobody's saying you can't ask questions.
Let me finish. That is
Okay,
my
go
view.
ahead.
You are not allowing me to put my views.
Go ahead, sir.
You are just bombarding that what you want to let me know from you. That is not correct.
No, absolutely not. Go ahead.
Yeah. So now I think the days have come in the parliament that opposition has to ask the question which government wants us to ask. That is not the way the democracy will run. We are having the sentiments of the people, and we are the representative of people. And definitely what people wants to know of the country, we are sensing it, and definitely we as an constructive and strong opposition which people have given mandate in last Lok Sabha election. I think that is what is reflecting on the floor, and that is what I am telling, that heat is being felt by the government, and they want to just escape from the questions that opposition wants to ask and the people wants to know.
Major Jolly, as far as questions of intelligence failure, if there was any, what happened to the terrorists, where did they suddenly vanish, have we not captured them, have we not killed them? These questions are also being asked at a time when we're seeing the kind of operations that are taking place on ground. Just today, a major operation has been undertaken in Jammu and Kashmir where 3 foreign terrorists have been killed.
Yeah, so as I said, it's all right for the opposition to ask the question, but it's always the tone, the intention that always weighs more than what the actual words are. You see, as a veteran, as a citizen, even we can ask the government, tell us what happened in Operation Sindoor. But we have to primarily place our faith in the DGMO sitting who are carrying out a press briefing and telling everyone, this is what we achieved. This is our success rate. This is how we have secured 100% success in this. But if you turn around and say, this is all right, but tell us more about our losses, especially in the middle of the operation that is still going on, as has been announced in the government. And you're talking about, tell us what are the intelligence failures are. What you necessarily are doing are trying to tell the enemy that, see, this is where we failed. This is the gap we have in our intelligence. No sane government we don't have even details of what was the actual intelligence failure in 9/11.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Mayor Jolly, but we're cutting across to the Lok Sabha. BJP's Jay Panda is speaking.
A lesson. Sir, this saga has been going on for 78 years, from immediately after independence, when Pakistan has been sending terrorists across the border. Many efforts have been made over the decades. Many steps have been taken, including many conciliatory steps. Steps which have involved agreements on water. Steps which have involved giving back land that has been captured. Steps that have involved returning tens of thousands of prisoners of war. These steps have seen many different aspects. We have seen bus diplomacy. We have seen many different efforts. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, right from 2014, tried to reach out, tried to have an understanding with Pakistan to fight poverty together. Right from the beginning, he invited his counterpart, the Pakistani Prime Minister, for the oath-taking ceremony. He even walked into Lahore unannounced, unarmed, filled only with courage and with good intention. But that was repaid with more terror attacks on Indian soil, more Indian lives taken, with the sponsorship and the training of Pakistan. Sir, भारत ने हर बार शांति का हाथ बढ़ाया, पाकिस्तान ने हर बार आतंक का रास्ता अपनाया. This is the reality of our experience with cross-border terrorism. We have responded, sir, and it is important to point out the new normal that is now in place. We responded first with the surgical strikes. They did not relent. The Pakistanis still kept sponsoring, training, financing, sending terrorists across. We then responded with the Balakot airstrikes. And the airstrikes are a message which have continued till today. No one who kills Indians will sleep peacefully. Not across the border, not even in the safety of their homes. They will be tracked down and they will be killed inside their own homes. But this time in Pahalgam, this new law which was achieved required Operation Sindoor. So they attacked tourists and we attacked terrorists. We did not target Pakistan's civilians. Our response, Operation Sindoor, was precise, it was measured, and it targeted terrorist sites. And only when Pakistan escalated did we then hit back at many more sites. So this is not a reaction. This is a doctrine. This is the Modi doctrine. This is the new normal which Pakistan has now understood. Let me say this clearly, sir, that the India of today is not the India of 2008. This is very important because this turnaround, this new normal, is because of our changed policies. Sir, we must give full credit to our armed forces. The Honorable Defense Minister has pointed out their bravery, their sacrifices for the nation, and during this conflict also, what is important is, one question was asked, what about China? I have several things to say about China, but let me point out, when the Honorable Defense Minister said that the Indian Air Force bypassed and jammed air defense systems of Pakistan in 22 minutes, those were Chinese-supplied air defense systems that were neutralized in just 22 minutes. Sir, what is not often talked about, one thing we must, of course, acknowledge is that the entire country stood united on Operation Sindoor. I'm glad that even some friends across the aisle, across the other benches today, reiterated that. But sometimes, some honorable members have not been beneath taking this issue into domestic politics. I will come into that. One of the aspects that did not get talked about is that in this operation, where 11 air bases of a nuclear-armed country was hit. This is perhaps a first. This is perhaps a first that the armed bases of a nuclear-armed country was hit by India, 11 of them, and it destroyed 20% of Pakistan's Air Force assets. This is something that is worth remembering. The 9 bases of terrorists, their camps, which were neutralized, involved those of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, those of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, those of the Hizbul Mujahideen, all proscribed terror organizations who have long targeted India with the support of Pakistan. They are Pakistani-based, they are Pakistani. Sir, we have talked about more than 100 terrorists being eliminated in Operation Sindoor's hit on Pakistan. It is also important to point out that at least 5 of them were very infamous names known around the world. Names like Mudassar Khadian Khan, senior operator of LET. This is the person who was given a guard of honor by the Pakistani military. Khalid alias Abu Akasha, another Lashkar-e-Taiba commander. Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, wanted in the IC 814 hijack terror attack. Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, and Muhammad Hassan Khan, Jaish-e-Muhammad commander. These are very significant names. These are very significant achievements in eliminating these terrorists. On the other hand, Pakistan's attempt to retaliate failed. And it pains me that friends in the opposition who have questioned India, who have questioned the successes achieved by the Indian armed forces, haven't pointed out these failures of Pakistan, nor have they asked these questions of Pakistan. Sir, Pakistan attacked Jammu University. It attacked the UN field station in Kashmir. These were neutralized, as the Honorable Defense Minister pointed out, by the UAS unmanned aerial system grid. India's actions were purely to counter terrorism and hit terrorists, decoupling the issue from any other disputes. Sir, if we look at the new normal that I have been talking about, it is important to understand what the past was. In the past, on a regular basis, almost on a daily basis, Pakistani sponsored terrorists were attacking India and killing Indians. Sir, if I give you a short list of the previous terror attacks and our responses, you will understand, sir, and I hope all our friends will understand that the new normal indeed is very dramatically different. So 2005, Delhi serial blasts. A dossier was sent to Pakistan. So 2006, Varanasi bombings. India raised the issue in Indo-Pak talks. Mumbai attacks, sir, 2008, when so many people were killed and the then government decided not to retaliate. What is most shameful is that retaliation was considered. Retaliation was planned by our armed forces, but the then government did not permit retaliation. It is on record that the then senior-most officials of the government, whether it was the Foreign Secretary, whether it was the then NSA, took a decision not to hit back at Pakistan. This is what is really shocking, sir. 2006, Mumbai terror bombings. Sir, it is also important to point out that after the Mumbai attacks, 7 months after that, the then Prime Minister met the Pakistani president on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Russia and decided that India and Pakistan would continue dialogue. So we kept appeasing them. Our governments of the day over decades kept appeasing them, putting no pressure on them to stop their terror funding, terror organizing. Sir, in 2006, 2 months after the Mumbai train bombings, the then Prime Minister met Pakistani President Musharraf on the sidelines of the NAM summit in Havana and again agreed to maintain the peace process. So that so-called peace process was no peace process at all. It was only peaceful for Pakistan. Indians in large numbers were sacrificed. India was attacked repeatedly and large numbers of Indians were harmed and killed. Sir, worst of all, in 2009, within 8 months of the Mumbai terror attack, the then Prime Minister met his Pakistani counterpart at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt and agreed to again continue the cooperation with Pakistan. This for a country that for 78 years has been attacking India ceaselessly. Our approach in the past was only to cooperate, only to talk, not to retaliate, not to teach them a lesson. Sir, the worst part of this, at Sharm el-Sheikh, was a reference to Balochistan, which can be interpreted as if India and Pakistan are equated, as if India does similar things to Pakistan, whereas the issues are entirely different. There are no terror camps in India training terrorists and sending them to Balochistan. There is no equation at all. There is no comparison at all. And yet, our government of the day had no compunction in granting such a hyphenation with Pakistan. Sir, this can go on and on. There are many, many different such examples, and I will come to some of them. Sir, one question has been raised as to whether there was pressure on India to conclude the hostilities. There was absolutely no pressure on India. This has been pointed out again and again. Sir, any country can call and make suggestions. Anybody can do that. We as members of parliament can call up our counterparts when they are in the midst of hostilities, and we can give them suggestions. That is not how the hostilities ended. Sir, India has pointed out very, very clearly that this is a bilateral issue, and we have no intention of escalating. We would stop hostilities if Pakistan requested. And until and unless Pakistan directly requested India, we did not stop the hostilities. It had no relation, no connection to any requests by anybody else until Pakistan directly requested India. And sir, I asked my friends in the opposition, this has not been contradicted by anyone. Has anyone contradicted India's assertion that we insisted that it had to be a Pakistani request that we will respond to? And Pakistan finally came to its knees and requested, and that is what we responded to. Now, it is shameful that many in our country keep questioning the Indian armed forces, keep questioning the Indian government, and don't question what Pakistan stands for, what Pakistan says. Sir, I want to point out what Pakistan has said. They made absurd claims. Pakistan has made a claim to an international TV channel on 7th May. Pakistan's IB minister, Ataullah Tarar, said, there are no terrorist camps in Pakistan. Have any of our friends in the opposition questioned that? Many of them have been quoted repeatedly in international media. Have any of them questioned that? Pakistan, where the most infamous terrorist in memory, the Al-Qaeda chief, was sheltered next to an army base, claiming that it doesn't have terror camps. When terror camps have been pointed out in satellite imagery, when not only terror camps have been pointed out, because of the efforts of our government, many terrorist organizations and many individual terrorists have been proscribed by a variety of multilateral organizations, including the United Nations itself. Sir, I would like to point out that when the Honorable Congress member from Assam talked about certain things, I think it does deserve a response. I compliment him and others who said that they stand with the government of India, but the questions and the accusations against the government cannot go unanswered. Sir, it was amusing when he asked when POK would be got back. Sir, it was amusing when he referred to the number of Rafales and the China question. Sir, I would like to point out, and he used the point and he used the word that India bowed down. And his leader, whom he cited today in relation to the China question, has often used the word surrender. I think it is important for this House to point out how many times over the decades Congress has surrendered India's interest. Please have the patience to listen to this. 1948, Pakistan illegally occupied 78,000 square kilometers, the same POK that my friend was referring to. When our armed forces wanted just a little bit more time to conclude the armed operations and take it back, the then Prime Minister took the matter to the UN. Surrender, number one, it started from day one. 1949, 1949, Congress ignored the Kabah Valley, which was leased to Burma by UK. Manipur had received rent until 1949. Congress.
This is the drum. This. Motorola Razr 16, dangerously cool.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 16, dangerously cool.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 16, dangerously cool.
Hello, Moto.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen it all?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moderator Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read? Moderator Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they are hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
Can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this operation Mahadev was launched. And right now, while they are not confirming the number as to how many terrorists are down, but sources are telling us that all three are likely, killed in this particular operation. We'll wait for some more details as to when these bodies are recovered. Only then the officers can confirm. But right now, it is one big success for Indian Army. Also, Shivani, as far as connection is concerned, so we'll wait for some sort of official input on that, because right now, while there are indications that these individuals were somewhere connected to the Pahalgam attack, officers are not confirmed because they will have to ascertain the identities for the sort of they have from other agencies. So it will whether or not these individuals were somewhere connected to Pahalgam. But right now we are learning that all these three terrorists are killed in this particular operation, a major success for Indian Army.
Yes, Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, a major operation certainly seems to be a major one, and also already successes for the Indian Army, where all three terrorists that are suspected to be holed up there have been neutralized. They're expected to be foreign terrorists.
Thank you for staying with us. You're on Nation at 5. 3 terrorists have been killed as security forces launched a major anti-terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir near Dachigam, following inputs about suspected movement in the region. Huge arms and ammunition cache was recovered from the possession of these slain terrorists. The officials have said that they're confirming the identity of these terrorists. That is yet to be ascertained. In fact, we are standing by for a press briefing to get more details as to what the status of the operation is. But as we speak, the operation is still underway.
अभी ऑपरेशन इज स्टिल कंटिन्यू, ठीक है ना. इट वाज एन ऑपरेशन व्हिच इज क्वाइट प्रोलॉन्ग्ड फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, ठीक है ना. दैट इज स्टिल कंटिन्यूइंग, बट इन व्हिच जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस, पैरामिलिट्री एंड आर्मी they have an exchange of fire in the higher reaches. So as per the interior reports, 3 bodies are being observed and seems to be neutralized. So this is all, but still it is operation, so I would not like to divulge much at this moment. We will share details with you at an opportune time.
My colleague Akash now joins us, getting us more details on this. Akash, the operation is still underway, is what we're given to understand. What we can tell our viewers for certain is that all these 3 terrorists that have been neutralized were all foreign terrorists. Their identity is yet to be ascertained, though.
Right, Poonam, Sinar Corps in fact has confirmed that they have neutralized these 3 terrorists who are, hiding in that particular hideout. This operation, got started in the morning today at around 11 or 11:30. Para-SF Jawans and in fact the Rashtriya Rifles Jawans, launched this Operation Mahadev, where we have been told that quadcopter was used to, check the area as to what are the kind of activities that are happening. And in fact, before that, some sort of communications were intercepted by the Indian Army because of the sort of technical surveillance that they have been relying on. We have been told that after the inputs that they got from several sort of, systems that they have been using, it was decided that they need to improve and in fact, intensify the sort of deployment that they have in the particular area. Subsequently, today, after, the fact that Domination Party was there in the area, carrying out the sort of searches, movement was seen and then, contact was established. We have been told that all 3 terrorists have been neutralized and there are, higher possibilities that these individuals can be somewhere linked to Pahalgam terror attack that happened on 22nd of April, where we lost, a number of civilians. And in fact, during that time, we know that how subsequent to this particular attack, Operation Sindoor was launched, where Indian Armed Forces carried out strikes in Pakistan. Now, as far as, the identities are concerned, so we have been told that, the identification is still on, and in fact, they have not concluded the operation yet. They are in fact, carrying out the searches in the particular area, and also given the fact that this is one typical terrain, so there can be a possibility that they are looking for some more hideouts where the armed forces and in fact the police is saying that they will only be confirming the identities once the bodies are taken down, and in fact once they are in fact checking the credentials that they already have as far as the agencies, different agencies are concerned. Also, at this point in time, we have been told that there was a press conference that was initially scheduled, but now they will wait for some sort of more details from the teams on ground, and after that only, after that sort of not these individuals who are linked to Pahalgam terror attack, but above all this, Poonam, this is one big success for Indian Army, given the fact that they are looking for those individuals, those terrorists, who are behind the Pahalgam terror attack. We know that how they have restructured themselves. They are carrying out intensified clothing and in fact the domination in the particular area. We know that how they are carrying out several sort of surveillances by the help of drones, by the help of quadcopters, by the help of systems that they already have. So at this point in time, this is one big success. But yes, we'll wait for some sort of official confirmation as far as possible linkage of these terrorists with Pahalgam terror attack is concerned. Poonam.
Absolutely, that confirmation is yet to come in, and Ishan has been on ground there in Jammu and Kashmir, where this operation is currently underway. Ishan, we were expecting a media briefing from the forces about what exactly transpired. Do we have any details of that?
The press conference is not happening. We believe that there will be a statement that will be issued by the Indian Army and J&K Police jointly about the operation. But we might expect that further details could be shared later on if they are linked to Pahalgam, because there is no confirmation from the side of police. But certain sources are saying that they are trying to identify them and link them with Pahalgam in case there is any proof that they are able to generate, particularly in their identity, their digital footprint, and their data that they have generated, and checking their images and trying to recheck it communicate with the NIA and those who were eyewitness to that attack. So that all will be done. But for now, the police and the forces are tight-lipped about their identity, but definitely all of the three are foreigners. None of them is believed to be local. This is a place which is high up in the mountains and difficult to trek, and generally trekkers go towards the Mount Mahadev behind me to trek several kilometers to reach there. It's a beautiful area, but precaution is being taken even by those who go for trekking for a long time because there were movement and inputs that were seen by the army, and that's why we have been told that over a month this operation was ongoing. Specialized teams of para were dropped in to ensure that they're able to dominate those heights, and senior officials who we spoke with earlier a couple of days back, they believe that one, the Pahalgam attackers are well in Kashmir Valley. Two, that they are going to hunt them down. Three, that they are launching operations at multiple locations wherever the possibility is. Now, there are sources which are also confirming that there was also a bit of human intelligence that they were able to generate, because there are a lot of nomads who generally go with their cattle in the high up in the mountains to graze them there, because they move from Jammu and generally go towards these areas with their cattle, and possibly whenever they encounter such kind of movement, generally that doesn't get reported because of no network zone there. But it seems like somebody had informed, alerted, and they were also able to track their digital footprints because they are using ultra-set communication devices, which are hard to pick up, but this definitely gives you a zone or an area from where the signal has been released to communicate with their handlers. So all of this was corroborated, and then operation was launched, and success came today morning when they were sitting in their hideouts and forces cornered them from all sides. There was an exchange of gunfire that took place. An M4 rifle has also been recovered from them, and 2 AK series rifles were also part of the recovery, apart from the grenades which are attached to the grenades were attached to the weapons, particularly the AK-47, and UBGLs are used to attack security forces. They have also been recovered from there. There was also some dry ration and also other vegetables which are recovered from that location, where police will see that if there was a role of any OGW, but generally they stay in the mountains to stay away from the sight of any individual or any person, and generally at the gunpoint they can take food from the nomads and who generally cannot communicate because of the lack of communication. But this is a big successful operation post Pahalgam, because the forces were not able to carry out any such big operation on foreigners who were present in the Kashmir Valley. There were those searches being carried out and exchange of gunfires took place. But now success came in the shape of killing of 3 Lashkar-e-Toiba militants on the outskirts of Srinagar. As you see behind me in these mountain peaks, the operation is still in progress. That's why the details are not being divulged. Plus the identities are being checked because there are a lot of reports that they could be linked to Pahalgam attack, though officially no one is confirming that. But however, we have to wait for a couple of hours for forces to clarify whether they were directly involved. And one part of the story also is that since it's a case which is being also handled by the NIA, so NIA will also be involved in the identification process, whether they are the ones who were there. Sketches were also released, so whether they have also shaven their heads. If you've seen the pictures of the dead bodies, you will notice that their heads have been shaven, and it will become a little difficult for them also to identify them. They are a little difficult to show on air because of the bullets have hit their heads. So that's where it will take a couple of hours for forces to check their identities and later on confirm to us whether they were directly involved in Pahalgam or they were planning to carry out some kind of attack.
Right. Do stay on with us, Ishan. I'll come back to you for more details, even as that operation is being conducted. As far as the combing operations go, all of that is still underway in the Dachigam forest in Jammu and Kashmir. But a reaction coming through from the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir as well. Let's listen in.
पूरा विवरण देगा। कई ऑपरेशंस ऐसे होते हैं जिनकी जानकारी हमें नहीं मिलती है। इस प्रकार के अनेक काइनेटिक ऑपरेशन पिछले कई महीनों से जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस, सेना और सीआरपीएफ चला रही है, जिसमें आतंकवादी एलिमिनेट होते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि उसको तो ज्यादा मीडिया हाईलाइट करती है, लेकिन ऐसे अनेक ऑपरेशन जिससे लोगों की जिंदगी बचती है वो हमारे ध्यान में नहीं आता। मैं सेना को, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस को और इस ऑपरेशन में लगे सभी साथियों को हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। तीनों आतंकवादी पहलगाम आतंकी हमले में शामिल थे। ये मैं समझता हूं कि पुलिस इसको डिटेल में बताएगी।
Now, Ishan, we're given to understand that as far as the hunt for these terrorists goes, this operation has been going on for a few weeks now. But as far as the success that has been achieved today, that report suggests was a chance one, that there was some drone surveillance that was being done when these 3 were spotted and then that operation was launched?
Well, drones have become a kind of SOP to keep your men out of harm's way, particularly in those areas where ridges are really stiff and there are rocks and boulders where you don't want to lose your men or want them to roll down a mountain. Generally, quadcopters and drones are sent for surveillance, and para teams generally carry drones to carry out surveillance of these areas. Not today, but last year also, when Junaid, one of those pictured in those with those militants, was killed on the outskirts of Srinagar, around 1 kilometer from this location. But he was killed on the foothill of the mountain, not on the mountain top. And from his phone, there was a recovery which was made on that picture. There were 4 men with wielding guns, and they were actually instrumental in this area. So since then, the forces have been trying to chase them down and hunt them down. And even that, when the operation continued for at least a month in the same Harvan belt, and the forces were trying to use quadcopters and helicopters in the upper reaches, though there was also some sighting that had happened at that time. But the forces could not reach there or try to attack them because they were a few kilometers ahead of them. But now the success has come after more than a month or so, and the operation, what we have been given to understand, was underway from different areas. And the Northern Army commander also was in the valley, and he was monitoring the operation personally, because there was a specific input that the forces had about their presence. Even at Kargil, Vijay Diwas, where we were reporting, the Northern Army commander was not there, and possibly he was in Kashmir Valley. He was trying to monitor the operation from the ground. Generally, when the chief is there, the Northern Army commander stations himself at the particular location, but he was not there, and possibly he might have shifted to Kashmir to ensure that the operation is carried out swiftly and there is no harm to their men who are carrying out this operation. So one has to see that what their identification will be, but it will be happening in a couple of hours when the evidence is collaborated with digital data and their footprints.
Right, so all of that has to be corroborated and then substantiated, which is why we are still awaiting an official word from the armed forces. Akash, we are waiting for those details to trickle in. But CNN News 18 has been able to piece together, and you've been able to speak to your sources and sort of piece together of how exactly this operation was carried out. What is it that eventually led our forces and that joint team towards this particular hideout?
Right. So, Poonam, you see, we have been reporting that how agencies have been carrying out the surveillances because they have to, neutralize those individuals who were behind the Pahalgam terror attack. And, Ishan was reporting that how, they have restructured, in fact, their strategies, their domination patrol, their normal patrol, or the sort of activities, exercises that they undertake. This time around, interesting part is that Northern Army commander, during Vijay Diwas program, as Ishan was pointing out, in fact, I was discussing it with Ishan that how, the Northern Army commander is not there present at a time when Army chief is there, chief guests are there, and in fact, at a time when you have such a big occasion. And this is possibly the reason why he was not there, because Indian Army was working on several sort of inputs that they had received. Today also, in fact, Northern Army commander was in fact keeping an eye on everything that was happening, was keeping an eye on every development. We have been told that around 11 a.m., when the domination party, in fact, the patrol party, which was very much present in that particular area, and in fact, just 2-3 days back, they had intensified their deployment in the particular region. At that point in time, they saw some movement, quadcopter were involved and in fact employed, and then the operation was launched, and now we have the result where they have successfully neutralized these 3 terrorists.
Right. Akash, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We'll, of course, keep a track of what's transpiring there. Like I said, the operation is still underway there. Details are still trickling in. We'll keep a track of that and much more here on Nation at 5. But for now, a quick break.
Brought to you by This is
Major Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they are hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
Can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this operation Mahadev was launched. And right now, while they are not confirming the number as to how many terrorists are down, but sources are telling us that all three are likely, killed in this particular operation. We'll wait for some more details as to when these bodies are recovered. Only then the officers can confirm. But right now, it is one big success for Indian Army. Also, Shivani, as far as connection is concerned, so we'll wait for some sort of official input on that,
Yes.
because right now, while there are indications that these individuals were somewhere connected to the Pahalgam attack, officers are not confirmed, because they are also will have to ascertain the identities for the sort of they have from other agencies. So it will.
Major Jolly, very quickly, your thoughts on the updates that we're getting right now. What more can you read into the situation?
What I can say is that Indian Army is going after terrorists wherever they are hiding, whatever little pockets they are being chased and killed and neutralized. So even though the hunt for Pahalgam terrorists is on, it doesn't mean that Indian Army is taking it lightly wherever the others are. So
Could these be linked to Pahalgam? Do you think something of that sort could be possible?
can't really say actually till the time the details come out. It's a 50-50 thing. They could be or they could not be. But what is more critical is here to say that Indian Army is going all guns out and chasing them out wherever they are hiding. And sooner or later, the Pahalgam terrorists will also get caught as they keep neutralizing these terrorists more and more in all the areas.
My colleague Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, what are the details that you're picking up?
Right. So, Shivani, as of now, defense sources are telling us that around 11 a.m. this operation was launched when a domination party was, in fact, going in that particular area, and they saw the movement. Immediately, this operation Mahadev was launched. And right now, while they are not confirming the number as to how many terrorists are down, but sources are telling us that all three are likely, killed in this particular operation. We'll wait for some more details as to when these bodies are recovered. Only then the officers can confirm. But right now, it is one big success for Indian Army. Also, Shivani, as far as connection is concerned, so we'll wait for some sort of official input on that, because right now, while there are indications that these individuals were somewhere connected to the Pahalgam attack, officers are not confirmed, because they are also will have to ascertain the identities for the sort of.
Welcome back. You're watching Nation at 5 with me, Poonam Burde, and we have new information in about Operation Sindoor discussion that is currently taking place in the Lok Sabha. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be the first speaker to kick off proceedings of that discussion in the Lok Sabha tomorrow, is what we're given to understand. Remember, there's simultaneous discussion that's going to happen in the Rajya Sabha tomorrow as well, where Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh will be initiating the discussion. But the intervention of the Prime Minister is expected at about 7 p.m. tomorrow in the Lok Sabha. That's what we're learning. Payal now joins us, getting us more details. Payal, we now have more details of when the government's bigwigs are going to be making an intervention.
Yes, we do understand that the Home Minister will be initiating the discussion tomorrow, which clearly means that the first speaker at around 12 noon will be Union Home Minister Amit Shah, one of the key, key ministers in the Modi government, somebody who is responsible for internal security. His intervention is said to be very important. Poonam, also, as of now, if the debate goes on well until late in the evening, then probably the debate will continue tomorrow and finish tomorrow. And therefore, we are given to understand that the Prime Minister will be replying around 7 p.m., which is going to be at the end of the debate, because the priority of the government will be to finish those 16 hours. And because the debate began at 2 o'clock this afternoon, which clearly means that the debate goes on beyond 11 p.m. Tonight. That is when, you'll have the Prime Minister speak tomorrow evening. Else his reply will be day after tomorrow. But, the debate gets underway in the Lok Sabha also tomorrow. And apart from the debate, will also happen in the Rajya Sabha. If the debate happens in the Rajya Sabha tomorrow, at around 2 p.m., you can expect Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh to speak. The big guns are going to be fielded in Rajya Sabha also tomorrow. And just to update our viewers, that about 7:50 or 8 p.m. this evening, you will hear from the all-important message of the foreign policy coming in from Mr. Jaishankar, who's going to be speaking in the Lok Sabha. So, like we reported earlier, Poonam, all the top guns of the BJP government, all the top guns of the Modi government will be fielded. You've already seen Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh speak. On behalf of the LGP, you also saw Lallan Singh really speak. So multiple leaders, especially union ministers, are being fielded on a very, very important topic concerning this.
Right, Payal, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. It's not just from the Treasury benches, but we have details of who the Congress is going to be fielding tomorrow as well in the Rajya Sabha. Leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, is going to be the one that opens up this discussion for the opposition in the upper house, which begins tomorrow. There are at least three others of the Congress party that are also going to be fielded. We have those details, and Sharon, in fact, has got us those details. Sharon, apart from Mallikarjun Kharge, who else is going to be taking up the discussion from the Congress side?
Poonam, there is going to be at least 4 speakers from the Congress party in Rajya Sabha. Like you pointed out, that it is going to be led by the leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president. After which, P. Chidambaram, the former Home Minister, will in fact be speaking, and then Akhilesh Prasad Singh, who is a Rajya Sabha Congress MP, also the Bihar president. Bihar Congress Pradesh President is going to speak, after which Shakti Singh Gohel. So these are the 4 people who have been shortlisted to speak in Rajya Sabha from the Congress side. Interestingly, we will have to see what is going to be the stand that is going to be put by Chidambaram, the kind of explanation he is going to give after his interview on how he has been taking a different stand, saying that it is not it's unlikely that this is Pakistan behind the attack. So whether he will be allowed to speak by the BJP, because they are already very miffed with the kind of statement he has made. We have to, of course, see whether he will in fact be able to make a smooth speech. But right now, these are the 4 names that are coming in from the Congress side for Rajya Sabha.
Right, Sharon, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. A fiery session in Lok Sabha is underway. We're going to be seeing those fireworks in the upper house in the Rajya Sabha as well, beginning tomorrow. But with that, it's a wrap from my side here on this edition. Plain Speak coming up next.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. 2 operations are dominating Indian mindspace today. One past and continuing, the other fresh and current. Operation Sindoor being debated in Parliament, while on ground in Kashmir, forces are mounting Operation Mahadev, in which at least 3 Pak origin terrorists have been eliminated. Are the 2 operations going to link Pahalgam terror attack? We don't quite know for certain yet, but it's very likely that Operation Mahadev has completed inside India what Operation Sindoor did across the border. Focusing on the Parliament proceedings first, 3 months since the dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam, 2 months since India's counter-offensive against Pakistan, Parliament is witnessing a mega showdown on the 2 as we speak. It was Defence Minister who set the tone of debate earlier after constant disruption and even 3 adjournments. Point by point, Rajnath Singh allayed all of opposition fears, right from the ceasefire questions to long-standing how many jets did India lose. The government was measured in its response. It's the result that matters, as Defence Minister said, not so much the means employed. Leading the Congress charge was Gaurav Gogoi, still hung up on whether or not India lost any Rafale jets. Other opposition MPs raised questions about why did India stop the operation and the looming worry that Trump's recent claims have cast. Did India surrender? Did United States broker the peace deal? And why did Prime Minister not respond to those charges? A political ceasefire doesn't seem to be in sight, at least for now. Both sides continue to charge at each other. The 16-hour debate is poised to witness more action. Will the opposition eventually walk out convinced? That's the big question we're asking. We'll take that to our guests in just a bit. But first up, here are the big takeaways from the Defence Minister's statement earlier today. He made clear several things, not so much things that haven't been said in the past or we haven't been known in public, but it's important. It's coming from the Defence Minister on the floor of the House. First of all, he said that no important Indian asset was damaged during the course of Operation Sindoor. Clearly, this is the one big lie that Pakistan tried to circulate globally, but there weren't many buyers because there's not an iota of proof of any damage in India. Secondly, there were no external pressure of any kind that led to India's decision to halt the operation. This, in a way, answers opposition's question of who mediated, if at all. No military casualties reported during the operation. Of course, there were casualties that India had announced earlier across the LC. Not just this, all objectives of the operation were achieved, and therefore, this has been India's stand. Our objectives were met, which is why the ceasefire was agreed to. Importantly, Rajnath Singh also mentioned how Those who were the plotters at large behind the attack were eliminated. Over 100 such terrorists were eliminated in the strikes that India conducted on the 9 terror camps in Pakistan. But the opposition doesn't seem to be on board still. Congress maintains that it is pertinent to clarify whether or not India lost any Rafale jets or not. So Gaurav Gogoi of the Congress party posing that question amongst others. Shiv Sena UBT's Arvind Sawant raised the question of the ceasefire deal, asking why was it done without any conditions. In fact, this has been a question asked by many. Why did India agree to halt the operation when it had the upper hand? And as I said earlier, the government has maintained our objectives were met, which is why that call was taken. India didn't want to take it beyond a certain point. TMC has questioned Prime Minister's silence over US President Donald Trump's repeated claims of mediating a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Kalyan Banerjee posing that question earlier today. As I said, that debate is ongoing. Now it is clear that the debate will also continue over the next 2 days. The Lok Sabha debate will continue tomorrow as well, while a debate will also be initiated in the Rajya Sabha. But the big question that we ask is simply this. Why is opposition not convinced? It's taken much more effort, much longer to convince the Indian opposition than it has even taken to convince global experts. Why? Here's first snippets from the debate earlier today.
कभी कभी हमारे प्रतिपक्ष के लोग ये पूछते रहे हैं कि हमारे कितने बीमार गिरे। मुझे लगता है उनका यह प्रश्न हमारी राष्ट्रीय जनभावनाओं का सही से प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं कर रहा है। मुझे लगता है उन्होंने एक बार भी हमसे यह नहीं पूछा कि हमारी सेनाओं ने दुश्मन के कितने विमान मार गिराए।
देश के वो लोग ये भी जानना चाहते हैं कि ये जो 5 दहशतगर्दे थे, दहशतगर्दी जो आए टेररिस्ट, निश्चय इनको किसी ने पनाह दी, निश्चय इनको किसी ने जानकारी दी, निश्चय ये पूरा जो 1 घंटा का जो उन्होंने गोला बारूदी की, उसके बाद ये फरार हो गए। उनको फरार होने में भी किसी ने उनकी मदद की, और आज भी ये 100 दिन हो गए और सरकार के पास कोई जवाब नहीं।
एक भी शब्द उन्होंने इस देश के सेना की वीरता पर, पराक्रम पर, उनके अदम्य साहस पर एक बार भी उन्होंने।
अब ऐसा क्या हुआ कि उस दिन पहलगाम में कोई सशस्त्र जवान नहीं है, पुलिस नहीं है, हमारे टूरिस्ट वहां आए हुए हैं, सैलान आए हुए हैं, तो पुलिस भी नहीं है।
Let's go across to our guests joining us. Charu Pragya from the BJP, Sujata Paul from the Congress Party, Harsh Daya is a political analyst, and Rashid Kidwai, senior journalist, also with us. Remember, we're also keeping one eye on the developments that are taking place in Kashmir today. We're expecting more and more details to come out from official sources of the Indian forces and the army that are embroiled in an encounter and a combing operation as we speak. But first up, on proceedings in Parliament today, Sujata Paul, the Defence Minister, posed a very key question to the opposition, that why are you so obsessed on the damages caused to India, although there weren't any? Why doesn't the opposition ask the question, what damage we caused to Pakistan, how many jets of Pakistan were downed, and what was the achievements of Operation Sindoor? It's the mindset he's questioning today.
Well, good evening, Shivani, to my co-panelists and to your audiences. It is our responsibility as a responsible opposition to question the government for the sake of our armed forces. Because our soldiers, they give up lives at the borders. They fight our enemies. But if any wrong will be done and which can affect their security, should we not ask this question? Because it is our responsibility to let our soldiers know how many jets were brought down by Pakistan. We should also be told by the Honorable Defence Minister how many of their jets came down.
But the Indian Army did answer that question in as many ways.
Hang on.
Once again, you're saying it's important. Once again, ma'am, I'm just trying to get a clarification from you. You're saying it's important for the armed personnel to know this. When the DGMO of the air operations himself said that, losses are incurred in operations and it's not relevant to talk about the numbers. He's the leader of the armed forces and of the air operations. this is the answer he is giving, then what else is required?
It is important that our armed forces, which comprises of soldiers who at the borders are staking their lives for our benefit, to protect us, for our security, our safety. You think we don't have any responsibility to them?
But they're
We
not
don't
asking
have
this
any-
question. No, they have their leadership
No,
to
no, we
ask this
have to ask-
question.
What are you saying? If you keep interjecting, I will not
No,
answer.
but
Either
I'm
you
not
let me.
interjecting you. I'm allowing you to
You are.
speak. But I'm asking you, the main question here is, those soldiers have a leadership, right? They have the leadership to ask these questions. They're not asking these questions of the political leadership because the
I give
army has
one more-
responded to this.
One more example here, which came out in Gaurav Gogoiji's speech. What he said very clearly about the mother-daughter duo who were coming from Baisaran after this terror attack had started, and when they saw an Indian soldier, their faith was shaken. And they were questioning him, and they didn't want to trust him. Why? Because these terrorists had worn the army uniform. These soldiers of ours, if they don't get our trust, how are they going to protect us? And therefore, it is important for them to know that the jets they are using, are they safe enough? We have 35 Rafales, right? So if we bought them, then we should be giving them importance and how they are functioning. That is the reason. And why? Because if you remember what was said in Singapore by our chief, no less, what did he say?
The CDS.
Yes, the CDS, sorry. When he said that there were mistakes which happened, but they are not important as to the number of jets which came down. But the fact what we did after that, that means we realized our mistake and then we
So why is that
them
not
on.
sufficient?
Of course. No, why should this be sufficient? I'll tell you
Because
again.
the army is speaking.
Again, I am talking about what Mr. Gaurav Gogoi said, and you will not interject the BJP spokesperson. Which
We'll see to that. We'll see to that.
Yes, now
the
I will
questions
see to
being
that.
posed are for the Congress party. I'm not quite understanding what's the connection between what Gaurav Gogoi said about. I don't think any Indian citizen doesn't trust the Indian Jawan or the Indian soldier or the Indian army. So I'm not quite understanding what the point was there about why that connects to jet numbers. The CDS's statement. The CDS's statement. One second.
Why are you trying to? Why are you trying to force words into my mouth? I haven't said that. We have said we stood by our government. We stand with our government even today.
Where
we
did
are
you stand with your
an
government?
army.
Can I come in?
One second, Charu, 1 second. We've got time. Just 1 second.
No. You have interjected me so many times. Now let me complete. The fact is that this is the government which said hum ghar ke andar ghus ke marenge.
Right.
Now what are they saying? We have decided that we will attack them only up to a certain level. They said ghar mein ghus kar marenge, apni zameen wapas lenge. Then why did they not take POK back?
Okay, you're changing goalposts now. I want to stick to the question of the jets. 1 second. I want to stick to the question of the jets first. The CDS's statement that you referred to, he said initially there were some mistakes that were identified and we corrected those mistakes. All of our planes flew again and certainly all of our pilots were safe. I'm not quite sure if any military operation details will be extended greater to that. I have with me, in fact, Lieutenant General Satish Dua, former GOC 15 Corps of the Indian Army, also joining us. I do thank you, sir, for your time. And of course, Mr. Dua will be with us as we also discuss this very important operation Mahadev, which is going on. On the issue of jets, Charu, just give me a few minutes because I want to bring in a military perspective here. On the issue of the jets question, how much more do you think any military commander or the government can reveal? Why is there a reason that the Indian government is not willing to go into details on this?
Shivani, allow me not to get into the politics
of
it.
Sure.
But let me just make a focus point. You see, as to the question of how many jets or how many guns or how many targets, now the point is, in the army, it's an ongoing operation. In the armed forces, the bean count is not important. The outcomes are. And that's what the Chief of Defense Staff stated to some foreign channels in Singapore, which is being referred to, or the DGMO of all three services, when they briefed a full-blooded press conference here, they did speak about it, that there were some reverses, but we learned our lessons, and what is more important is the outcomes. And like you also pointed out, they said all our pilots are safe. They just gave a bottom line there.
Yeah.
So to my mind, I'll just end with this. To my mind, it is not important at all In fact, I would say it is very important that we don't bring out specifics in public domain, because they will be detrimental to national security issues. And it is better that we don't bring this out, the bean count, out in public domain, especially when the operation is only on a pause.
Yes. And Charu Pragya, this is something that has been said not just by military experts, but even current military handlers and commanders, and of course the government. What do you make of the insistence that the opposition is making that, you need to give us this number? The alternative to this, the other side to this also is, Charu Pragya, what big harm if we, let's say we did lose 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. What is the big deal if you say that, okay, these suffered some damages, they're going to be repaired, or they're beyond repair? What's the big harm if the government reveals it?
Shivani, what is said on the floor of the House and Parliament is of utmost importance because it goes down in history. Our Raksha Mantri today said that no major Indian asset was damaged. It's been said very clearly that all our pilots are home. In 22 minutes flat, we decimated 11 air bases. We destroyed 20% of the Pakistani Air Force, and we hit out at terror camps where more than 100 terrorists were targeted. 8 places these attacks were carried out, and all of this happened in a way where India made sure that it retaliated with steel. We spoke with our missiles. We didn't write letters like UPA used to write. Our diplomacy is strong, and that was established when an all-party delegation of MPs from across party lines, across ideologies, went across the world. They met world leaders and they talked about Operation Sindoor. Today, Congress conveniently has forgotten that their tall leaders has stood by what Operation Sindoor speaks about. They've completely forgotten about it. So
some of the questions, forget about those delegations, but some of the questions, let's say, they may not be important for foreign governments, but they may be important for people of the country. Like some of the questions as to what happened to those terrorists. We are awaiting news. There could be some good news in store. What happened to those terrorists, and why did the attack take place in the first place? Who really takes the blame of the kind of security lapses that came to light? Are those not fair questions to ask, Charu?
No, absolutely. Absolutely, Shivani. And these same questions were raised at the all-party meeting right after the Pahalgam terror attack. You remember that time. The same questions were raised. What did our Parliamentary Affairs Minister say? We are going to fix things that have gone wrong. If there is any responsibility to be taken, we take that in hand. Congress at that point of time, along with their allies, claimed that they stand with the government. But did they stand with the government, or were their statements used in Pakistani dossiers against India in the UN? Weren't their statements used in Pakistani media against India in building up Pakistani narrative? And they keep asking, why did India stop? My question to you is, have you reached such a low point in your life that instead of celebrating a national triumph, you're looking at it from a lens of political suspicion even today? And that's the lowest point that Indian opposition could have hit, because this is about our country now.
Rashid Kidwai, I want to understand from you, this insistence. Ma'am, I'll come back to you. We have time for the full hour. I'll come back to you. Rashid Kidwai, this insistence on how many jets, plus even the suspicion whether the current government, I mean, let's not forget the current External Affairs Minister, he was almost charged of being anti-national or a treasurer because of certain allegations that the opposition had made against him, that he gave out information to Pakistan beforehand of the impending attack. His statement was misread or misconstrued. All of this, putting suspicion on India first and Indian government's actions first, which emboldens our enemies. That this is the central charge that the government is making, that, why don't you ask instead how successful was it? Why don't you ask instead how many were killed in our terror camp attacks? Why don't you ask instead what damages Pakistan faced? Is that a fair critique of the opposition stance, more concerned about how we suffered or not, rather than Pakistan?
So Shivani, there is a lot of, I would say it's very unfortunate, and there is a lot of confusion. First of all, there is a fine distinction between the Indian state, for which our commitment is absolute, and the conduct of a government. So there is a difference between Indian state and the government of India. Then, more importantly, Shivani, it takes two to tango. There is a tangible sort of trust deficit between government and opposition. Shivani, when Operation Sindoor was going on, or just after that, the kind of things that were said by both sides, they were very unfortunate. There is constantly a kind of thing is there that Rahul Gandhi, who the leader of opposition, is part of, George Soros's thing about the anti-India sort of campaign. The Congress was compared with, it was said the Congress as part of, Lashkar-e-Taiyiba or Lashkar-e-Congress, something like, all kind of things were said. And even Prime Minister, who went to some of those, public rallies in, I remember in Vadodara, in Ahmedabad, somewhere, some of the remarks were actually uncalled for. And of course, the conduct of opposition is highly questionable. So therefore, I think questions need to be asked, and there is a whole history, Shivani. We have seen during 1962 conflict, Atal Bihari Vajpayee asked questions. We saw in 1971 from January up to December when actual war took place, the Bharatiya Janata Sangh kept asking questions. We saw when Mumbai was under attack, Chief Minister Narendra Modi was there outside Taj holding a press conference questioning Manmohan Singh government's conduct and the way it was handled. So
yeah,
all
but some of those cases are very different. I get what you're saying, Rashid Kidwai, but those wars that you're mentioning, even 26/11 that you're mentioning, those are attacks that India suffered out of the blue. So on Pahalgam terror attack, I don't think anybody has a problem if you ask questions, the lapses, why did it happen, etc. But as far as India's very prepared response is concerned, which is Operation Sindoor per se, on that, why should there be a doubt?
No, why is government being so sensitive that any question that is asked by opposition, the opposition is dubbed as anti-national?
Okay.
And that is something which is very unfortunate.
Charu, you are not willing to take any questions at all, any criticism, Charu, and then Harsh.
No, criticism is welcome, Shivani, but what kind of criticism is used by your enemy state against you? Does Rashid ji stand by the kind of post Congress was making, whether it was that Nimbu Mirchi where you actually made a mockery of our defense assets, or that Sar Tan Se Juda post of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji that was completely put under the carpet and the opposition has not spoken about? And I pointedly asked this question. When opposition MPs have gone to different countries in the world and they have spoken about Operation Sindoor, are you calling them all liars? Are you not standing by their statement? Or is it that your political parties are so divided, even amongst one political party, there's so much division that you cannot come to a consensus? In a state of near war, when India has been firing missiles, you're questioning India, you're not questioning the enemy state. So much so that you're piling evidence against your own country rather than the enemy country. Do you remember that victory celebration that happened in Pakistan with the cricketer, Shahid Afridi, I think, roaming around with the Pakistani flag everywhere, contrasted to the Indian opposition leaders? You are actually feeling bad that India retaliated, and you forget the India, which all it did was write letters. Do you remember Sharmin Sheikh? What did you do? You delinked terror and talks. You delinked it. You actually legitimized Pakistan's terror. You legitimized it, and you don't want to talk about it today.
Okay, so but Harsh, the other thing is that, see, people have curiosity and opposition is well within their right to know, okay, why was this operation seized? Why did we agree to the ceasefire? I think these are very logical questions. Fine. Due to sensitivity issues, you can't give information on how many jets, what was the damage, what kind of weaponry used, etc., etc. Fair enough. And I don't think the opposition is doing itself justice by focusing on that, because this sounds like harping on what suits enemies rather than our own interests. But why did we agree to a ceasefire? Under what conditions? Should we have not continued this operation instead if we had such an upper hand? Harsh, aren't these fair questions to ask?
Shivani, I would first like to salute our brave armed forces for avenging the Pahalgam attack yet again today. They have gunned down Lashkar terrorist Suleiman Shah in Operation Mahadev today. And that is a very welcome step by our armed forces. And, if you remember the previous debate that we had, I have stated clearly that these war jets are made for war. They are not for showcasing as showpieces.
So fair enough, then reveal how many did we lost. We can take it, isn't it? As a mature country, can't we take on our losses and go ahead?
Not at all. This is not a question of debate. This is for the armed forces to answer that how many jets were lost, what losses have we suffered. This is not for the government to decide what they will declare and what they will not. This is for the armed forces to decide. Lieutenant General Dua has clearly pointed out that the DGMO of our armed forces have stated what the losses were, and they don't want to go into the numbers. Why can't the opposition respect that? If the armed forces were comfortable with revealing the numbers, they could have done that, because this is not the prerogative of the government to decide what kind of numbers and what kind of losses or what kind of strategic achievements that we
What about
achieve.
the ceasefire conditions, or the, not just the conditions that Pakistan was put to, but the overall conditions that existed, who all, got into this whole back and forth? Yes, US certainly called us. US certainly called Pakistan. They were very interested in calming the tempers on both sides. Why can't the government talk more about this? Maybe the External Affairs Minister will get into this.
See, I don't understand, and I don't remember since when did Indian opposition and Indian ruling parties start paying so much attention to what US president or any other president or any president of any other country is saying. Trump also claimed that Indian opposition is being held by George Soros to defeat Mr. Modi. So should we get into the investigation of that as well? Should these investigation agencies investigate that issue as well? Because if we are trusting Trump on this India-Pakistan ceasefire issue, then we should trust his other statements as well. We cannot be selective. And who's leading? Let me put forward one point, Shivani. Who's leading the charge in Lok Sabha for Congress? That's Mr. Gogoi. And let me show the viewers who Mr. Gogoi is sitting with. He's sitting with the Pakistan High Commissioner. And Assam's
when is that picture from?
It's from a couple of years back, but they really need to clarify.
No, why don't you take action against him if that is the case, if there's something wrong?
Sujata ji, is it a fake picture? Will you clarify, is it a fake picture? Is it a fake picture?
To me,
is it a fake picture?
Government to decide, and you are
Shivani, can I come in?
One second, please. One second.
Who are you?
Sorry, I'm unable
Why
to
are you
hear
making these
what
allegations?
Sujata
How
ji
dare
is
you make these allegations? The Prime Minister
What
went
allegation
to
is this picture fake?
And
Is this
don't
picture
you
fake?
forget that it was Mr.
Is this
Atal Bihari
picture fake?
Vajpayee who took a bus to Lahore. After that, we were
They are the prime ministers.
People.
That may not be the accurate comparisons to make. One second, ma'am. Ma'am, 1 second. Let's not shout. Let's not shout at each other. Let's not shout at each other. Prime ministers meeting each other may not be the accurate comparison on what Gaurav Gogoi is doing with the Pakistani High Commissioner. But I don't want to get into this. He's not here to defend himself. Let's just come back to the debate. Let's just come back to the debate. Charu wanted to come in, then Sujata ji, I'm coming to you right after that. Please.
Yeah. Shivani, I want to quote two things. One, our Prime Minister very recently has spoken very clearly, and he has said that the white flag was waved by Pakistan. When our Prime Minister speaks, our Defense Minister speaks, our External Affairs Minister speaks, our Armed Forces speak, they have made it extremely clear that this was a bilateral decision on the behest of Pakistan that India has taken. The world has applauded India's responsible restraint. We struck with intelligence and precision targeting. We are not out to get civilian.
Which country has applauded us?
Which
country has applauded us?
I want to quote
You will answer. Which country has applauded us? Not a single country has applauded us. Every country has stood with Pakistan, not with us. We have been hyphenated.
Okay. One second. Let me take that to Charu. Let's do this one by one. Sujata ma'am, I'm coming to you. Charu, I think the opposition's criticism has been we haven't really been able to win diplomatic support of the kind that we should have had after this recent Pahalgam attack. We haven't been able to get that kind of diplomatic support. Charu.
So we have got diplomatic support from 120 countries, Shivani, and that is on record. It is on record in their tweets, in the statements made by them, in all the countries visited by the multi-party delegation. The quote that I was trying to tell you from President Trump is what he made in Abu Dhabi. He clearly said that I wish I could take the credit for the ceasefire between India and Pakistan. I wish I had done it, but I had not. So President
That's one
Trump,
out of 20 other statements. Let's be fair.
He's back and forth and he says a million things about everything.
Okay.
Right?
Take that to Sujata ji. Before I have to shift very quickly our focus on the other operation that is currently going on. But before that, Sujata ji, the question that the government or others are asking is that why are you fixated on what Donald Trump is saying? He's not really known to make very measured statements. He's known to say things that come out to be inaccurate, if not completely false later. So why hang on to his word when Indian Army, Indian Defense Ministry, External Affairs Ministry, Prime Minister all have contradicted what he has said?
not the Prime Minister. That is exactly what we've been
He
saying.
has.
We
He
have
has.
no, please,
Update
please. He
yourself,
hasn't.
Sujata. And everybody is
Hang
tired
on.
of this angry young woman.
Can you just
Okay,
stop?
okay, let's not get personal with each other.
Stop
Let's
getting
one
personal.
second,
Mind your
one
own
by one,
business.
one by one. Sujata ji,
No,
one
why
by
should
one,
she get personal?
please calm down, please calm down.
She's
Yes.
the one who's getting personal.
Okay, let's not
Okay,
make
so,
comments at each
Shivani,
other. Let's make
yes.
comments on the subject, please. Yes.
No, this is the habit of the BJP. That's their problem.
The
Okay,
Prime Minister
now,
has, in a way, responded to the criticism on the Donald Trump statement. He may not have made, named the US president, but in his stature, he's possibly not going to do name calling, right?
we must remember that we are a country that leads in the population data in the world. And when you have people looking up to the Prime Minister, because he's not the Prime Minister of only the BJP, he's the Prime Minister of the country, he's my Prime Minister, your Prime Minister, everybody's. And if he does not refute the charges that are being made by Mr. Donald Trump, our faith is questioned, and our faith is in our Prime Minister. And if he once were to take the name of Mr. Donald Trump and say that no, what he is saying is incorrect, and I have clearly made the statement now that he was not responsible for the ceasefire, the country will trust him, believe him, and we all want to do that. That is the reason why we wanted to say this.
Okay.
Secondly, if you remember, the targets which were made and which were destroyed. Please remember, we started with 21 targets. We came down to 9 or 11. Now the 5 terrorists have not been brought down till now. Nobody knows where they are. And if you remember, there was a BJP spokesperson on your channel who in your program said that we have brought down 1 terrorist, and that was a lie. Now coming to what has happened immediately after this attack and after Operation Sindoor started. You saw World Bank giving a loan. You saw IMF giving a $1 billion USD loan. Then they also got one loan of $800 million from ADB and 40 million from World Bank. Now, if that is happening, that means they are going to strengthen those very areas that we were destroying. And if you remember, they were removed from FATF in 2022. Now they've got a place over there. So these are questions which are going to shake our faith.
Fair enough. I think those are indeed the questions that the External Affairs Minister could very well get into. I do request all of our guests to just stay with me, because on the question of whether the Pahalgam terrorists have been gunned down, if, when, etc., we don't quite have a confirmation, but at least 3 terrorists believed to be of foreign origin, that is Pakistani origin, were killed in a fierce gun battle with security forces in the forest of Harwan near Dachigam in Jammu and Kashmir earlier today. Not confirmed if the 3 slain terrorists were involved in the April 22 Pahalgam attack, but it's quite likely. It is believed that at least Suleiman alias Musa is one of the slain terrorists, and he is the mastermind of the Pahalgam attack. Security forces launched this massive operation to track down the perpetrators of the attack that left 26 dead, mind you. And intelligence inputs over the past month had suggested that terrorists might have moved towards Dachigam area, which is around 20 kilometers from Srinagar's city center. Here's what we know. The encounter was underway in Harwan area near Dachigam National Park in Srinagar. Operation is still underway. At least 3 foreign terrorists have been gunned down. Intel sources have informed that the slain terrorists were involved in high-profile attacks previously. Which one? We are waiting to hear from official sources. In fact, one of the slain terrorists is believed to be the one that is involved in the Pahalgam terror attack, and that is the one, Musa, that I'm talking about. So, who is this Musa exactly, and why is his elimination very crucial for us? This Hashim Musa is a Pakistani terrorist believed to be one of the attackers and planners of the Pahalgam attack. Big win for India, because he's a former regular of Pakistan Army's para forces. Sources say Musa may have been asked by Pakistani Army's Special Service Group to join LET and strengthen the terror outfit's Kashmir operations. This hereby reinforces India's claims that terror from Pakistan is not a non-state actor kind of an activity. It is very much backed by Pakistan. It is believed that he infiltrated into India in September 2023 with his area of operation primarily in Kashmir's Budgam district near Srinagar. Coupled with Operation Sindoor, his killing will showcase India's firm stance on cross-border terror.
Immediate effect until Pakistan credibly and irrevocably abjures its support for cross-border terrorism. 2. The integrated checkpost Atari would be closed with immediate effect. 3. Pakistani nationals who are traveling under SARC visa exemption scheme will no longer be allowed to do that. 4. The defense, naval and air advisors of the Pakistani High Commission would be declared persona non grata. And 5, the overall strength of the High Commission would be brought down to 30 from the number of 55. It was very clear, Honorable Speaker, sir, that after this first set of steps approved by the Cabinet Committee on Security, that India's response to the Pahalgam attack will not stop there. Our task from a diplomatic perspective, from a foreign policy approach, was to shape the global understanding of the Pahalgam attack. What we tried to do was to bring out to the international community Pakistan's long-standing use of cross-border terrorism. We highlighted the history of terrorism in Pakistan and how this particular attack was meant to target the economy of Jammu and Kashmir and to sow communal discord among the people of India. Our messages were two. 1, zero tolerance of terrorism, and 2, the right to defend our people against terrorism. So all the interactions we did, the diplomatic briefings, we called all the embassies for briefings. We interacted with the media. All of this was aimed at these two objectives: zero tolerance of terrorism and the right to defend ourselves, right to defend the people of India against cross-border terrorism. Now, the focus for our diplomacy was understandably the UN Security Council. And Honorable Speaker, sir, the challenge for us was that at this particular point, Pakistan is a member of the Security Council. We are not. So we had to achieve our objectives in a Security Council where Pakistan is a member. Now, our goals in the Security Council were two. 1, to get an endorsement from the Security Council of the need for accountability, and 2, to bring to justice those who perpetrated this attack. And I am glad to say, Speaker, sir, and I hope that this is appreciated and recognized by the House. If you look at the Security Council statement of 25 April, the members of the Security Council condemned in the strongest terms the terrorist attack. They affirmed terrorism in all its forms and manifestations constitute one of the most serious threats to international peace and security. And most important, the Council underlined the need to hold the perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice. I highlight this, Speaker, sir, because this statement of the UN Security Council resonated throughout the international community. So when many honorable members asked today, where was the world on Pahalgam? I think the answer is there. The answer is there in a Security Council statement which says hold them accountable, bring them to justice, and that is exactly what we did through Operation Sindoor. Now, I also want, Honorable Speaker, sir, through you, to bring to the attention of the House a very interesting development pertaining to the TRF, the Resistance Front. When the Security Council was debating this on the 25th of April, and TRF had twice claimed responsibility for the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan defended the TRF. Pakistan tried to get any mention of TRF excluded. And in fact, the Pakistani foreign minister told his parliament that this is a great diplomatic achievement. Now, I mention it because today, again, thanks to our diplomacy, the TRF has been designated as a global terrorist organization by the US government. And the same Pakistani foreign minister who took so much pride saying, I defended the TRF, says, well, now if the US has done this, we accept it. So that is where the Security Council issue stood. If I could then, sir, move on to the diplomacy from 25th of April till the commencement of Operation Sindoor. During this period, there were obviously a number of phone calls, a number of conversations. At my level, there were 27 calls. At Prime Minister, I think almost 20 calls. About 35, 40 letters of support came in. And what we tried to do was to create a narrative, prepare the diplomacy for the launch of Operation Sindoor. And the result of that diplomacy, Honorable Speaker, sir, there are 193 nations of the members of the United Nations. 193. Only 3, apart from Pakistan, opposed Operation Sindoor. Only 3. If you look through this period, and I would be very happy to share with the House the exact positions of various governments, overwhelmingly, there was recognition that terrorism is unacceptable, that a country which has been attacked has a right to defend itself, and that India was doing exactly that. Now, when Operation Sindoor was launched, we spelled out our objectives. There was a statement, Honorable Raksha Mantri ji referred to it in his statement, where we put out for the benefit of our own people, for the international community, that Operation Sindoor was hitting the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks had been planned and launched. We highlighted that 9 sites had been targeted, and we said that our actions are focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. And we were living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held accountable. This was the commitment which was endorsed by the UN Security Council, thanks to our diplomacy. It was a commitment made by the Prime Minister to the people of India that we would hit those symbols, those sites, those planning places. So today, when I hear many questions from across the aisle, I want to say, which one of you imagined that Bhavalpur and Muridke would be brought down the way it was? Which one of you thought it? When did you even think of it during your tenure? Did it even cross your mind? In fact, on the contrary, you ruled it out after 26/11. So I think our objectives are very clear. We wanted to send a message to the terrorists. We wanted to send a message to Pakistan that do not continue this support for terrorism. And I think on the morning of 7th of May, that message went home loud and clear. Now, sir, during this period, there was, when the operations were on, when the conflict, when the activities were on, operation is still continuing. A number of countries, number of their leaders, ministers, others called up. And they called up because people wanted to know what is happening. People wanted to know what is the thinking of India. People wanted to understand what we are doing. And I would like to share with the House, sir, through you, to everybody, we gave a common message. The common message was India is exercising its right to defend itself against terrorism. Number 2, the targets which were hit on the 7th of May are known terrorist headquarters and infrastructure. Number 3, there will be no mediation. Anything between us and Pakistan is bilateral. Number 4, we will never bow down to nuclear blackmail. Number 5, we are responding to Pakistani military attacks because after Operation Sindoor was launched, they had started at targeting our military facilities. And we will continue to hit the Pakistani military. If the fighting is to stop, Pakistan must request it. And that request must come through the designated channel of DGMOs. This was a common message that we had given to many people who had called us during that period. Our position was very, very clear in how we were approaching the progress of Operation Sindoor. Now, sir, many members asked, some out of genuine curiosity, some perhaps less, what was the international support? How much international understanding was there of India's position? I would like to share with you a sample. So let me start with countries who are known to be partners of India, Quad. Quad gave a statement which says, the Quad unequivocally condemns all acts of terrorism and violent extremism in all its forms and manifestations, including cross-border terrorism. We condemn in strongest terms the terrorist attacks in Pahalgam on 22 April and call for perpetrators, organizers, and financiers of this reprehensible act to be brought to justice without any delay. Now, sir, this is the Quad. Now, let us look at a different grouping, BRICS. Now, BRICS has China as a member, Russia as a member, it has Iran as a member, Brazil, South Africa, Egypt. BRICS also condemned the April 22 attack. It reaffirmed its commitment to combating terrorism, again including cross-border terrorism. Now, I would like members of this House to understand, if India is attacked, if there is a terrorist attack on India and a country says we condemn cross-border terrorism, I think it is obvious to everybody what that cross-border terrorism is. So, I then move on, sir, to the Central Asia. The Central Asian countries opposed providing safe haven using terrorist proxies for cross-border terrorism, for terror financing. Now, I can cite statements from the Indian Ocean Rim Association, from individual countries, range of them. President Putin, for example, has said, he wrote to our president and said, this brutal crime has no justification whatsoever, and its perpetrators will face a deserved punishment. The president of Paraguay has said that he expresses solidarity and recognized India's legitimate right to self-defense. So the main point, the common thread, sir, which I would like to bring out is that number one, a cross-border terrorism across the board is being recognized, all forms and manifestations, opposition to condemnation of Pahalgam terrorist attack, and the right of India to bring people to justice. Now, sir, in addition to that, I would particularly like to mention 2 or 3 other developments. One, the American designation of TRF. On the 17th of July, the Department of State designated TRF as a foreign terrorist organization and a specially designated global terrorist. Now, this comes in the wake of the extradition of Tahawur Rana, who was involved in the 26/11 attack. And when people ask today, how successful is your foreign policy? Where is your diplomacy? I want to say that Tahawur Rana, which many of you tried for so long to get, is finally here because of us. I want to say TRF was designated not because somebody out there made a remark. TRF was designated as a global terrorist organization because our diplomacy persuaded another country to do that. Now, our strong stance has resonated across the world. I was some time ago in Germany, and standing next to me, the German foreign minister said, India has every right to defend itself against terrorism, and Germany will support this fight against terrorism. Similar position has been taken by France. Similar position has been taken by the European Union. So what I would like to highlight, sir, is that today, where Operation Sindoor is concerned, there has been The world sees what it is about. The world realizes this is a fight against terrorism. It is felt that India has acted responsibly but firmly. Now, I would like, sir, to address one particular aspect because some members have brought it up. And this is regarding the US activity during this period. Sir, I'd like to inform the House that on the 9th of May, Vice President J.D. Vance called the Prime Minister, warning of a massive Pakistani attack in the next few hours. Prime Minister, in his response, made it very clear that if such an attack happens, it would meet with an appropriate response from our side. Now, sir, that attack took place and was foiled by our armed forces, and I think the House should collectively appreciate the performance of the armed forces in foiling what was a massive attack on the 9th and 10th, the 9th, 10th of May. Now, our response, which the Prime Minister promised, was delivered, and it was delivered with devastating effect. I don't have to say anything. Every member has seen satellite pictures of Pakistani airfields. You can see from the state of those airfields, which shown by the pictures, what was our answer. Now, on the 10th of May, we received phone calls sharing the impression of other countries that Pakistan was ready to cease the fighting. Our position was, if Pakistan was ready, we needed to get this as a request from the Pakistani side through the DGMO channel. That is exactly how that request came. Now, I want to make two things very clear, sir. One, at no stage in any conversation with the United States was there any linkage with trade and what was going on. Secondly, there was, please listen. Secondly, there was no call between the Prime Minister and President Trump from the 22nd of April when President Trump called up to convey his sympathy, and the 17th of June when he called up Prime Minister in Canada to explain why he could not meet. So I would again, मैं इसको दोहराता हूँ, 22 अप्रैल से 17 जून तक।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मेरी एक बात की आपत्ति है, भारत देश का शपथ लिया हुआ विदेश मंत्री यहाँ स्टेटमेंट कर रहा है, उस पर भरोसा नहीं है, उनको किसी और देश पर भरोसा। मैं समझ सकता हूं उनकी पार्टी में विदेश का महत्व क्या है, मगर इसका मतलब ये तो नहीं है पार्टी की सारी चीजें यहाँ सदन में आकर थोपे। भारत के विदेश मंत्री पर भरोसा नहीं करोगे? ओथ लिया हुआ व्यक्ति यहाँ पर बोल रहा है, ही इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, इसीलिए ये वहां बैठे हैं और 20 साल तक वहीं बैठने वाले।
Honorable Speaker, sir, in the course of the debate today, some points were made by members of the opposition. I would like to respond to some of them. We were asked, why did you stop at this time? Why did you not go further? Please see who's asking this question. This question is being asked by people who, after 26/11, felt that the best action was inaction. Now, I would like, sir, to read out, because one member said, nowadays BJP members like reading from books. You get the truth in books. Sometimes you don't like what we read in books. So let me read out, sir, two excerpts from a book by the National Security Advisor of the UPA government. After 26/11, a chapter, this is a book called Choices. He says, on sober reflection and in hindsight, I now believe the decision not to retaliate militarily, but to concentrate on diplomatic, covert, and other means was the right one for that time and place. This is what he says. But did he even do that? Because 26/11 happened in November of 2008. What was the reaction? The reaction was Sharm el-Sheikh. Was that diplomatic? Was it covert? Was it military? Now, what did Sharm el-Sheikh do? In Sharm el-Sheikh, the then government and the Pakistani Prime Minister agreed terrorism is a main threat to both countries. Now, today, sir, people are saying, you know, America is hyphenating you, Russia is hyphenating you. That is what I heard Dipinder Huda ji say. Hello, you are hyphenating yourself. I mean, you did not need a foreign country to say, please link India to Pakistan. Your own government was saying, you know, India and terrorism is a main threat to both countries. And then they said, terrorism should not be linked to the composite dialogue. And worst of all, they accepted a reference to Balochistan in that. Now, here is a country reeling after 26/11. And you are equating Balochistan and 26/11, what happened in Mumbai, and you are saying that the perpetrator and the victim have both got a problem. And then now you are asking me, why didn't you go further? People who did nothing are asking a government which did so much, saying, why didn't you do more? Now, you might think, sir, that this is a one-off, but this is a habit, because this is the thinking in that part of the house. Some years ago, there was, if you remember, sir, the Mumbai train bombing. The Mumbai train bombing happened in July of 2006. In September of 2006, 3 months after the Mumbai train bombing, at Havana, the UPA government, with its Pakistani counterpart, condemns all acts of terrorism as though we are both again equal, and agrees that it's a scourge that we need to effectively deal with together. And then they directed again resumption of dialogue. So what I want to highlight is, for people who did nothing to have the temerity, the gumption today to ask a government which did so much, which brought down Bhavalpur and Muridke, to say, why didn't you do more? I think it's extraordinary. Now, sir, we also heard from one of the early speakers saying we are now facing a two-front, and that the leader of opposition has been warning us about two-front. Now, all I can say, sir, is the person who said it, and maybe the leader of opposition, must have missed their history lessons in school. I'll tell you why. Because I would like to walk you through the history of this two-front. The two-front started because of something called POK. POK was created in 1948-49 by the government of this country by not completing the job of what was to be done. Now, sir, the House should note these dates. The two fronts started 1963, when the Dachigam Valley was ceded by Pakistan to China as a result of an agreement. Then in 1966, the Karakoram Highway was agreed upon, which took 20 years, was completed in 1986. Now, references were made to China-Pakistan military collaboration. So when did this collaboration start? I'll give you the year, 1966. In 1966, the first Chinese military supplies went to Pakistan. When did nuclear collaboration start? 1976. 1976, when Bhutto arranged for China-Pakistan to get together on this. And in 1980s, when Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was visiting China and Pakistan, that was when the nuclear collaboration was at its height. Now, let me go further. You will say, why are you talking history? So let me bring this further up. 2005, Pakistan-China Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation. 2006, Pakistan-China Free Trade Agreement. 2013, handing over of Gwadar to China, Gwadar port to China. May 2013, announcement of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So, sir, we are getting warnings about a US-China, Pakistan-China collaboration, when this collaboration has been going on for 60 years. Now, let me also address two other points. There was a reference made to IMF that, you know, why did you not stop? Why did you not stop?
आपने सवाल उठाया तो जवाब भी सुनना पड़ेगा. आपने उठाया ना, आपके उपनेता ने उठाया, आपने सुनो जवाब. आप जैसे सवाल करोगे वैसे जवाब सुनने पड़ेंगे.
Sir, the IMF loan which was given was approved in September 2024. It was an extended fund facility of $7 billion. Now, sir, the House should know, Pakistan is a serial borrower from the IMF. I think 16 or 17 times they have taken IMF package. Now, very interesting comparison, sir. In 2008, Pakistan got a standby arrangement of $9.70 billion. In 2013, it got another one of $5.9 billion. So the very people who are concerned today at a 7 billion package should remember a 15 billion package went through for Pakistan during that tenure. Now, reference was made, sir, to FATF. I want to say the longest period that Pakistan has been under FATF grey list has been under the tenure of the Modi government. During the Modi government, from 2018 to 2022, 1,576 days, Pakistan was in the grey list. Yes, they were in the grey list earlier also. I am not denying that. It was for a shorter period. But I again want the House to appreciate that the FATF meeting in May 2025 has kept Pakistan in the enhanced follow-up category, recognizing that the compliance of Pakistan is only partial. Now, sir, so much for Pakistan. Some members also raised issues pertaining to China. So I would like to spend a few minutes on that. So I would first like the House to appreciate, because today we are getting these lectures saying China is a great danger, China, Pakistan are together, we are warning you. So what does the Congress party really think about China? Don't go by what they say. Let us see what they did. In 2005, China was designated as a strategic partner during Prime Minister Wen Jiabao's visit to India. Strategic partner. And there is a concept, very famous concept called Chindia, sir, a belief that China and India have common interest. And the main proponent of Chindia is the party spokesman of the people opposite. Now, some mention was made about visits, including my visit. Yes, I went to China. I went to China to make our position very clear about de-escalation, about trade restrictions, and about terrorism. I did not go to China for the Olympics. I did not go to China for secret agreements. I did not go, sir, the House should know that people were watching Olympics when China was issuing stapled visas for people from Arunachal Pradesh and Jammu. This is the reality of China. Now, let me really tell you, sir, how is the relationship with China. Some years ago,
विदेश मंत्री जी को संरक्षण देना चाहिए. उनके स्पीकर जब बोल रहे थे, हम पूरे धैर्य से सुने. मैं बताऊंगा कितनी असत्य बातें बोली गई कल, परंतु फिर भी असत्य को भी हम हलाहल समझकर पी गए। अब ये सत्य भी नहीं सुन पाते हैं। माननीय अध्यक्ष, मुझे लगता है आपको प्रोटेक्शन देना चाहिए। बैठे बैठे टोका टोकी करना सबको आता है, ऐसा नहीं हमें नहीं आता, मगर इतने गंभीर विषय पर चर्चा जब हो रही है तो सरकार के प्रमुख विभाग के मंत्री को बोलते हुए बैठे बैठे टोकना ये विपक्ष को शोभा देता है क्या? मान्यवर, आपने बिल्कुल उनको आग्रह से कहना चाहिए, वरना हम भी हमारे मेंबर को बाद में समझा नहीं पाएंगे।
We heard today a lot about what was supposed to be the thinking.
बैठे बैठे, आपको इजाजत नहीं, बैठे बैठे।
Sir, we heard about warnings about China, cautions about China. You know, China is planning this, China is planning that. But sir, I want to remind this house, Doklam crisis was on. The leader of opposition decided to get a briefing from whom? Not from the government, not from the emir, from the Chinese ambassador. He took his briefing from the Chinese ambassador when our military was confronting the Chinese military in Doklam. So I want to say that I want to say, and this is the political thing. Let me, sir, give you the economic thing. In 2006, the UPA government.
प्लीज बैठे बैठे टिप्पणी मत कीजिए, आप बहुत कर रहे हो, नहीं गलत है, बैठिए बैठे बैठे टिप्पणी मत कीजिए।
Sir, in 2006, because I want to illustrate my points with facts. I spoke about political facts. I spoke about border facts. Let me give you an economic fact. What is the economic thinking of the Congress party about China? In 2006, the Congress party agreed to do a regional trading arrangement with China. It was finalized during the visit of President Hu Jintao. A task force was appointed. The task force gave a positive recommendation. Through the efforts of various people, this did not happen. Let me give you the technology side. The very people today who are cautioning us on China are the people who allowed 3G and 4G to come from China. It is this government which made sure there was a made in India 5G. And finally, sir, we keep speaking about the border. The border, if today, whether it is the border with Pakistan, whether it is the border with China or any other border, if our military is today able to stand its ground, the kind of massive deployment that we saw on the China border after 2020, it is because our border infrastructure budget has gone up 4 times. Our tunneling, our road building, our bridging has doubled or tripled. And this is a far cry from the period when the thinking was, let's not develop the border because then the Chinese cannot come there. We had 60 years of neglect of the border. Today, in the last 10 years, that neglect has been reversed. There is still a lot of work to be done. So I think people need to understand. And it's not just in India, sir. We have just come back from Maldives. When I hear comments about foreign policy, yesterday, day before yesterday, the Prime Minister was the guest of honor at the Independence Day of Maldives. This is the country which during their time forced an Indian company to leave an airport. That country today has invited India to build 2 new airports. Look at Sri Lanka. If the Hambantota port was built between 2005 and 2008, and at that time, it was not only, it was actually justified as saying that it has no impact on India's interest. So I want, sir, the House to appreciate that the people who are today claiming to be custodians of national security thinking, who say that they are giving warnings, let us look at the record, let us see what they did when they were in office. But now allow me to come back to Operation Sindoor. So I want, sir, to conclude by saying this. The challenge of cross-border terrorism continues, but Operation Sindoor marks a new phase. There is now a new normal. The new normal has 5 points. 1, terrorists will not be treated as proxies. 2, cross-border terrorism will get an appropriate response. 3, terror and talks are not possible together. There will only be talks on terror. 4, not yielding to nuclear blackmail. And finally, terror and good neighborliness cannot coexist. Blood and water cannot flow together. This is our position. So let me conclude, sir, by recognizing the role which this body and the upper house has played during this period in explaining our national position and our national interest on Operation Sindoor. We had, sir, 7 parliamentary delegations which went to 33 countries. Some comments were made about those delegations. I have to tell the honorable member, Arvind Sawantji, I'm sorry, you are completely misinformed. Those delegations were received with great honor. In many cases, the foreign minister of the country met them. Please look at the tweets of people sitting next to you. That itself will tell you. And
इनके बगल वालों से पूछ ले जानकारी.
Sir, these 7 delegations, the delegation led by Ravi Shankar Prasad ji, by Shashi Tharoor ji, by Baijan Panda ji, by Sanjay Kumar Jha ji, by Kanimori ji, by Supriya Sole ji, and by Shrikant Eknath Shinde ji. So these 7 delegations did the nation proud. They across the board, and every member, members of opposition, members of the government, public-spirited citizens, retired diplomats, they were able to explain to the whole world our posture of zero tolerance against terrorism. So I would like, sir, to end my remarks with the hope that on an issue as important as this struggle against terrorism, we can only succeed in ensuring zero tolerance against terrorism if we have a united voice in this country against terrorism. There must not be any division of opinion on this matter. The way the parliamentary delegations behaved abroad, I hope the same solidarity will permeate the proceedings of the House. I thank you.
Sri Mia Altaf Ahmad.
Namaste, you're on the right stand. I'm Anand Narsimhan, and let's take this conversation forward on Operation Sindoor, the debate happening in Parliament. But more importantly, there were developments that happened with respect to Operation Mahadev in Srinagar and Jammu and Kashmir, just away from Srinagar in the Dachigam region. Lidwas is the area just on the outskirts of Srinagar where 3 terrorists were neutralized. Now, reports suggest that 1 or 2 of these terrorists may have direct link with the planning and execution of the Pahalgam attack. We're waiting for the Indian Armed Forces for their press conference. It was scheduled for about 5 p.m. on Monday evening, but they've now delayed it indefinitely with a future date and time to be set, because the operation still continues. Operation Mahadev is not even on pause, it's still continuing. Operation Sindoor is on pause, as the government said, but it is willing to restart it if Pakistan does not mend its ways. But yet again, on a day when the existence of foreign terrorists and the involvement of foreign terrorists was questioned directly, indirectly by leaders of the opposition, as the debate was supposed to get underway in Parliament, well, the existence of foreign terrorists and their neutralizing on Bharatiya soil has been proved by the Indian Armed Forces. So let's go straight across to our guests and ask them. Now, is this anti-Modi sentiment that's just being pushed to the limit? And in that, is Bharat being compromised? Are our forces being compromised? Their commitment